All right, now you should have sound on YouTube. Sorry about that. 1 second. All right, you should have sound on TikTok in just a second. All right. Yeah, you should have audio on TikTok now. Sorry about that. My soundboard, I forgot to. It kind of opens when my computer starts, but like it opens in the background. I still have to go in and click it and like tell it to fully open before all the applications can use it. It's kind of a weird, I don't know, weird piece of software, but it does work. Sometimes I just forget to actually open it up when I reboot the machine. So it is what it is. All right, I think we're live and we've got audio everywhere where we need to be. Although it looks like I need to move my prompt on TikTok. I think my prompt is partially cut off on TikTok. Let's see if this is better. It's always hard getting the TikTok stuff just right because after you get it situated so that it actually shows up on screen, the first guest you take for a lot of phones, it'll like shift it over, and you're like, oh fuck. Well, it was working until you took a guess, but it should be okay where it's at now. Well, hey friends, welcome in. The guest boxes are open. We should have people filing in here in just a moment. So let me grab some super chats and we'll get the show on the road here. It's gonna be a fun one, y'all. Should be exciting. I'm pretty pumped for this one. I assume, and sometimes you can assume wrong, but I assume that maybe perhaps there be some crash outs today. We'll find out. Texas Panhandler friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, I read in the files that God sent his pregnant mistress to Egypt. I mean, that's basically what happened, right? In Matthew chapter 2, it says that they had to go into Egypt to avoid being unalived by Herod, which, that's what happens when, in the ancient world, when you kind of get knocked up. God should have known, by the way, this is the funny part. God should have known that knocking up a virgin would bring accusations and danger. The other thing too is an angel showed up and told Joseph and Mary that they have to like go to Egypt in order to escape possibly being executed by Herod. But like, what a nonsensical thing. Like, if God is all powerful, he could just like make it so that Herod didn't kill the babies, right? So like imagine there's two scenarios, right? Scenario number one, God's like, oh my gosh, Herod's going to kill all these babies. Let's warn Jesus and his parents and get him out of there. Scenario number two, God's like, oh, I think Herod's going to kill all these babies. How about like, poof, zap, I intervene and make sure none of these babies get killed. That seems like the more preferable of the situation, but God didn't do that. God's like, no, fuck all those babies. Let them get murdered by Herod. I only care about this one right here, this one specific one. That's the one I care about. It's a wild situation. Libertas Dragon or Liberatus Dragon. That's a mouthful. Thank you for the super chat. Says, can I get a shout out for my friend's YouTube channel? Of course you can. I know about the Kentucky Atheist. I follow the Kentucky Atheist. Friends, if you like atheist content and you like hearing atheist interviews, Kentucky Atheist has a lot of content for you. I think he touches his toe into politics every once in a while too. But yeah, it is crazy in Kentucky, home of the Ark Encounter. I've been to the Creation Museum, but not yet the Ark Encounter. One day I'll make it to the Ark Encounter. I just haven't done it yet. I mean, if it's still there. My understanding is like not a lot of people go visit it. Like, I think the Creation Museum is making money. I think they're making a good amount of money. But my understanding is that the Ark Encounter is not so much. Not only that, I mean, it seems like it's a big asset liability. So, that's going to be a thing. Hey, Chip, good to see you tonight. It says no sound on YouTube horrors. It should be good now. I fixed it. We got it fixed up. I appreciate the help though. And Handsome Cat, hey, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says Gnostic informant debating Jay Dyer. Oh no, Jay Liar and Gnostic informant are debating tonight. Oh no, I don't know what they're debating, but I do know this: Gnostic informant is good with what he does. And Jay Dyer's like good with what he does. I don't know if the two of them are going to debate. I suspect what's going to happen is they're never going to engage in the substance. Jay Dyer will endlessly pre-sub him, and I don't know if Neil has like a pre-sub playbook. You know what I mean? Like I don't know if Neil is going to know what to do with the whole presuppositionalist rhetoric. So hopefully he does well. I don't know. I don't know if he's ever engaged with precept nonsense, but hopefully he did a little bit of background research and got himself kind of caught up to speed on presuppositionalism, you know? Well, Dalton's in the guest box. There we go. We got him now. Get Dalton in here. What's up, buddy?
Hey,
Oh, hold on
just
a
wanted
second.
to
My my audio is going to the wrong place. Now it should be good.
just wanted to give you an update. I just got a message from the ACA and
I know. I just
inviting.
messaged you about that. Didn't you see it?
Oh, I didn't see it. No, I didn't see it. But no, I just opened up my phone and saw the message from them. I haven't read your message
Yeah,
yet.
yeah, buddy.
Um,
You're
oh
coming
yeah,
up.
yeah. There we go. Thanks to Justin here, uh, because they saw me on your video. So,
I
W
yeah.
Justin on that.
I told them that they needed to have you, and in fact, I told them that you were smarter than I am. So not to put any pressure on you, but you know,
Oh yeah, no pressure whatsoever. But currently right now I got a video uploading. My internet seems to be going a little bit faster now that the month started or whatever.
nice.
So everyone keep your eyes out for a video upcoming from Justin of debating a KJV onlyist.
That's what's up.
Um, yeah. All right. I'll let you get back to it. I just wanted to inform you, but I get you already knew. So
Of course, yeah, I got your back, buddy.
all
All right,
right.
cheers.
Okay.
Have a great one,
I'll talk
man.
to you later, bud.
W. Dalton. Dalton's wicked smart. He's gonna be on all the shows here soon. Let me grab. I've got 4 super chats here before I get our first guest, Phase Bro, into the box. Although I think I talked to Phase Bro a couple days ago. Clever Moniker, thank you for the super chat. It says Q&A was yesterday, but I have one more question. I mean, I don't mind super chatting questions. Randy is claiming you on his taxes. Like who? Because that MFer with all, oh yeah, Randy, Randy Wilson, yeah, yeah. With all those memberships, Randy keeps the lights on. Big W, Randy. But for real though, no, really, Randy's making memberships rain up here. Randy and Carlos and Carissa for sure making the memberships rain, and it really does help the channel a lot. I really do appreciate it. But you're correct, Clever Moniker. And Sans Sensibility says, you're rolling extra spicy today. Excited for the wonderful barbecue. Rock hard for Doug. And Tuck Frump. Listen, I'm in agreement on all accounts, my friend. Great to see you today. And Steven, thank you for the super chat, says, hot take, we hold these truths to be self-evident is what got us here. Precept behavior. Actually, that's a little bit true. I mean, it was like this the foundation of like God within our founding fathers was kind of this thing where it was just like, I don't know, it just seems self-evident, right? But it certainly wasn't based on any. But you got to remember, you know, our working data set is tremendous compared to what they had. They had next to nothing. And Dylan, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. Says the Christians plural may redact the horrifying passages, but praise Doug, the scriptures will be released. Indeed. I'm happy to inform y'all. I've got at least more than one copy of the unredacted scriptures. We don't have to wait on the Department of Justice to give us unredacted scriptures. We got them right here. Get Phase Bro in here. I thought we talked to Phase not that long ago. I could be wrong. Let me get my list open. Welcome in, Phase.
What's up? We haven't talked in a
Uh,
while. I think like six
have
months
we?
or something.
I say we have talked before, though, right?
Like a while ago.
Might have been
Like,
somebody else named Phase. I mean,
yeah, I have the theory of everything and whatnot. That's what it's about. But yeah.
interesting. Let me check my. Looks like we talked in December, December 24th, actually, and it says you're a flat earther.
What? You have logs of callers?
Yep, sure do.
I'm not a flat earther at all. Maybe I've defended something
It's
that made you
certainly
say,
possible that there's more than one phase bro on the app.
probably. I don't know.
Yeah, that certainly
I'm
is
not
a
a flat
thing.
earther.
Yeah, actually, when I got on TikTok, actually rephrase that. When I got on YouTube, there was already another channel called Deconstruction Zone, but they weren't very active, and the channel seemed like it was dead. So I was like, I'm just gonna take the name and run with it.
I've
So
spoken to you at least 3 months ago or something like that, if I remember correctly.
probably, yeah. Anyway,
Yeah.
so are you at least 18? And do you believe in any variant of the Abrahamic God?
Yes, I have. I do have the code for Abrahamonomics, and
Abrahamonomics?
yeah,
Like there's an
I
economy
believe
connected to this?
not the economy, just the Abraham. What is it? Abrahamonomics, not monomics, I guess. Makes I don't know the solution to
Sure.
it,
Do you
which
follow one
is
of the three Abrahamic religions?
yeah. If you solve the equation, it would be Christianity, right? Yeah,
Gotcha, so you're Christian.
that's what I
So
was trying to say.
my claim here tonight is pretty easy. God it's actually a two-part claim. God is in the Epstein files and also condones SA. Do you agree or disagree?
Well, well, that's the thing. Like, if he was in the Epstein files, would you be part? Would you want to incinerate, all the people that are connected with Epstein and whatnot? That's like a good argument, don't you think?
Well, well,
That's actually a
actually,
good argument
I
for
don't think
evil
you're paying
existing.
attention to my argument, right? So my argument is this. It's not just that God is in the Epstein files. There's actually a lot of people in the Epstein files. Some of them didn't do shit, right? Sometimes you're just in there because the Epstein files is like this giant dump, right? That's why I had the extra bit that says and condones SA. To be fair, it's the latter
I don't
part of
know.
this claim that I'm more interested in. Do you think that God condones SA?
He does, but I
Oh,
think the E files prove one thing, which is that evil is actually prevalent.
and you're it. Thanks for agreeing with me that God condones SA. Fucking crazy. He just right out of his mouth just admitted it. What do you do? Why are you cat's trying to eat my strings? Wow, that was fast. That was listen, I thought he was gonna disagree with me. I thought he was gonna be like, no, God doesn't condone SA. I had no idea he was just gonna straight up admit it. Wow. Well, there's one down already. Do we need a counter for this? Should we do like a an agreement counter, like Christians that agree God condones SA counter? Is that going to be a thing tonight? Is that what we have to look forward to? Oh well, Booga, hey, thanks for the $5 super chat. It says when people talk about the Trinity, no one ever talks about the Holy Spirit. Is it because he's always coming in or on people? I mean, to be fair, you got to be careful if you invoke the Holy Spirit at any moment, it really just can come upon you and cause you to do crazy stuff. Remember when the Holy Spirit when the Holy Spirit came on King Saul, he stripped down naked. You guys know about that one, right? Hold on. In fact, I need to add that to my list of or Bible verses for tonight. Actually, that should be in First Samuel. Is it First Samuel 6 maybe? I think it's around there. Give me a second to grab it. No, it's not First Samuel 6. That's crazy. First Samuel 19. I don't know what I was thinking of chapter 6. Chapter 6 is where Uzzah gets killed when he touches the ark, right? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Let's find it. First Samuel 6. Yeah. First Samuel 6 is where they're carrying the ark in. Okay, I got my stories mixed up there in Samuel. Yeah, first Samuel 19 is really actually kind of crazy. So it's funny what you'll find if you like you literally are just reading the book. So for example, let me grab the web browser on here real quick so you can see it. There you go. Gotta zoom in a little bit. So the spirit comes upon Saul, right? As he was going, he fell into a prophetic frenzy until he came to Naoth in Ramah, and he too stripped off his clothes, and he too fell into a frenzy before Samuel. He lay naked. He laid naked all that day and all that night. Therefore, it is said, Saul is also among the prophets. Fucking wild. So, I mean, to be sure, when God's spirit comes upon you, it seems like he's basically like setting you up uh to get essayed. Like God's spirit came upon Saul, and Saul was like, I gotta get naked, y'all. Just one of those crazy things. I didn't think about adding that to my Bible verse list tonight, but I feel like it's fitting, so let's put it in there. First Samuel 19:23 through 24. Yeah, that fits. That definitely fits. Oh, I spelled Samuel wrong. Oops. There we go. We need an E, not an A. Bada boom, bada boom. All right, let's rev. It looks like we got our next guest ready to load up here. I'm gonna grab one super chat and we'll get moving. Make it so. Hey, thanks for the super chat. Friend says, hey, Justin, greetings from Minnesota. Well, I hope you're doing okay over there in Minnesota. Some shit's been going down. Looking forward to a lot of let's try this again tonight. Rocket for Doug and Super K for Justin. Well, thank you, Fred. And you know that's gonna happen. There's gonna be a whole lot of people who all of a sudden don't understand how words work. It's gonna be pretty interesting. Okay. Welcome in, Bacon.
What's up? Hello?
Yeah, how you doing, Bacon?
I'm doing good, man. I'm curious about the prompt. What makes you think that?
Well, because I've read the book. Also, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 19. I'm
Gotcha.
reading.
And
Hold on. You said the book. But I'm reading the prompt that's above your head right now. Making sure we're reading the same thing. God is in the Epstein files and condones SA.
yeah,
So, what book did you read?
the Bible and some of the Quran.
But what does that have to do with the prompt? Is this a troll prompt?
It's actually pretty clear. So it's not a troll prompt. If you just go for a search in the Epstein files for the name God or the word God,
This is what I meant.
It actually shows up like 22,000 times, which is interesting. Which is why I have the second part of this that says and condones SA, because the God of the Abrahamic variety does condone SA. Do you agree?
Where do you see that in the Abrahamic writing?
I just told you in the Bible and the Quran. You want me to show you where?
Would it be New Testament in the Bible?
No, it's either one.
Wait, so there would be any New Testament?
I think you're confused about testaments here. The testament's irrelevant. If God allowed it,
No, I get it if it's irrelevant or not. I was just curious, but
I mean, I'm more than happy to show
Old
you.
Testament? Is it Old Testament? Is that what it is?
I just told you all the testaments.
All right. I'm curious about this, but I just don't get where in the Abrahamic text you're getting this. Where exactly?
I asked you 3 times if you want me to show you.
Yeah.
Do you want me to show you, and do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I'll agree or disagree after, but I'm curious about this. You can show me.
Well, you know this is a debate, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you read the screen where it says "prove me wrong"?
Yeah. Well, I'm only gonna prove you wrong if you have something that's just not adding up, and you got to show me what you got. I don't know what kind of evidence you're about to present right now. You just
what I'm saying is, it sounds like you don't know if you agree with me. You might actually agree with me.
I might, but I don't know yet. I said I don't even know. I don't know what kind of evidence you might put up.
Can you agree with me if you actually are here to debate me?
Well, this is what I mean. So far, I disagree. There is a possibility of agreement. I have a possibility to agree. I just don't.
Let me ask you a question. If I show you a verse in the Bible where God says you can essay, or he says he's causing an essay to happen, what would that mean? For you personally, what would that mean?
Repeat the first part of the question.
Yeah, if I show you a passage in one of these books where God is condoning SA.
Which book? Which book specifically?
I just said plural, these.
Yeah, that's why I'm being very specific here. I want to know where you're looking at.
I mean, which one do you want me to look at?
Any of them that you're gonna pull up right now? I'm just curious about which one it is.
Well, which one do you follow?
The New Testament.
So
There you
the
go.
Bible then.
Yeah, it's not Old Testament.
Well, yeah, you do. If you haven't read the New Testament, then I would understand why you would come to that conclusion. But the New Testament doesn't say that the laws in the Old Testament didn't happen. They certainly did happen. So let's go to an easy one. This one's pretty classic, I think. In fact, it's a short one, which is why I think it's the easiest of them. Let's go to Zechariah 14. I forgot to put Hosea in there. I'll get Hosea later. Zechariah 14 says, I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off from the city.
Do we know who wrote this down?
No, of course not. We don't know who wrote barely anything in the Bible. You just have to assume it's from God.
Yeah, so I don't have a reason to believe that this happened. So I don't.
Well, how much of the Bible is true then?
I'd say there's some that there's some that we have writings from Paul that are from 54 AD. They're 100% from Paul. So
did Jesus think that Zechariah wrote Zechariah?
Not sure about that.
He quotes it.
And I don't think it would matter.
He quotes it in Matthew
because
27.
we don't have historical accounting on Zechariah, so it doesn't really matter.
Actually, it does matter. In Matthew 27, Jesus quotes from Zechariah.
Really?
Yeah.
That's too bad, because I also don't think Matthew was written by Matthew. I think there's writers for Matthew like Eusebius, but that doesn't mean that. That doesn't mean that.
Wait, what the fuck did Eusebius have to do with Matthew?
The point is that even if somebody in Matthew is writing down that Jesus quotes Zechariah, that person didn't know Jesus. No, nobody in Matthew knew Jesus. Why are you bringing this up?
Who wrote Matthew?
Nobody that knew Jesus. Absolutely no one.
Well, who the fuck knew Jesus then?
I say Paul. So yeah, first century Paul.
Paul didn't know Jesus. Jesus was dead before Paul converted to Christianity.
He saw the rising in 50. Remember?
I'm sure he did, but again,
he wrote about it. He wrote about it.
He didn't give us the testimony of Jesus rising from the dead.
Oh, you're right. Eusebius had the letters, and 4 of them are attributed to Paul.
Certainly not from Eusebius.
No, he carried a lot of the letters.
No, Eusebius came 300 years later. You got the wrong guy.
And he had letters from Paul that were dated to 50 AD.
No, he didn't.
That is very true.
That's very not. Very not.
Really?
I got this fucking book behind me.
Oh no, this one guy on here, Christ before Jesus,
right here,
he agrees with what I'm saying.
No, he doesn't.
This one dude, Christ before Jesus, he agrees
I
with what
know,
I'm saying.
Jaron, he's a friend of mine. He doesn't fucking agree with you.
Why? No, he agreed that there's some Paul writings 54 AD.
Clownish thing I've literally ever heard on a single live stream. You're literally just shooting at the hip. You have no idea what's happening right now.
Pretty sure it's Galatians, if anything. Hold on, let me see. Or not Galatians. Wait.
That's not Eusebius. Galatians is coming from a Marcion. This guy doesn't even know.
No.
You know what? Just get the fuck out of here. If I want to talk to Christ before Jesus, I talk to Christ before Jesus, not your bad memory. What a waste. These people. Look at the clown. Yeah, you're right. I think he might actually be a troll. I don't think he's legit up in here. I think he's just fucking around. Melanitis, hey, thanks for the super chat, says, if the spirit left Saul because God was mad at him, does that mean that the spirit that came on him in Ramah was of satanic or of godly origin? Huh. Wait, what now? I don't understand. These are two different events. So later in Saul's life, the spirit of God that indwelled him now left, and a malevolent spirit entered him, which is why he called for David to come play the harp for him. So he's been inhabited by more than one spirit, but not at the same time. I'm reading it. Wait, no, I still don't understand your question. Listen, the spirit that indwelled him at Ramah left him, gone, and then a malevolent spirit entered him later. Hopefully that answers your question. I think it might. Hey, RW, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 trooper. That says Matthew 8:21. One of the disciples says, "I'd love to follow you, but I need to bury my dad first." Jesus says, "Fuck that." He actually says, "Let the dead bury his dead," is what he says. And it says, "Just follow me now." Read it for the first. You read it today for the first time. That was a hard one, to be honest. When I was a young Christian, that was the first time where I heard Jesus say something, and I thought to myself, "That's pretty callous. Like that's kind of disrespectful, especially in the Jewish culture." You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, Jesus wasn't fucking around. He's like, "Nope, drop everything and come follow me this moment." Ty says, "Hello, great to see you. Have a great barbecue." I'm going to try with your help included. And Kane says, "Guess who isn't in the Epstein files?" Oh, is Satan not in there? All right, hold on. Let me check to see. Satan is in there 117 times, but God's in there 22,000 times. So I think God's got him beat. Cameron says, "Hello, sir. Sorry about my political comments last time. I don't even remember what they were, so no worries. I got carried away. Love you, and I love what you do." Well, Cameron, I already forgot about him. Don't even worry about it, friend. Thanks for being here. And Faithless Devotion says, "Off work and able to watch live. Praise Doug." Well, hail the stony goodness of Doug. Thank you for being here. All right, last super chat. We're going to get Johan in here. Seth is back. Abel Medina says, "Cold take. We got in this mess because of King John and Magna Carta, aka religion and greed. Yo, it's the Mexican atheist engineer. Wish me luck, new job." Well, congratulations on your new job. Definitely wishing you luck. I don't know what you're going to be designing, but I'm sure it'd be fun. Engineering's a good time. I enjoyed being an engineer. Yeah, professional amateur said, "Hey, Lucifer is winning," and he really is. He's beating God in every way possible, it seems like. Trying to get Johan/Johan in here. I don't know how they pronounce it, but we'll find out if they can actually get a good connection. Maybe. I'm getting the loading sign of death. Oh well, I guess they're not gonna load up. I had another person in the TikTok queue, but they dropped out just a second ago, so I guess they're not gonna make it in. And Johan, now his profile went into infinite freeze, so now I can't even. They can't load and they can't leave. All right, let's try another one. Let's do STR. See if they can connect. Nope, they can't connect either. Okay then. Oh goodness, it's gonna be a day. Hey, former Prophet Nathan with us says, "Love the topic. Happy cooking." Hell, Doug. Well, listen, Prophet Nathan. I think it's gonna be a fun topic. We just got to get someone that's gonna bite. That's not gonna be a waste. You know. Anyways, I mean, I agree, Oren. Oren says, "One shouldn't debate Justin whilst inebriated." They shouldn't, but they will. We had one on unapologetic yesterday that was so obviously intoxicated. I was like, maybe we shouldn't do this conversation, but what are you gonna do? He was really adamant that he wasn't. Simeon, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, "I mean, your title is 100% correct. God is mentioned 22,092 times in the e-files, and Yahweh shows up twice, Lamau, and the essay part is just trivially true." I mean, it is. It's just trivially true. Both of these claims are an easy slam dunk for me. And Cole says, "In the second Genesis story, when God made the animals for Adam to find a partner, do you think he expected Adam to have boinking with all the animals?" Yeah. So we talked about this once before, maybe twice before. That seems to be the case. In Genesis 2, God expects Adam to find a mate among the animals, and he's not able to. And then he puts Adam to sleep and takes one of the ribs out and creates the woman, which means one of two things is true. Either God intended Adam to boink the animals, or God was just doing this charade where like he knew he couldn't find a mate among the animals and just told him to anyways because he's a weirdo. You know what I mean? So it could be literally either of the two. What is this Battlelogical? Battlelogical, I know you're in the box. You didn't code your name well enough. I know that it's you, and I know that you're 14. What are you doing, Battlelogical? You tried to get into Blitz's live earlier, and he kicked you for the same reason that I won't let you up. You're 14, bro. You're not allowed to debate on TikTok, and you're not even in disagreement with us. You're just a troll. What are you doing? Battlelogical. I'll tell you what. All right, Battlelogical, I'm kicking you out, okay? Don't come back, buddy. We know you're a troll. I don't want to block you. Steven, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, for Xmas, my sister got me a Doug coffee mug. Hell yeah. Is it the Cooking with Doug or the Doug's Pretzel Factory? Now I start each day with the true creator of the universe. All hail Doug. Keep cooking, Justin. Well, thank you. Listen, I'm certainly happy to hear that you got yourself a Doug mug. That makes me happy. Makes Doug happy. Okay. Let's grab our next guest. See if they'll be able to connect better than the last guest. How you doing, Vote for Change?
Hey, how you doing, man?
No, I can't complain. How about you?
Oh, doing good, man. Enjoying the day.
Good to hear. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 43.
Awesome. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I kind of thought it was like maybe a joke, but if it's serious, yeah, I disagree.
Oh, it actually is serious, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean, you had the taco back there, and then I was like, okay.
So, I think the prompt is kind of like a two-part claim. I think the first part is just like a slam dunk, trivially true. God is in the Epstein files 22,000 times. Also, he does condone SA. That's probably the part that you're disagreeing with.
I mean, can you explain how he's in the Epstein files?
Oh, I don't really care. That's not part of my claim.
Well, how does that make sense?
I think it's pretty clear. I have two claims. My first claim is that God is in the Epstein files. Fact, true, is in the Epstein files. My second claim is that God condones SA. Now, the first claim is not really debatable. Everyone who has a keyboard can type in God and see if God is in the Epstein files. The second claim is the one you probably disagree with, which is whether or not God condones SA.
I don't believe in both of those, yeah.
I mean, I can just hold on. Give me a sec. I gotta be honest. I really assumed that you would agree with the first one and disagree with the second one. So I guess we'll.
Give me some context on the first one.
You don't need context. It's just trivially true. So if you go to the Epstein file library,
read me one.
It's just true. No, the context is irrelevant. My claim isn't that inside of the Epstein files God did anything bad. My claim is that God is in the Epstein files because he is 22,092 times. My second claim is also that God condones sexual assault. Would you like me to show you where that happens?
In which, the Bible or something?
In the Bible and in Islam too.
Oh yeah, I don't follow like the New King James stuff. I actually hunt my scriptures through very, very many books that were moved. I even read the Enemy's Doctrine just to understand where things are. You know.
Wait, do you believe?
Like I'm not a Christian.
Do you believe in the Bible or the Quran?
No, I believe that the Torah and the scrolls is pretty much the indelible, but there are very many spots throughout all the rabbinical books that were moved, as well as,
Torah.
Like you say, the Enemy's Doctrine that also ensue the truth behind the lie. So it just takes a lot of time to research. That's all.
So you believe it? You said you believe in the Torah?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh well, God also condones sexual assault in the Torah. You want to see that?
I've read parts. I've read pretty much what I need to read. I understand where you're coming from, but it's the context of it.
I can just show it to you. So in Numbers 31, God commands Moses and the Israelites to kill all of the Midianites, and the Midianites didn't all get killed. In fact, they allowed some of the women and children to live. So when they get back to the camp, here's how things played out. Moses says to them, "Kill every male among the little ones and kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him, but all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him keep for yourselves." And God agrees in the next paragraph. God says, "You, Eleazar the priest, and the heads of the ancestral houses of the congregation, make an inventory of the plunder captured, both human and animal. Divide the plunder into two parts between the warriors who went out to battle and all the congregation." So God says, those little virgin girls that you captured, hey, go distribute them to the warriors, bruh.
Yeah, but that's changed Torah. That's rewritten. All that
How
was,
do you know?
all that.
What's the original say?
The version.
What's the
You're reading
original?
from.
Where can I find the
I don't
original?
have the book right now in my office, but it's. Tell you what, you can actually, if you want, I'll stick it in the chat here in a minute. But I got to go to grab it and stick it there. But hear me out. The 325 AD conference.
Where can I find the original?
I'll have to give you the link. I just have it saved if you'd like it.
What's the oldest?
Oh Lord, I mean, known to man. I'm not too sure current date, but like it goes way back, brother.
It's the Dead Sea Scrolls. Well. The Dead Sea Scrolls are the oldest. All right, now is it your contention that in the Dead Sea Scrolls this is different?
Well, here's the thing. There's partialities, and like I said, the Vatican has a lot to do with all of the Bibles and all of the versions we have today.
I'm not asking you about the Vatican. I'm asking about the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's been rescripted. So here's the bottom line. You want to know
the Dead Sea Scrolls existed prior to the Vatican. How did the Vatican change the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, I didn't say the Dead Sea Scroll, but I said the written versions of the Torah, like from a moment on, where they made the book solid, like you had in your hand, and on forward. The New King James, all of those versions are not only copywritten by the Rothschilds and owned by them, but has been negated.
No, I'm not reading the King James, and the King James has nothing to do with the Rothschilds. Also, this is going to be this will be in the Hebrew manuscripts.
Yeah, Hebrew hasn't been around forever. You talking about old or new modern Hebrew? Which one?
Biblical Hebrew pre-existed the Rothschilds by 800 years at least.
How about no? Because their original name was Worms. The original name was Worms, so it changed from Worms to Baccarat.
Rothschilds. Let's see. The first mention of the Rothschilds is from the 1700s.
Yeah, but that's when they changed their name to Rothschild. They've been Baccarat, Sassoon. Their original name was Worms.
Give me a document that shows this lineage, how far back it goes.
I got to get it for you, brother. I can't just tell you go here, right here. It's there.
I got time. Go ahead and get it.
Well, let me get to the answer on your question, because I'd like to answer it at least wholeheartedly.
I didn't ask a question.
Well, you did. You said, "Is God in the Epstein files?" And does he condone SA?
That's not a question.
You asked me that earlier.
It's not a question. It's a statement. I'm saying that God is in the Epstein files and God does condone SA. And then I showed you a passage where God condones SA, and you're trying to say that God didn't actually. That's not what's in the original. But you can't tell me what was in the original.
Let me ask you this: if God condones,
what I want to know is what was in the original.
Well, I just want to ask you a question first, please. If God condones SA, right? Let me ask you this. I've worked in child trafficking for like 7 years.
Yeah, I wouldn't answer the question either if I was you. I'd avoid it like the plague.
No, man, I can answer that question because I'm a man. Look.
Okay, good. So then go ahead and answer it. What was in the originals?
What I'm trying to tell you is if God...
Still waiting.
Okay, you think he condones SA, then why do I not condone it, right?
Still waiting.
I don't condone it.
Therefore, still waiting.
Why would God condone it?
My claim isn't that you condone it, and I don't believe that you're God, so this is a dumb line of questioning.
Exactly. So why would God do that, huh?
Because God condones it. I thought that was pretty clear.
You don't understand that the will of man is what writes things that happen in fate, not God.
Yeah, but again, you don't know the difference between the will of man and the will of God because you don't know what's in the original text.
Absolutely, I know because he shows me exactly what that is.
So what's in the original text?
It's not going to matter because all you're going to do is keep negating the one you read.
I want you to tell me what the original says so we can talk about the original.
And then you went into Islam, which is Talmud, which is
I didn't go into Islam, and Islam doesn't follow the Talmud. This is crazy.
You just said that earlier. You said Islam as well.
I didn't say the Talmud. The Islam follows the Quran. The Jews follow the Talmud. They're different people groups. Also, here's in the
same shit.
Here's it's not
they
the
marry
same.
children, brother. Yeah, they
well,
marry
they do.
kids, bro.
Well, so does the God of the Bible. So this is Numbers 31 in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yeah, he does. So in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it reads pretty much the same.
Yeah, sure. Put it like this: you're just making a mockery of God because you want.
Numbers 31 is in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out what part was different.
Do you want to do that to a child?
I certainly don't. But the problem is that your God does it.
Dude, I tell you what. If my God did, then why would I want to definitely take a person that actually does that and hang them on a tree, huh? How about that?
Oh, I'm not actually for murdering people, even if they have done horrible crimes. It sounds like you might be a POS like your God is. Maybe, I don't know. I could be wrong.
Murder and kill is two separate things, partner.
I don't think humans should be in the business of killing other humans.
You need to die. You understand? Murder is premeditated. You shouldn't do that.
So then God should be murdered for having children raped?
Oh, you fucking retard! A fucking pedo should be.
There we go. Well, God said to do it in Numbers 31.
Oh, yeah. You're not understanding. But that's okay. You'll live someday and you'll find out.
I do understand. I understand that your God condones it.
I don't think you understand. I think you like making fun of stuff that you have no idea what you're making fun of.
In Exodus 21 as well. You want to see that one?
Yeah. I think I'm just going to chill out and go drink.
Yeah, I'd run from that one too. Yeah. Well, he really showed me, y'all. What was his name? I forgot. I didn't even write him down. Y'all remember what his name was? I got to add him to my spreadsheet. Oh, well. Anyone? His name was Rudder. What the fuck was his name? I'll remember it later, I suppose. Anyone? Let's see. Oh, vote for change. Yep. Thank you. Vote for change, and then say runs when confronted with the Bible. I could be wrong, but he's not gonna go show me his source for Numbers 31, is he? Maybe that's what. Maybe he didn't run. Maybe he's actually going to find his source, and he's gonna show me what was actually written in Numbers 31 originally. Maybe that's what's gonna happen. Oh boy. Anyways, I guess we'll move on to the next guest. Hey, Klein, thanks for the super chat, friend. So your biblical and ancient Near Eastern history IQ are insanely high. Well, thank you. You know, there are a lot of people way higher than mine. It just happens to be that mine's adequate. You are awesome. Hey, thanks, Klein. You're making my head blow up here. I absolutely love this channel. I think I have finished every video you have on here within the last month. Keep cooking. Holy shit, that's crazy. That's a lot. I really appreciate that, Klein. Also, for anyone interested, I am getting all of these up on podcast now, and I'm finally caught up. I think I've got just like 2 or 3 left to put up there, and then I'll have them all done the day after. So like today after today, tomorrow I'll have this in podcast form. And Steve, don't worry, I'm not sick actually. My voice is a little hoarse from being live so much yesterday. I'm gonna need some rest and a good lozenge. Is that how you pronounce it? And P.S. Wim or P-Swim, thank you for the 10 Canuck bucks, says Dr. Hugh Ross says God is trans-dimensional, solving theological paradoxes, free will versus foreknowledge, the Trinity, etc. Big Cope? Yeah, obviously a big Cope. By the way, love the collab with Joel. Happy Shrove Eve. What's Shrove? Holy shit. Oh, now I gotta look this up. Shrove Eve. Shrove Tuesday. Oh, Shrove is known as Pancake Tuesday or Pancake Day, the final day of Shrovetide, which marks the end of the pre-Lenten season. Fuck. Lent begins with okay. It's Fat Tuesday. Is that what I'm hearing? I think it's the same as Fat Tuesday, right? Yeah, February 17th. Yeah, it's Fat Tuesday. Okay. That makes sense. Hey, thank you for the super chat piece, Wim. When I was young, when I was in Catholic school, we used to celebrate Fat Tuesday. In fact, we even quite often would celebrate Fat Tuesday by having a big pancake breakfast. I wonder if this is what inspired it, was that particular naming of the holiday. I have to check into that. Mindy, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says good evening. Looks like I came just in time and played hooky from work and got a new guitar amp. Hell yeah! Test driving it. Will enjoying the cookout. Rock on for Doug. Literally, I can't wait. You can do some live streams doing that too. By the way, if you're really into guitar, and you can get yourself a following on TikTok doing live guitar.
Hello?
Welcome in.
Hello.
STR.
What's up, man? What's your name?
I'm Justin, and are you driving?
No, I'm actually not driving. I'm in a parking lot.
Okay, it sounded like you were driving. Fantastic. STR, are you at least 18?
I'm 21.
Okay, and do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yeah.
Oh, dope. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Yeah, I disagree with the second part. I'm kind of unaware about the Epstein file, so I'm not going to speak on that part. When you pulled Isaiah, I don't know why you pulled Isaiah, because that's a prophecy. That's not God condoning it. So I really don't understand why you pulled Isaiah. No, you pulled Isaiah 13.
Oh, I don't think we even read Isaiah 13. I just put it on the prompt thinking we'd get to it. But actually, it turns out Isaiah 13 does condone. Is God condoning it? Want me to explain why?
No, you can explain all you want. It's going to make you look dumber if you ask me. But you know what?
Well,
actually, yeah, go ahead. Explain it to me, please.
We'll just fucking go for it, huh? Because maybe this is my fucking first time reading it, right? Their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes, and their houses will be plundered, and their wives will be raped. See, I'm stirring the Medes up against them, who have no regard and do not delight in gold. Who's stirring up the Medes?
You tell me.
God is. This is God speaking through Isaiah. God is stirring up the Medes. And God's specifically stirring up the Medes to enact vengeance against the Babylonians, and that vengeance includes dashing babies' heads against stones and having women raped.
Okay, and then for numbers, when you brought that up, no, it's not an oops. It's your literal fallible interpretation of it. I can't argue that.
Well, give me your interpretation.
I already did when I told you what it was. It was a prophecy from Isaiah for the fall of Babylon.
And who's
simply
causing
what it is?
Who's causing it to happen?
Well, so let me say this: God condones. I'm sorry, not condones.
Who's causing it to happen? Who's causing the prophecy to come true, STR?
God is giving the prophecy to Isaiah.
But who's causing it to come true?
What do you mean? He's not causing it to come true. It's already coming true.
He says, I am stirring up the Medes against them. What does it mean to be stirring up the Medes?
I don't know, but I don't know if that means that he's...
Well, who the fuck are the Medes?
But how can you say that him stirring up the Medes is him making sure the wives are raped? That's what I don't understand. That's why I'm not even trying to entertain that dumb comment.
Who are the Medes?
Exactly.
I'm asking you.
Are these the Medes? Are these the Medes he's saying above, or is this what the fall of Babylon is?
I suspect you don't know who the Medes are. Do you want me to explain it?
No, here, I'll explain it to you. I'll explain to you my side, which you don't care to listen to.
Tell me about the Medes.
He says, see, I am stirring up the Medes against them.
Which is
you can take that two ways. You can... God.
God is the Medes? Who are the Medes, bro?
When he says I'm stirring up the Medes against them, what I'm saying is, how do you know the Medes are... God's making sure the wives get raped. That's what I'm trying to tell you, and you're not going to buy it. So that's why I wanted to go to the other one.
It's actually pretty clear. The Medes are the army that's invading them.
Really?
You know who the Medes are?
So if that's so clear to you, then tell me why in Deuteronomy 22 and Matthew 5,
you recognize that the Medes
are
a people group, right? You recognize. Yeah. No, in Deuteronomy 22, God's not against rape. Want me to show you that one? Matt, you're just walking right into these brick walls today.
Oh yeah. Okay. Let's go.
Okay. 27, 29. It's gonna be a rough one.
You'll see the wrath, brother. You will.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that at all. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her, yeah, there you go. Threaten things that you have no clue about, right? Have you seen the wrath?
No, trust me, it's real.
Are you afraid of the Islamic wrath?
No.
Oh, well, I'm not afraid of the God wrath of your holy book for the same reason you're not afraid of the God wrath of the Islamic holy book, because it's all bullshit. Well, if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her, neither did Jesus, and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So the punishment for raping an unbetrothed woman is that you just got to marry her the rest of her life and pay a fine.
So here, go to 23 to 25 really quick.
Why?
Oh yeah, that's why. Because you won't. I know you won't. Go to 22. Go to 23 to 25. Just scroll up a little bit. It's right there, brother.
I can recite it from memory.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, okay. Recite it.
Yeah. If you meet a virgin, or sorry, a woman who is betrothed, what's the difference between that first line and what I just read in 28?
What, betrothed? I don't know. Enlighten me, please.
There you go. You got it. Yeah. It's a different law about women that are already married. I read you a law about a woman who's not already married. If she's not already married, if you seize her and rape her, you pay a fine and you marry her. If she's married, it's a property crime and you pay her husband a fine.
Okay, so in Numbers, though, the reason why that the young women are taken, is because, one, they haven't participated or been corrupted in the sexual immortality of them, right? And it was more of a thing for protection.
Nope, not protection at all.
Oh, okay.
How is raping little girls protecting them?
It doesn't say that they rape them.
We know that they rape them. Want to hear why? It's crazy up to this point. You literally think that I'm going to make these claims without an actual explanation. It's crazy that you're just blindly walking into this. Wild. The overconfidence of the youth is a wild thing. So the reason why we know this is rape is because, first, what does it say about the little girls? What does it say about them? What are they testing them for?
In this, okay, here. What are they testing them for? What do you mean by that? By seeing if they slept with a man? Is that what you mean by testing them?
Every woman who has not known a man by sleeping with him. Why is that a requirement?
Because they weren't corrupted by sexual immortality by them.
But then why did they murder all the little boys?
I don't know.
Because this is about making war brides. See, they could have preserved all the children. They could have said all children get preserved because they're just fucking little children, but that's not what happens. He says, kill all the little boys. Every little boy among them, kill them. Save all the little girls that are children who haven't known a man by sleeping with them. And this isn't the first time this shows up. One of the reasons why we know that this is about war brides is because if you go to Judges 21, it happens in Judges 21, and they explicitly tell you that this is happening so that they can get war brides. Judges 21, now the Israelites had sworn at Mizpah, none of us shall give his daughter in marriage to Benjamin, because Benjamin at Gibeah surrounded the house of the Levite and raped the Levite's concubine all night. And then as punishment, the other tribe said, we're not going to give our daughters in marriage to Benjamin anymore. And then they came to their senses and they're like, oh no, if we don't give our daughters in marriage to Benjamin, then this tribe might disappear from the face of the earth. So it says the Israelites had compassion on Benjamin, their kin, and said, one tribe is cut off of Israel this day. What shall we do for wives for those who are left, since we sworn by the Lord that we will not give them any of our daughters? And they go before the Lord, and this is the answer they get from the Lord. This is what you shall do. Every male and every woman who has lain with a male you shall devote to destruction. Referring to one of the tribes that didn't come up to war with them. And says, they found among the inhabitants of Jabesh Gilead 400 young virgins who had never slept with a man, and brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. So they went to the Lord, and what they came up with when consulting Yahweh was, hey, let's go murder all these tribes and kidnap the young little virgin girls for war brides. So this isn't like an isolated incident. We know they were doing this.
Okay, so can you show me like where they actually, do the act instead of you presuming it with evidence? I mean, it just tells that we take these people, but it doesn't say that we
presuming it with evidence. What do you think? What do you think a warrior is doing with a little virgin girl that was kidnapped in war?
A warrior in God's religion, I don't think he's raping her.
He would be raping her because God says you can do it in Deuteronomy 21. Yeah, really. When you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a hottie toddy and you desire and want to marry her, so you bring her to your house, she shall shave her head and pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So God condones taking of war brides. That's why they were checking to make sure these war brides were virgins.
Yeah, like, okay, so that's marry but not rape. So now can we search up if they're able
it is
to
rape.
consent?
This is rape. If you're kidnapped in war, you don't have consent.
So is there a verse where it says that you can just basically pick a wife and have it to your own?
Yeah, actually, Exodus 21. But let's make sure you understand what consent means first. Do you think that women that are kidnapped actually have consent? And what do you think consent is?
No. That's I think that's wrong to ask it that way from where I'm trying to get at.
Do you think that women
the
who
young
are kidnapped
ones out of what they thought was for protection?
Do you think that women that are kidnapped have consent?
In the situation of numbers?
Of any situation.
Well, no, I don't think they have consent when they're taken.
Oh,
but they were taken for protection in their eyes.
You certainly weren't taken for protection, because in Deuteronomy 21, the same passage says you can just divorce her you can leave her if you're not pleased. If you're not satisfied with her, you shall let her go free. So it's not for protection. It's if she's hot. Suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman who you desire. He didn't say all the women. He said the ones that you want to fuck, you can take them. It's crazy you think these women have consent. Someone needs to check your hard drive,
it
man.
literally said, but if you're not satisfied for her,
I know.
You said it should let him free. Let him free. It's not like you're kidnapping women. It's let him free. Yeah, exactly. So you just countered your own thing.
Which means the marriage isn't for their protection, dummy.
Yeah. No, but what you just said is that they let her free. So
I know.
Do you see what you just did?
Yeah, I'm showing that the marriage isn't about protecting the woman, because they could just let them go free and not kidnap them. What's better? Okay. Kidnapping a woman, forcing her into marriage, and then letting her go free,
so now that you landed the plane,
and let her go free altogether.
Show me a verse where marriage isn't consensual between both.
I love how he just thought he ate with that one. Exodus 21. Also, based on the definition of consent, kidnapped people don't have consent. That's why I asked you, what's
Exodus 21.
What's your definition of consent?
Enlighten me, please.
What's your definition of consent?
I answered this earlier.
I'm still waiting.
I didn't answer this, but I answered it the other way. Can you hear me or something? Or are you just like talking over me?
I'm still waiting for the definition.
I don't know the definition of consent.
So how do you know they have consent?
I'm pretty sure. I didn't say they had consent. I said they did it out of protection.
But put a 1 in the comments if you heard this guy say that they had consent.
Okay, well then I misspoke. Can you bring up Exodus 21 though for me?
Yeah,
where it shows that a man can just force a woman to marry him?
Yeah. In fact, it basically almost verbatim says that. So in Exodus 21 says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall not have a right to sell her as foreign people. So you can sell your daughter as a slave, and
This isn't even.
She becomes somebody's and she becomes somebody's property and concubine.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading it.
Is your first time reading it?
Yeah, off memory. I just wanted to read the whole passage, but I'm one of those people when someone's talking, it just like for some reason messes with me when I'm reading something. Yeah, I mean, look, I know every Christian does it. I just don't understand the context of it.
Yeah, I know. Context is difficult. What do you think the context is when you sell your daughter as a slave, that she becomes somebody's concubine? What do you think that means?
Well, I don't know what he's really referring to in Exodus. Like, I'm really familiar with Romans, but like, I don't know if this is
Romans won't help
basically
you
God instructing. I know. I'm just telling you things I'm more familiar with. What I'm saying though is that I don't know if this is God speaking to Moses. I don't know if this is Moses speaking to the tribe about someone. Like, I don't know the context of this.
There's no context. It's a law. The context is God gave a law, and that law says when you sell your daughter as a slave, she doesn't get to go free in the 7th year like the men do, because she's a concubine. If she doesn't please her master who has designated her for himself, then he will let her be redeemed. That's what happens when you become a concubine. You're basically a slave wife.
Well, I mean, I don't know how to speak on it, so I guess you could say you baked me. I don't know how to speak on it, so I don't want to speak on it and speak appropriately.
Probably the first honest thing you said. Thanks for being honest there. Okay. I mean, I've got more.
But I will say,
how much do you want to see? I got way more than this, by the way.
You can keep going. I mean, maybe we'll land on something I actually do kind of know. Some of these things I do, and some of them I don't.
Have you read the Book of Samuel?
Actually, yes. Most famous verse that people hit me with is chapter 15, verse 11, with God regretting. Is that where you're going?
No, we're not worried with that contradiction. I mean, that's a fun contradiction.
Okay, good.
Because 1 Samuel 15:29 says that God can't change his mind, but we're not concerned with that. We're going to 2 Samuel.
But
we're not doing
the original
today.
word actually just means to be sorrowful.
Oh, which word? What's the Hebrew word?
I forget it, but I know it's not what it means. Yeah. I searched it up. I can't pronounce the Hebrew word.
It's nacham.
You can laugh. Hebrew. We can go to it.
It's nacham.
Yeah, and what does it mean?
And it doesn't matter what it means. It's the exact same word. When it
says it doesn't matter what it means.
It just pay attention. I'll explain to you why it doesn't matter. So in the passage where it says God doesn't change his mind, it says God doesn't nacham. In the passage where God does change his mind, it says that God nachams. So what that means is the exact same word God doesn't do, he also does do. That's why it's a contradiction. It doesn't matter if it can be translated in a wide variety of semantic ranges. But also, we're not doing contradictions today. We're just doing this right here, which is when David gets punished for what he did with Bathsheba. Do you remember the punishment?
No.
Okay. Well, one punishment is that he kills David's baby, pretty horrific. The other punishment, he has the women raped too. Says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and she will lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it in secret, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight.
So yeah, but what did David do? Didn't David commit adultery and kill the man to hide it?
He sure did, but did the wives?
Isn't this God being judgeful of his servant David?
Why is God having the women raped for David's sin?
Look, in a hypothetical sense,
wait, if God knew, if you be okay with your wife being raped,
if God knew,
that's wild.
If God knew that woman would be happier in heaven or something,
They didn't die. They got raped. So would you be okay with God having your wife raped if you committed a sin?
Personally, I wouldn't try to commit that sin, so I don't really
I
know
didn't
how to
ask you
answer
if you
that.
would. Okay, if your wife committed adultery, would you be if God had you raped?
That'd be weird, huh?
Would you be okay with it?
I never thought of that. That's the weirdest question.
It's not a weird question. It's exactly what God did. Would you be okay with it?
Well, I wouldn't know if God really made me get raped. I wouldn't really know that, would I?
Well, the prophet told you. This is directly analogous. Your
Oi.
wife commits adultery, and God says, because your wife committed adultery, I'm going to have you raped. Are you chill with this or not?
I mean, I wouldn't want to get raped.
Okay, so you wouldn't be chill with it. Would it be a just thing to do?
Everything God does is just.
Including having you raped for a crime your wife committed.
If God wills it, so be it.
All right, well, and congratulations. You just reached the sickening end of our discussion. There you go. You had it. Not only does his God condone SA, he's okay with it. These motherfuckers are dangerous, y'all. Dangerous. Don't let them out in public. Don't let them around your sons or daughters, friends. They're absolutely sick people. I don't even know what to write in my chat notes for this one. I was going to say cooked on damn near every verse and is okay being raped by God. Well, listen, I guess we now know I don't have to ask him the question if he thinks there should be pegging in heaven because he's okay with it. So, I mean, at least he got that part right. He's not going to condemn God for pegging in heaven, and fuck, I wouldn't either. Just make sure you're doing it consensually, y'all. Hey, Prison, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, trying to think of a good drinking game to play. Drink every time caller lies or interrupts or crashes out. Are you okay right now, Prison? Are you still alive? I hope you weren't doing that during the call, my man. That's gonna be a rough night for you. And Derek, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, love when people try to teach, then get mad. You know the Bible never gets old. It's my favorite. I will never get not excited when somebody comes in overconfident, thinking that they know what's in the Bible and thinking I've never read it. Literally my favorite setup in all of the world. And Beard of Empathy, great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, just wanted to invite you and anyone else interested to join me on Wednesdays at 8 p.m. for live readings of the English translation of the Poetic Edda, the Icelandic collection of poems about the Norse religion, the Beard of Empathy. Big W. Yeah, actually, I don't know if you got many signups yesterday, but hopefully you got some signups. Beard of Empathy is a friend of our channel, is a licensed therapist, by the way, if you need to talk to one. And Chick, hey, thanks for the $10 Aussie chat. Says, hey, Justin, Nora from the TikToks. Well, good to hear from you, Nora. Just wanted to give some love to the TikTok mods. W mods. The trolls and incels are triggered hard by their prompt. They are. It's going to be a tough one tonight. I wish my voice wasn't going out for this one, you know, because it's just going to be a hot night tonight. And I don't know how long my voice will last. And Layla says, the only thing worse than this guy's arrogance is his intelligence. I don't know. Beautiful cat, by the way. You're right. His intelligence was pretty low. That definitely is the case. Great use of words there, by the way. And Zen, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat or super thanks. I really appreciate that. And gosh, look at this. We've got 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships going out. Big W, but that's not all. Germs sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. Thank you so much, Germs. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. And 15 Blows with us tonight said, vote for space. I'm sorry, not space, spare. Vote for spare change. I need a beer. Rock hard for Doug. He did actually really need a beer at the end of that, right? All right, last super chat. Nightman says, sexual immorality would be a cool name for a band, to be honest. Actually, yeah, I'd go watch that. Thank you for the super chat. I would absolutely pay money to go watch a band called Sexual Immorality. I don't see why I wouldn't. Okay. All right, let's grab our next guest here. How you doing, Al?
I'm doing good.
L, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay. And do you believe in one of the varieties of the Abrahamic gods?
Yeah, I believe in Christianity. I believe in God, Christianity, the Bible.
Gotcha. Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I agree with the sexual assault. I saw you bring up a scripture.
Oh, okay.
About the Medes.
Cool. All right, we agree there. I don't know what you're up here for. The prompt says prove me wrong, and you're not here to prove me wrong. Also, you said you agree with the second part, but you didn't say the first part. The first part is just factually true. It's just right there in the files. God's name or title shows up 22,000 times, so God is absolutely in the Epstein files. And obviously, we already agree that it's crazy that they'll say, I agree, God condones the SA, and then still admit to following this guy. Or following this God. Wild to me. Okay. Well, bring in the next one. Maybe Cancel will get in here. I'm getting the loading dots of death here.
Oh, here we go.
How you doing, Cancel?
Hello. Doing okay.
Cancel, are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 40 something.
And
I got a question for you.
In one of the varieties of the Abrahamic God.
I actually have a question about the Bible because I know you're a little bit like you did the whole studying or whatever. You went through
agree or disagree with the prompt?
God is in the Epstein files. Yes, and condones SA. No, I disagree. I know you're going to try to prove, but I have a question first that I want to talk about, and that's
unfortunately, this is not a chit chat. This is a debate.
Look, King Solomon. You said the child that was.
Let's get rid of that guy since he's not going to pay attention. I have a lot of crash outs tonight. How you doing, Colin?
Doing good.
Colin, are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
I'm 21-year-old. I believe in the Bible.
Okay. Do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I disagree with the sexual assault, and I don't really know what you're talking about with the Epstein, so I don't really want to talk about that too much.
Well, the first one's just true. If you look for God in the Epstein files, he shows up 22,000 times. The second part you disagree with, which is fine. You can disagree with it, but it turned out that I'm correct on this one. Do you want to see why?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Now, we can start out with a short passage and see what happens.
I saw you
here.
bring up the Medes. You was talking about the Medes. I saw you bring that up.
People are really stuck on the Medes here today, huh?
Well, that was basically your main point to that first guy.
Actually, it wasn't my main point.
That was your main way of proving that God condoned sexual assault at the time.
No, who the Medes are is not relevant. My point was quite clear. Hold on. Why?
Yeah, that God stirred up those Medes. Yes.
Hey, do me a favor. Swipe away from the app and come back. You got a really bad echo with your connection.
Okay.
Oh, he just fucking exited. I didn't say You didn't have to leave. You had to swipe away and come back. I was curious if the echo was going to go away or not, but you're right. Yeah, it was echoing. Pretty good. All right, try it again.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is better.
Yeah, I don't know why, but I can see like two screens on your screen. Like I could still see me. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
I have no idea why. But the echo is still there. Are you on like a computer or a phone?
Wait, you can hear the echo like right now?
I can hear me echoing.
I'm on an iPhone. I'm on an iPhone 16.
Just turn the speakerphone down. Maybe that's it. Do you have earbuds in?
Okay. No.
Okay, let's see if that's better.
Do you still hear it?
I think the echo's better now. Y'all can't hear the echo
now,
I
slowed down my phone.
Yeah. Okay, so my point with the Medes is that the Medes are an army that's going to be invading the Babylonians. God is stirring them up, and this the passage in Isaiah is also paralleled in Kings. Like God just tells you He's coming to do this stuff.
Okay, so you're trying to say that God made them rape people?
No, what I'm saying is God's causing the army to attack them, and He knows that when the army gets there, they're going to be raping women and murdering children. Now, He doesn't have to do that, by the way. God's all powerful. He could punish them any way He wants to. He could click His fingers and just have them drop dead. He could do anything. But what He chose to do specifically is to bring an army that He knows will have them raped.
Okay. And that means that He like morally agrees with that.
He must, or else He wouldn't have done it. Do you think God causes things to happen that He doesn't agree with?
I think that God announced the fall of Babylon, but everything that happened isn't God's fault. Everything that happened during all that wasn't God.
God says He's causing it.
Yeah, He caused the fall of Babylon, but He didn't cause the people to rape other people.
No, He planned
He didn't
it
cause
from
the
long
Medes to
ago.
rape people. He didn't cause the Medes to rape
He planned
people.
it from long ago, He says in the Bible, in the Book of Kings. So God decided the punishment He's going to use. Because remember, God's got infinite punishments. He could do any punishment He wants to. The punishment He specifically chose is the one that includes rape.
He chose that punishment for who?
For Babylon.
For Babylon, as he raped Babylon?
Yeah.
Like he raped Babylon?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so you're telling me that since people did something during the fall of Babylon, God morally agrees with that? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that God condoned it. It's pretty clear.
He
It just says
condones it
God
because
condones
why?
it.
You're not telling me why He condones it, though.
Condone means to allow.
Condone means to allow? Okay, so you're telling me that since He knew that was going to happen and He didn't stop that from happening, that He allowed it, so that means that He allows everything that happens every day?
He says He's causing it.
What did He cause? The fall of Babylon. He didn't cause those people to rape people.
He caused the Medes to come against them, and He knew what the Medes were going to do.
He didn't cause the Medes to rape them, though.
Yeah, He did.
The whole point of the Medes was for the fall of Babylon, not for them to rape people.
To be clear, who stirred the Medes up?
God, but He didn't stir them up to rape people. That's what you're not understanding.
He did.
When he said that He stirred them up, that was Him announcing. That was Him announcing the fall of Babylon. Here comes the crash out.
We knew it was coming. So when God stirs up the Medes, is He capable of stirring them up, but also making sure that they don't rape anyone?
God isn't capable of making a human not do something they want to do.
Are you fucking kidding me? He specifically told Abimelech that he prevented.
Maybe he's capable, but
he specifically told Abimelech that he prevented Abimelech from sinning against him. Have you not read this book, man? What? He prevents people from doing things they want to do all the time.
God doesn't, but God doesn't prevent stuff like that normally. That's not a normal thing that God does. He lets things happen the way they're supposed to happen, so people can get their real judgment.
There's no such thing as normal with God. Normal is whatever God allows, right? So when Abimelech took Sarah and he said, "I prevented you from sinning against me by touching her," God could do that with anyone He wants to. He could do it with the Medes.
You still haven't answered how God condones it, though.
Listen, I can bring the Medes.
You haven't told me how God condoned those sexual assaults. You haven't told me.
Because He caused it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that He morally agrees with it. And He didn't cause it. He caused the fall of Babylon. He caused the fall of Babylon.
Here comes these crashing hard. I didn't say anything about morally agreeing with it. It's weird that you have to keep putting words in my mouth that I didn't use.
He caused the fall of Babylon.
He caused the rape of Babylon.
He caused the fall of it.
The rape. the rape of Babylon.
No, the people, the Medes, are the ones who did that.
Maybe
with
you
their
need
own free will.
Maybe you
With
need
their
an
own free will.
illustration. So I'll give you an illustration to
We
make this
will.
more clear. Let's say, for example, that I'm
We
all
will.
knowing. I'm all knowing, right? Now, let's say, for example, my son does something bad and I have to punish my son. Okay. Let's say my son comes home and I'm all knowing, remember, and I said, listen, I'm not going to punish you. I'm going to have the babysitter punish you. Now, if I know that my babysitter, as part of that punishment, is going to take a baseball bat to my son, I know it's going to happen, and I still chose my babysitter to punish my son. Am I not responsible for the baseball bat?
So, what you're trying to say right now is God is responsible for
I'm asking
people
a
doing
question.
something?
Try to pay attention. In the scenario that I just laid out, am I responsible for the baseball bat?
Yeah, I'm answering your question.
It's a yes
You're
or
trying
no.
to say you're trying to is it yes or
It's
no?
a yes or no.
It's no.
Oh, well, you'd be wrong then. That you would be completely wrong actually, because even in a court of law, if you knew something was going to happen, like if I paid somebody to go off somebody else, the fact that I didn't do it myself doesn't alleviate me of culpability. I
Yeah,
would
but
be
it's up to the
prosecuted.
person to decide if they're really
I would be
gonna do that or
prosecuted.
not.
No, I would be prosecuted as an
No,
accessory.
it's up to the person that's doing it to decide if they
Oh,
really want to do what they're about to do
no,
or
that's
not.
not the case because I already knew it was
Yes.
going to happen. They
Yes.
couldn't choose. They couldn't choose otherwise.
No, how could you know? Because they have a choice.
They don't have the choice. If God knows you're going to do it, you can't choose otherwise because God
How could
can't
you
be
know if
wrong
they have
about
a
what he
choice?
knows. God can't be wrong about what he knows.
But no, that makes no sense. Actually,
It does. Can God be wrong
think
about what he
about it.
knows?
They made that decision.
Can God be wrong about what he knows?
They made that decision.
Can God be wrong about what he knows?
Did God make that decision or did they?
This is why no one likes talking to you. I bet in real life
Did
no
they
one
make
likes
the
talking
decision,
to you
yes or
because
no?
you're not capable of answering questions. So
I'm answering your
I'll
question.
spell it out. You didn't answer a single question. I'll spell it out, and I'm tired of hearing the echo too. So if God knows that if he stirs up the Medes, they're going to rape the women, and he chooses to do it anyways, then what that means is that they can't do otherwise. They can't choose to not rape the women because God already knows that they're going to rape the women, and he chose to stir them up to be the instrument of his justice.
Where does it say he knew that?
He chose to stir them up to be the
Where does
instrument
it
of
say
his
that?
justice anyways. And it says that
Where does
because
it say that he?
God's all-knowing. All-knowing entities know everything in the future, and they can't be wrong about what they know. It's just implied in being all-knowing. I realize this
You're
is
saying
like really
since he-
difficult right now because you're struggling with like basic word definitions, which I would expect from like an 18-year-old. I thought you said you were older than 18, which is really kind of makes me sad that somebody of your age lacks this large of amount of intelligence that we have to really spell this out for you, because I'm pretty sure children could have grasped this all-knowingness nature already.
So just because God knows, that means it's going to happen?
Yeah.
And there's nothing else to be done about it?
Yeah, because God can't be wrong about what he knows.
Okay, where did it say, like, I just want to know that how does God know that they're going to do something when that timeline didn't even exist?
Is God all-knowing?
I don't know. Do you know?
Oh, you don't know? Well, the Bible says he is.
How many things do we know that he knows? What
The
does
Bible
he know?
says
Tell me everything that he knows.
The Bible says he is.
Everything he knows.
I just told you, it's everything.
What's everything?
All things.
Does time exist? Does time exist?
If you don't know the definition of all
Does
things,
the future exist?
I can't help you.
Does the future exist?
All right, this is now devolved.
The future doesn't exist.
Is now devolved into like
The future
stupid pettifogging with dumb questions like what is time? Is the Earth a perfect sphere? Oh, these kinds of dumb childish questions in order to avoid the actual.
You're saying
topic.
he knows.
Also, I'm really curious to know how long he'll fight the mute button. Looks like he gave up. Good for him.
Get pushed. I know you're mad. Chad's glazing. For no reason at all. The future don't exist. Bro, what are you doing?
I already told you what I'm doing. It's like you're in
No,
a
I
whole
feel
different
bad.
world.
No, I cooked you. Don't lie. You got cooked. Don't lie, bro. I don't even believe in God.
Whatever lie you have to tell yourself. Oh, now he doesn't even believe in God. He's up here butthurt.
Common sense is common sense.
Because he doesn't even believe in God.
Because what you're saying just isn't
doesn't even believe in God. It's crazy.
I actually
It's like
think God
he didn't even hear the conversation of the guy that was here before him. When I walked through all the passages of God clearly condoning sexual assault. He came up here, thought he was going to eat on Isaiah 13:16, and what he's really done is just fought the mute button the entire time. He's doing it right now. Crazy. I'll never understand people that ever fight the mute button.
I'm making you think. You're mad. I know you. You've done this with nobody else. But why me? Why me? Why me?
Imagine thinking that you're going to come up here and accomplish something like this. Crazy. At least the last guy I talked to could actually answer a question. He can't stop himself.
Your teeth yellow.
He's got nothing. He's always got.
Your forehead's big.
I know it is. It's because my brain's so big. Actually, I have a brain inside of my head, unlike you.
Oh yeah, I could tell.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that 13-year-old's gone now. We'll move on to the next one. There'll be more angry 13-year-olds in the queue, I'm sure. Holla Furphy, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted DZ debate memberships. I really appreciate that, buddy. That is huge. Really helps the channel a lot. It's a big boon for people who can't afford memberships as well. And Sans, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, that guy votes. Terrifying. Grape apologetics is so gross. I know. What's terrifying is that all these people can vote. Like all these clowns coming up here, crashing out and, not reading the Bible or reading it for the very first time. All these people, they all vote. They all get to vote. Because we don't talk to people under 18 here. And Sean, thank you for $10 super chat, says, right away, guests can't answer yes or no questions when they tell you how old they are. I know. That when they first come in and I ask, are you over 18? And they give me their exact age, I already know what the rest of the conversation is going to go like. I know that my questions aren't going to actually get answered. It's going to just be a nightmare, the whole conversation. Genji, my friend, thank you for the $25 super chat. It says God's omni characteristics are akin to the volume dial on a radio. They turn it up or down as they see fit. 100%. Every time they need God to be omni, that motherfucker's omni. Every time they don't like the implications of God being omni, then they're like, I don't know if God's actually omnipotent. And then they backpedal into, I don't even believe in God. Yeah, sure. We sure you don't believe in God. In fact, before I get any further, let me put in my notes. Retreated to, I don't even believe in God. Did he start the conversation by saying he believed in God? Didn't he? Didn't we start the conversation by me making him admit that he did? And then he retreated into atheism. He got cooked so fucking hard. He got cooked so fucking hard, he had to retreat into atheism. Holy shit. That's crazy. Randy, thank you for sending out 20 deconstructions of memberships. Hey, I really appreciate that. That is huge, my friend. And Randy, thank you for the follow-up super chat. It says, these guys sometimes give me a headache. Trust me, they give me a headache. Fuck, not just a headache. They're going to make my voice go away. I'm going to lose my voice tonight. I got to be careful. And last super chat from my friend Carnage. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, caller, and another thing, I'm not mad. Please don't put in the newspaper that I got mad. What? He was not mad. Let the record show. Let the record show that guest was not mad. He was just so upset that he needed to fight with the mute button and worry about the color of my teeth. But he wasn't mad. He was not mad. Thank you, Carnage. Oh my god. These people are wild. It's going to be a crazy night. I knew tonight was going to be wild, y'all. I knew tonight was going to bring out the crazy ones. And, here we are. Here we are. Okay. All right. I got to get a little Coca-Cola on my palate. Hopefully my vocal cords will get a little bit of refreshing.
Yeah.
How you doing, Evan?
Doing pretty good.
Evan, are you at least 18?
I am 19, so I don't know if you're going to be able to tell how this conversation is going to go. No, I'm just joking.
Oh, if it's anything like the last one, I think I know how it's gonna go. Evan, are you a believer in one of the Abrahamic versions of the God?
Yep.
Okay, and do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Disagree.
Which part?
Well, I mean, God is in the Epstein files. I mean, like, yeah, he is, but like, that doesn't really mean that like he's like evil or anything. That just means like, I don't know. It's kind of like mentioning like the couch or like Epstein's couch was in like the files or something or whatever. It's just like he's in it just because they put it in it, if that makes sense. But
do you think
I
that
mainly just.
Do you think that my claim is that God condones SA because he's in the files?
What? No. I was actually just disagreeing with like that claim. I'm God's in the Epstein files, but like that doesn't mean like anything. But I mean, God does not condone SA.
Right. Have you read the Bible?
Yes.
Sure. Have you read all of it?
I will say, not all of it.
How could
I've
you
not
know if
read
God
it
does or doesn't condone SA then?
because that's sin. Why would God condone sin?
Where does it say that the sin?
Well, I mean, I guess it's breaking treat your neighbor how you want to be treated.
It's
Which
not.
isn't really. It's not. So if someone
No.
SA'd you, you wouldn't care.
No, that's not what that verse means. Leviticus 19:18 is when it says love your neighbor as yourself, but that exact same book also says that you can make permanent slaves of the foreigners and treat them harshly, because when it talks about your neighbor, it's referring to your near of kin. In fact, the Hebrew word re'ah, which is used in that verse, just means near kin.
Well, I mean, that's also like Old Testament. That's not really like
Yeah, you
new
brought it up,
stuff.
not me. I didn't bring it up, you brought it up.
Well, Jesus talks about treating your neighbor as yourself.
Okay, so is it
That's New
Old Testament or
Testament.
New Testament?
It's New Testament.
Oh, it's not. Again, it's Old Testament. It's the second most important commandment, and it specifically comes from Leviticus 19. So Jesus says
Yeah,
the two
Jesus
most important commandments come from the Torah, one from Deuteronomy 6 and one from Leviticus 19. Neither one of them, as it happens to be, are part of the 10 commandments, but there's no commandment actually that says that SA is outright a sin unless the woman is betrothed. Like there are scenarios, right? If a woman is betrothed, you can't SA her. If a woman is a near kin, like your daughter or your sister, then it would be illegal based on the incest laws, but not necessarily just because you forced yourself upon her. But there's exceptions to these rules too, like if you're captured in war. Where'd Evan go? Evan?
Oh, my bad. My phone's on low battery.
Okay. Well, how about we read a passage? So let me ask you a question. If I go to war, if the Americans go to war against the Canadians and we take captive the Canadian women and they become our war brides, did they do that consensually, or can we agree that captives don't have consent?
Yeah. Unless they do give consent. Like we can't.
You can't. You're captive.
What do you mean?
Captives don't have consent because consent means that you're making a free will choice with all the information without negative ramifications. So, for example, the minute you become somebody's captive, you no longer have consent because you're coerced. Because if you say no, then it's presumed that something bad could happen to you. That's why so many women in these situations end up marrying their captors, because the risk of saying no means that they would get murdered.
Well, yeah, but like, what if like they don't say no and they don't get murdered? Like, we can't have like ethical like
It doesn't matter.
prisoners.
There's no law that states that you have to let them go if they say no. This is just how warfare works. Listen, if a country goes in and kidnaps your women and says, "Hey, you hottie, I want you to be my wife," you think that woman really has consent? She has informed free will consent.
Well, I mean, at that point, then that's on the person. Like,
what person?
The person, like forcing the woman. Like, if they're asking for consent and the woman says no, then like, and they back off, then there's nothing morally wrong with that.
Let me try this again. I think
but
you're missing.
If she says yes,
you just entirely miss the entire thing. If you're fucking captive, you don't have consent. You have been kidnapped and taken against your will from your country to another country. Somebody has kidnapped you. You no longer have consent because you are now somebody's property. Do you understand?
Yeah, but you can still give consent. You still have like the option.
No, you don't have consent.
Yeah, you do.
Apparently, you don't know what consent means. What do you think consent means? What do you think consent means?
Consent is allowing the action of someone to have relations with.
Without what?
What do you mean? Without what?
Without threat, without pressure, without coercion, and with an informed choice. You don't have any of that stuff if you're a captive. Somebody has kidnapped you and taken you to their country. You have no reason to expect that they'll treat you well if you say no. You have every reason to expect that if you say no, they will murder you the same way they murdered your brother, the same way they murdered your father, the same way they murdered your grandfather, the same way they murdered your mother. You don't have consent.
Okay, I'm picking up on what you're saying now. Yeah, and the Bible says that that's like okay.
Sure does. Yeah, Deuteronomy 21. So when you go out to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive, suppose you see among the captives a hottie who you desire and want to marry. So you bring her to your home, to your house. You shall shave her head, pare her nails, discard her captive's garb, and remain in your house a full month, mourning for her father and mother. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. So hey, if you kidnap a hottie toddy, you can just pick her right out of the group and make her your wife.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't heard that one before. Oh, you got it pulled up and everything. Dang.
Yeah.
I'll definitely. I'm gonna look into that. But hey, I'll see how that goes down. But I got no argument, so I guess I will have to take the L on this one. And I'm totally cool with that. I'm not. I'll stay ignorant or not ignorant. I'm definitely gonna do my research into this. Yo,
we're all learning.
Hey, absolutely. It's everyone's first time on this planet, and you shouldn't be ashamed to admit defeat if someone's obviously know more than you.
Yeah, it's okay to not know something.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I'm sure you got other people that want to come in here, so I will. I'll let you go.
All right. Have a good one, buddy. Cheers.
Peace.
These conversations go a lot faster if people are a little more honest, like Evan. It's a rare quality. You don't see it too often. Very Good says, "What is sexual immorality and how can I get one?" You're among the heathens, wizard. Yeah, I'm sure you can find a little bit of sexual immorality. I'm sure there's some floating around here. And Derek says, also Deuteronomy 22:23, getting essayed in a city equals stoned. Yeah, so actually this is the other interesting thing is if it happens in a city and she doesn't cry out, then it's presumed that she was like into it and she wasn't actually essayed. But like that's fucking crazy. So you're telling me if a woman doesn't cry out in a city, she gets stoned, even though it's very likely that she just got essayed? That's crazy. That's crazy. And Herbie Shine, good to see you, buddy. Says I was going to do some gift memberships, but I don't want chat trolls getting one. Oh, fair point. Fair point. I'll keep a lookout on other lives this week. Loving the show today. Well, thank you, Herbie. Great to see you. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And thanks for popping in and for supporting the channel. I really do appreciate that. And Adam, thank you for the 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. That's humongous, my good friend. I really appreciate that. And Chodicus is with us tonight. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says chattel is chattel. Get those shekels ready for compensation. Justice. I mean, listen, property doesn't have consent. That's all there is to it. When you've been kidnapped in war, you're now property. You don't have consent. And Chodicus coming in again says, but what's it say in the true Bible, the King James Version? Fuck, I don't know. You got me. It cooked. I should have been reading it in the King James. Genji, my friend, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, the more I listen to these callers defending war brides, the more I am reminded of what ISIL did to Yazidi women. Yes, exactly. A couple years ago, the only difference is religion. This is the only difference. If you condemned what ISIL did to the Yazidi girls, then you should condemn what the Bible is suggesting you do. That's all there is to it. And Dead Goose says, remember 20 years ago in Ancient Aliens, manna was this edible algae green goo that was distributed from a sci-fi machine. I know. Guys, I gotta be honest. Ancient Aliens was like a guilty pleasure. I knew it was nonsense from the first minute I saw it, but I couldn't look away. Like the train is crashing, but I can't turn away, you know? And John says, as Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe finally been added to the Pantheon with Doug and Sharon, I bless this union. Yes, but I don't have one yet. So I've got the life-granting unicorn behind me, but I don't have a replica, an icon, an idol of Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe yet. I need to get one. So it's on my to-do list, friend. And Sweet Paradox says, any idea why Trump is compared to King Cyrus? Yeah, so the reason why they do this is because King Cyrus was a foreign king that wasn't part of the Israelite people that God still used to accomplish his purpose. So they're like, even though Trump's like this, you know, immoral vagabond, you know, religiously speaking, God can still use him. You know, it's stupid. GPEGMG3 says, these bros have spent too much time listening to Phil Bros BS instead of actually reading their holy book. I know. These conversations would go a lot faster if people would just read the fucking book. That's all I ask is read the book. Simply me now. Simply me now. There you go. Thank you for the super chat. It says, so after taking her V card and deciding he doesn't like her, he sets her free as used property because use it was about protection. Oh yeah, because it was it was about protection. If it was about protection, he could have just said, take the women and care for them. You know? All right, last super chat from our friend Daniel De La Noche says, women's consent is not considered or even discussed in the Bible. It is not. Even in the case of SA, it's usually a property crime against her father or husband. That is facts. Them's are the facts. All right, let's get Mr. Misanthropy into the discussion from our YouTube queue. How you doing, mister?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
I can't hear you.
Sorry, I forgot to set my audio source. You can hear me now, right?
I can hear you through my phone, but not through my Bluetooth. I can just turn my Bluetooth off.
Your Bluetooth should be picking up all the audio from your browser, yeah?
I'm just on my phone.
Are your earbuds connected?
I mean, I can hear you. If you're not getting an echo, this is also fine.
No, I'm not getting an echo, but you should be able to hear the audio source. Maybe your earbuds aren't plugged in right. But anyways, are you at least 18 and do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
I do not. I'm a Pennsylvania horizontal.
Oh well, welcome to the whores. But we are doing debates tonight. We're just taking ops.
Yeah, I know. I had a thing to run by you if you had time. You said if you're not op to try to come in early, and this is the only time I've ever been awake early enough to do that.
I'm sorry, man. We ran a Q&A yesterday all day, and
it's not a question. It's a evil God hypothesis variant. I know you like those.
I do love the evil God hypothesis, but we got to keep the debates rolling, buddy.
Alrighty.
Sorry
Thanks.
about that. Cheers. Hate to do that to him, but what are you going to do? We're going to grab an opposition and maybe a co-host. How you doing, Mezzo?
Hey.
You coming to hang out, buddy?
Sorry. It is weird, but as soon as I joined, it went off of my headphones into my phone. He was right.
Oh, weird.
How did you do that?
Magic. It's magic.
I can't stay. I just wanted to say I saw the video you did with Joel. It was really, really good. And I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it. I think you guys did a really good job together. You're really good together, and I hope I wish the best for you. I think you guys you're going to do great together.
Joel doesn't mean anything to me. He's still yours.
Well, that almost hurts more because he's going to be brokenhearted double now.
I mean, it was just a fling, Mezzo.
He told me he was just doing like a new video was coming out, just like it was just him, as if it was doing that. So I was a little surprised. I was just surprised, but I wish the best for both of you, and I think you're going to be really good to do.
Mezzo, I was trying to tell you, we can hook up too, buddy. It's okay. Poor guy. There's a lot of people on YouTube that have no idea what's happening right now. TikTok's fun. Oh boy. Okay. Let's get Alice in here from the YouTube queue. We burned through our TikTok queue, so we'll try to get some people from our YouTube queue up here. How you doing, Alice?
Oh, hi.
Alice?
Oh, is it not working?
Alice,
am I not here?
I don't know if you're fully connected, Alice.
Oh no! Ah!
Alice, it looks like you're like halfway connected right now. Can you refresh your browser? I think Alice is coming back. All right, we'll try it again. All right, Alice, it looks like you're connected this time. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, good. Thank you. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened there.
It happens. Yeah, sometimes the browser just needs to refresh, that's all. Alice, are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Yes, it's both.
Okay. And do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Well, I definitely disagree with the idea that God condones SA, but I don't know exactly what you mean by God is in the Epstein files.
Well, the first claim is actually, I think, pretty straightforward. If you go to the Epstein files and just look for God, he shows up 22,000 times. And that's not why the second part of the prompt is true, though. The second part of the prompt is true because God condones SA in the Bible and inside of the Quran and the Hadith.
Okay. Well, I don't believe in the Quran or the Hadiths. I'm not Muslim.
Well, you do believe in the Bible.
Yes, I do. But I also don't believe that the Quran or the Hadiths are in any way valid to the Bible. I think the Bible actually invalidates those. So I'd like to not go with anything in those if that's okay with you, because I don't hold them in my belief.
I'm not holding you to the Quran. I don't know why you thought I was going to. I said the Bible, the Quran, and the Hadiths. Now you believe in the Bible, which means we're going to talk about the Bible.
Yes.
So we'll start out with a short one. Zechariah 14, God is bringing an army against the Israelites. He says, the day is coming for the Lord when the plunder taken from you will be divided in your midst, for I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped, and half the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off from the city. So God says here he's basically bringing an army to come and do battle against the Israelites, and part of that includes the women being raped.
Okay.
Did he have to do that?
Did he have to do that?
Right.
I guess it really depends on what you mean by did he have to. I would say that because he's God, he probably knows what is required in certain like instances. So by that, I would say, yeah, it probably had to happen.
Required for what?
Well, my question, to answer your question with a question, I know that's a horrible thing to do, but the overall context, why is this happening? Like, why are all of the nations going to be gathered, and why are the women going to be raped, and all of this? Like, what is the purpose of what he's talking about?
Because this is the final battle where God wipes them all out.
Right. And did he say that he's going to cause that to happen?
Yep. He says, I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to do battle. And then he tells what's going to happen when he does that. So he's the one drawing the nations there to do the battle. And, maybe an illustration could point out the problem with this that I did with a previous guest. It seemed to go over his head, but I suspect you'll grab it. If my child does something bad and I say, listen, I'm not going to punish you directly, I'm going to have the babysitter punish you. But I know for a fact, right, because I'm all knowing, I know for a fact when I have the babysitter punish my child that she's going to beat him with a baseball bat. Am I still responsible for the baseball bat beating?
I don't think so. No.
No, I am. In fact, I would be held liable in court.
Being held liable in court means, according to the law, you're responsible, but that's the laws of men.
And why would I be responsible if I allowed somebody to do something that I knew that they were going to do?
Okay, I definitely get where you're coming from, but what I want to consider is if you know that someone has the option not to do that. So in your exact scenario, right, if you were to go and send your child to a babysitter and you know that, hey, yeah, they have the option to beat them with a baseball bat, but they also have the option not to. They have the free will not to do that.
Doesn't matter. I know they're going to. Remember, in this scenario, I'm all knowing. I know exactly what is going to happen. I know if I put my babysitter to punish my child, I know my babysitter is going to beat him with a baseball bat. And I choose to do that anyways. I could have chosen anything. I could have chose to punish him myself. I could have chose to have mom punish him. I could have chose anything, but I specifically chose the babysitter, knowing what the babysitter was going to do. You don't think I have any responsibility in what happened?
I'm not saying that you didn't have any responsibility in what happened. But I also am not saying that because you have responsibility in what happened, that you condone what happened. I mean, you clearly are condoning punishment, right? You know, your child needs punishment.
What do you think condone means?
What do you think condone means?
Condone means that you allow something. Typically, you're allowing something that you think is unsavory, not so good.
So your claim is not condones SA as in like he's for this, he's pro this. When you say God condones SA, you mean he allows it to happen?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Also, I could make it stronger. I could say that God is pro SA. I don't think I need to. I mean, either claim gets you to a disgusting endpoint.
I mean, if that's the case, if your claim, like what's on screen, says that he condones SA, and by that you mean he allows it to happen, then I don't think I really have an argument with you. He does allow SA to happen, yes, but I don't think he condones it in the term that most people use the word condones, which is he like agrees with it or is like pro SA.
Well, I can show you where he is pro SA.
I would actually love to see that.
Sure, Exodus 21. It says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, She shall now go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master, who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to a foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. So he's says you can sell your daughter as a sex slave, basically a concubine.
I don't see where any of that says sex or concubine.
It's right there in the passage. If he designates her for himself, that means as a concubine wife, a slave wife. So if you purchase a woman as a slave and make her your wife, the status that she acquires is that of a concubine. She's a slave wife.
I'm not seeing in the text, at least in this this passage that you gave me, where it's saying specifically that this designating her for himself means as a sex slave. I understand that that's the
Verse
context
10.
you're bringing, but I don't see it.
Verse 10, if he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, and marital rights of the first wife.
Okay, give me 1 second to just read this over real quick, like in my own voice, in my own head. First off. Okay.
Yep. So this is specifically a woman who's been purchased as a slave wife. That's why he can either designate the slave wife for himself or give it to a child.
That seems odd.
No, this is common in the ancient Near East. In fact, almost 50% of adoptions in the ancient Near East were actually in the form of slave wives.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I should have been more clear. It seems odd that you brought in this like giving it to a child
That's what it
thought.
says.
I'm not seeing. I'm seeing for his son,
That's a child.
and then he should deal with her as a daughter.
Yeah, a son is a child.
Okay, so I'm not seeing where this is sexual assault, though.
I'm sorry. She's a slave. You understand what a slave is, right?
I do understand what a slave is.
Did
Yes.
she consent to being sold as a slave?
I genuinely don't know.
No. Slaves don't consent to be sold as a slave. In fact, if you read any extra biblical literature, slaves that are sold as children, the children don't want to be slaves. They're not interested in being slaves. That's why they fight for their freedom when they become adults, or they just run away. Children aren't consenting to becoming slaves.
That's totally fair. But my
Would you
my
consent to be a
question that
slave?
I have to ask you is if this is a like I think what you're trying to say is she was sold as a slave, therefore she didn't consent, therefore it's sexual assault, right? Is that where you're at?
You need consent, to not be assaulted. If somebody goes into you and you haven't the ability to consent, then you've been assaulted.
Okay. Totally fair. On board with that. But my question is, if that's what's being shown in this passage here, why then is it talking about having marital rights?
Because a concubine has marital rights as a concubine. A concubine is a slave wife. They get some marital rights, but not the same marital rights as your primary wife.
I don't see, first of all, anything that says anything about a concubine. I also am seeing
it
says,
definitionally true.
He shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife.
I know. What's the definition of a concubine?
That's not even relevant. That's just an added sort of flavor that you
a specific word that is described by this passage. What is a concubine, definitionally speaking?
I genuinely don't know if it just means slave, a sex slave, or if there's like some other nuance there to a concubine. I genuinely don't know if there is nuance between those two things.
Not very nuanced. Typically, a concubine is someone who is sold as a slave to be somebody's baby maker, or they were selling themselves. Maybe they were so impoverished that rather than becoming a prostitute, they became a concubine. It's the lowest status of wifehood. where basically you've become a sex slave. Your job is to have sex with this man and produce offspring. If you're lucky, you'll produce a son, and your son will take care of you in old age. But there's no guarantee that your husband will ever take care of you, other than making sure you have food and clothing while you're married.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Did you just say that a concubine might have chosen to become a concubine instead of a prostitute?
I did. Yeah, there are some occasions where rather than becoming a prostitute, they decide to become a concubine because they are different.
Okay, so in that case, then, is it not possible that she could have consented to becoming that slave? I thought we ruled that out a minute ago.
Nope, because we're talking about children in Exodus 21, and children can't have consent.
When did we start talking about children?
Exodus 21, when a man sells his daughter as a slave. She's still at home with her daddy. Her daddy sold her as a child.
How do we know that she was sold as a child?
Because her daddy sold her. If she's a grown woman... It says
when a man sells his daughter.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that she's a child, necessarily.
Alice, can your dad sell you?
No.
Why not?
Because he's dead?
If he was alive, could he sell you?
No.
No, because you're over 18.
No, I'm pretty
sure aware that
slavery is illegal.
You are aware that when slavery was legal, you could only sell your children under 18 into slavery, right? Or you couldn't sell adult children into slavery.
I'm pretty sure that the entire African slave trade shows that that's not true.
That's not how the African slave trade happened. It wasn't parents selling their adult children into slavery. Even during the Great Depression, there were children that were sold to other families to work, but they weren't grown adults. Grown adults don't get to sell other grown adults into slavery.
I somehow feel like that's not accurate, but that's not
accurate.
Even really.
You're an adult.
Not even relevant to the whole claim,
nobody has
though?
legal ownership over you. You can't sell somebody into slavery without legal ownership over them.
In the ancient world, women were basically treated as property. It's the whole thing, right? A girl belongs to her father until she's married off.
Sometimes, but that's not always.
Sometimes
that's not always the case. There were many prominent women who had jobs and lived on their own.
Yes, there were.
All you needed was some way to provide for yourself. That's it. Your dad didn't have ownership over you. Like, he couldn't prevent you from leaving the house if you wanted to leave. You were always welcome to leave the house. If you're an adult in the ancient world, you're allowed to go. You're not your father's property, even though you're very much treated like your father's property until a certain age. When you reach a certain age, then you get to make decisions for yourself. Just like today, it's not that different.
I mean, that does make sense, and it does sound reasonable, but I think the more important thing with that is, it is entirely possible, maybe if not always, but it is entirely possible that someone could have decided, I don't want to be a prostitute. I'd like to be a concubine, and then their father handles the sale. So I'm just saying it's possible.
It would have been a child if her father was handling the sale. Also, this passage doesn't give you an age, but we know that it's a child because you can also designate that individual to go to one of your children. It would be very unbecoming in the ancient world, typically, to marry, get a wife for your son who was older than your son. That'd be ridiculous. Listen, you're doing all this work to get around the cognitive dissonance of this passage. It just says what it says. It's clearly a father selling his daughter as a slave, which was common in the ancient world. Nowhere in this passage... Hold on, Alice. Hold on. Nowhere in this passage does it say if she's an adult. Does it say that she needs to be an adult?
No, but it also
There
doesn't
you
say
go.
that she needs to be a child, is
It
what
doesn't
I'm trying
matter.
to say.
What that means is that there's going to be an age range, and that age range includes children, doesn't it?
It does, but can
There
you
you
also
go.
agree the age range could also include not children?
I could agree that it most likely almost exclusively would include children, knowing what I know about the ancient Near East, but also knowing that it doesn't fucking matter, because if it includes even 5% children, that's 5% too many children.
I am totally fine with that and with agreeing that, yeah, you know what? Children sex slaves is not great.
Yeah.
But just
Are
from a
you
logical standpoint, if it is possible, which I will grant you, it is possible it could be a child, it is also possible that it could be an adult. You don't have to argue probability of which one it is it possible? And that answer is also yes.
also
But
doesn't
neither
matter?
of those things really matter, because the big issue is that last little line there that's talking about not diminishing the rights
Uh-huh.
of the first wife. Because I think you did start to say something before we spiraled out just a little bit about a hierarchy when it comes to the number of wives and things like that. Did you want to elaborate on that just a little bit?
Yeah, concubines were not top tier wives. They were low status wives.
Then why would a concubine be given the rights of a first wife?
They weren't.
Well, this passage says that the rights of the first wife
Only
shouldn't be diminished.
who isn't the concubine?
See, this is where I struggle, because the passage said it's talking about this slave girl, right? And taking her and designating her for yourself. And you want to say that that means
no, not for himself, for the son.
for yourself or your son.
If he gives the girl to his son, then she becomes a wife of the son. If he takes her for himself, she's a concubine. That's what it means to be a slave. So in the ancient Near East, you could buy a slave girl that would be a primary wife for one of your children. If you buy a slave girl for yourself, that's a secondary wife because you're already married. That's why you have children. She's a concubine.
Can you pull up that passage again?
That's crazy. This is basic reading comprehension. He's already married.
Saying.
He has a child. That's why he could designate this slave girl for his child.
Right, but what this actually says is if she does not please her master, who designated her for himself. So the guy who bought her, right? The dad will
As a
say
slave.
he bought her, chose her for himself.
Yep.
Right? And then decides that he doesn't want her anymore.
He can
You're
get
saying
rid of her
then he can
and
go
let her be
to
redeemed.
to his son. Then let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to foreign people. So basically what this says, if he buys a girl as his wife, he's not happy with her, he doesn't want her anymore,
he can send her back home.
He cannot go sell her to someone else.
I'm aware
because
she's Hebrew.
He can give her.
Yes.
He can give her to his son.
If he designated her for the son to begin with, he can't sleep with her and then give him to the son. That's prohibited in Leviticus 18. You can't do that. What you can do is buy a slave girl with the intention that the slave girl will be a wife for your son, which accounted for the primary bulk of all adoptions in the ancient Near East. You either adopted or you purchased a slave girl for your child to marry. If there wasn't one near of kin for your child to marry, they would be a primary wife to your child. But if you married her, if you designated her for yourself, then she's a second tier wife. She'll be a concubine.
Okay. I don't see that in the text, anything about her being a second tier wife, but you say we give her to my son. I designate her for my son. Right?
How do you think the guy who bought the slave got the fucking child?
He bought her, most likely.
No, the son. How did he acquire a son?
He had a child With his wife, most likely?
Oh, fuck, he got a wife. Okay, what happens with a guy who has a wife and a son, and he buys another one?
You're suggesting he buys another wife?
Yes.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
It does. If he designates her for himself, that means he's marrying her. If he designates the woman for the son, then the son is marrying her. This is clearly implied in the text. This isn't difficult.
You're right. It's not difficult. But what you're suggesting is that this means Daddy already has a wife and buys another one. What if Daddy had a son? We had a son and our wife died in childbirth.
Then
she doesn't live anymore. She's not there. I don't have a second wife.
She would and could still be a concubine because she was bought as a slave. The same fucking thing Abraham did with Keturah. After his wife died, when Sarah died, Abraham took on a concubine named Keturah and had a whole nother family with her.
What does that have to do with this text?
Because after you have a wife, it's almost exclusive that any wife that comes after is typically going to be a concubine if she was purchased as a slave. If she's not purchased as a slave, she'll be another wife. This woman was purchased as a slave. If you marry someone who's not a slave after your wife dies, you take on another wife. If you marry a slave after your wife dies, she's a concubine.
Okay. But if she's a concubine and if she's not a concubine, right? Because we're talking about, we're giving her to our son.
She is a concubine if the man marries her because he's already got a wife or she's dead and she became his wife through slavery.
Right. But what you said is it's either or. So it's either or. So let's say Daddy bought this daughter and we're going to give her to our son to be her wife. Why does it say you shall deal with her as a daughter? It doesn't say you should deal with her as a concubine.
Because
it doesn't say you should deal with her as a slave.
Alice, you weren't fucking listening. It doesn't say you should deal with
her in any way other than as a daughter.
I'm not going to say this again, so I'm going to say it one more time. If you don't hear me this time, we're moving on. If you purchase this slave to marry your child, it becomes a primary wife because he's never been married before. You can buy slaves to marry your children as primary wives and even primary husbands. You can do that. That's why this child, if he purchases this slave to marry his child, she becomes a primary wife, which makes her a daughter-in-law to the father. That's why he has to treat her like a daughter, like a primary wife, because she's a primary wife.
I get that. But what I am confused about, what I'm confused about is how are we saying treat her as a daughter? Means
she is a daughter.
I am for sexual assault. I'm not seeing where you're making this jump
because
here.
She didn't choose. She didn't choose. She didn't tell her daddy, sell me to this family over here because I want to fuck that guy's son. She didn't do that. Against her own consent, her dad made a decision to sell her for money, and then he sold that girl for money, and they decided what was going to happen to her. Women did not have any say in any of this. They weren't going around saying, Dad, sell me as a slave.
Okay. Listen, I'm willing to say, hey, she wasn't consenting. She didn't like that. She didn't choose it. She doesn't want it. That's fine. But I'm not seeing where a law coming down and saying, hey, if you have this slave girl here and you're going to be selling people, we're gonna give you some rules to try to rein in that crazy nonsense that you're doing.
What did he rein in?
Well, why do you think there are laws regarding how one should deal with slaves? What is the purpose of that in the first place?
Well, unlike you, I've read the other ancient Near Eastern law codes. Do you think that the Bible is reining in slavery?
I don't think it's reigning in slavery. I think it's reigning in
even
people.
one ancient Near Eastern law code pertaining to slaves?
I don't see what that's relevant for.
It's relevant because you're about to suggest that people in the ancient Near East were doing horrible things, and the Bible is saying, "Hey, do it a little bit better."
What do you think the purpose of the Bible or the law was?
The same thing it did in every culture. It was a set of divine commands that you couldn't question because it came from a god. Same with the laws of Eshnunna, same with the laws of Gortin, same with the laws of Hammurabi, same with the Middle Assyrian laws, same with the palace laws, same with the laws of Alalak. All of them came from God. The reality is none of these gods exist, and all of these laws are horrible. I can just show you where God directly tells you can.
That's a different claim.
Not a different claim. It's the facts of reality. The reason why the Bible is full of these horrific laws is because they didn't actually come from God. The God of this book doesn't exist. It's ridiculous to believe in a God that couldn't just say, "Don't essay girls." There's not a single passage in the Bible where God says, "Never sexually assault a girl." There's many passages where God gives you permission to do it, like Deuteronomy 21. He says, if you see a hottie toddy among the captives of war, you can take her to her house and disbone her. I mean, you do have to let her mourn the death of her parents for 30 days, but then you can.
I'm pretty sure that it says that there's a time period for mourning and things like that, and then you're able to take her as your wife.
I just said that, 30 days. It's like you don't listen, Alice. It's like you're having a different conversation.
I definitely listened. I definitely listened. Then you would have heard what you said.
Then you would have heard me say there was a waiting period of 30 days.
I don't know why you're focusing on the waiting period of 30 days, but the text says you can take her as your wife.
Because you just told me that I didn't say that.
You can go and like have your way with her. It says you can take her as your wife.
As your woman. There's no word for wife in this text. In fact, the word for wife is just woman. She's your woman. So it says when you go to war against your enemies and the Lord your God hands them over to you and you take them captive. Do you think war captives have consent? Like if somebody came and kidnapped you in war and drug you off to fucking Germany and said, "Oh, I like her, she's cute," do you think you have consent in that situation?
I'm not sure I follow.
If your country's at war and the opposing country kidnaps you and somebody in the other army said, "Oh, Alice is fucking cute," and they take you to their house because they want to bone you and make you a war bride, do you actually have consent?
No, I wouldn't say that I would have consent.
No, because you're a captive. Somebody has captured you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Which is what God says you can do to captives in Deuteronomy 21. When you go to war against your enemies and you take them captives, suppose you see among the captives a beautiful woman whom you want to marry. Hey, if you see a hottie, you can take her to your house and make her your war bride.
It's not what it says, though.
It is what it says.
It says that you can bring her to your house and then you shave her head. You cut her nails.
Does she become a war bride, yes or no?
You discard her captive's guard.
Does she become a war bride, yes or no, Alice?
That's not what this is saying, no.
Does she become a war bride? No. So words,
no, that is not what this is saying.
Words have literally eluded your entire mental capacity at this point. What's a bride? We'll just define it. What's a bride?
It is a female who enters into a marriage.
And what's a war bride?
I have no idea.
It's a woman who is made a bride through capture and war. This is a war bride, Alice.
Where does it say that? I think what you're missing.
The text, it describes her being kidnapped in war. When somebody takes you as a prisoner of war and that person makes you a bride, then she becomes a war bride. It's basic definitions, Alice.
I think I've been pretty respectful in letting you get your full point out, and I'd ask for the same respect back.
Well, I'm going to ask that you stop lying and being evasive and pretending that you don't know the meanings of these words. Everyone here sees what's happening. There's like 3,000 people watching. We all see you trying to pettifog and pretend like you don't know basic word definitions rather than just admitting what the text plainly says. It's embarrassing.
I don't think that this text plainly says that you're making a war bride. I think you are reading that into the text.
By the definition of what a war bride is, it tells you that you can do that.
Let me finish my sentence, as I've done for you several times. This text actually goes through, and what this is telling you is, hey, if you go and capture someone and you want to take her as your bride, I'm not going to tell you, no, you absolutely can't do that. It says, if that's what you want to do, you have to bring her to your house. You have to take off her captive's guard, meaning she's no longer a captive now. It specifically says discard her captive's guard. It says shave her head, hair her nails.
That's the clothing that she came in with.
Captive's garb.
That's the clothing she came in with. I think you're confused about how words. What do you think we're going to put them in a doghouse? You think they're going to put the kidnapped girl in the doghouse? The fucking cognitive dissonance right now is crazy. The fact that you're a grown-ass woman right here reading this passage, trying to make this sound like it's not a war bride is unfucking real right now. When I was a Christian, I wouldn't dreamed of lying to this many people about what is plainly looking you in the face.
Wow, that's a level of attack I wasn't expecting, but I probably should have.
Alice, as a woman, you should be fucking ashamed of yourself, saying that this is okay. If somebody did this to my sister, if somebody kidnapped one of my fucking sisters in war and brought them to their house thinking they're gonna make them a war bride, I'd be showing up loaded. It's fucking crazy that you're defending this.
That's wonderful for you. I'm not saying I agree with this practice. But I'm saying I don't think this practice means what you're trying to say that it means.
Did God condone it?
This is where I have to go back and say, if by condone, do you mean allow? Then yes. If by condone you mean approve, then no.
He specifically allowed it. He specifically said you can do it. And he causes it, by the way. In 2 Samuel 12, he causes women to be raped. Do you know about this one? He specifically says, I'm doing it.
He says, I'm doing this.
Yep.
Where does it say that?
Verse 11, thus saith the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel. Broad daylight. So here God is saying, I'm going to do it. I'm going to cause it.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying you're going to have problems. You're going to lose your wives. It's going to go to your neighbor.
And they're going to get SA'd.
Not necessarily. You're forcing that into the text where it doesn't belong. But more importantly,
it's in chapter 16. Alice, have you read this story? You haven't read the story, so I'll read it for you. In chapter 16, what happens to David's wives?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were going to read it for me. So
I didn't say that. In chapter 16, what happens to David's wives?
Why are we jumping around so much?
Because that's the conclusion of this prophecy is chapter 16. When Absalom storms the palace and rapes 10 of David's wives that he left behind.
I'm sorry, that who left behind?
That David left behind.
So David left them behind, not God.
That's the trouble that God raised up. God says, I'm raising up trouble against you from within in your own house. That's Absalom. Absalom runs a rebellion against his father, trying to take over his throne. And then in a display of force, he kidnaps 10 of David's wives and sleeps with them on top of the palace in front of all Israel, demonstrating that he's the king now.
Right. And
God took credit for it.
God did that.
God says it. God says, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house. He says, I will take your wives. He's causing it.
Okay. That doesn't mean that he agrees with it.
He's causing it. Could you imagine if like I just smacked a kid in the face that I don't agree with it. I just did it. I know I smacked the kid in the face, but I don't agree with it. I'm just doing it. What?
So
this
hold
is
on.
Alice, this
So
is
what
embarrassing.
you're saying is
This
that if you
fucking
were
crazy
walking
that
down the road
a
and you
grown-ass
swung your
adult is
arm
saying
out
God
and
does
you
something.
accidentally
God
hit a
purposely.
child in the face,
Is this an accident? Is God
that you
accidentally
can
doing? Is
say
God accidentally doing this?
you don't agree with that
Is God
happening?
accidentally doing it?
Oh no, he's not accidentally doing anything.
Okay, so he purposely did it.
Oh, he purposely raised up trouble. Yes.
There you go.
He also purposely gave a warning that said,
all right, we're done here, Alice. I'm tired of you lying and being evasive and stupid. We're not going to do this all night. I got more people waiting to get in. Some of them might actually be honest. Although I will fucking clip that conversation and make sure many thousands of people watch you struggle with basic word comprehension and weaponized ignorance. That's embarrassing. I hope you don't have any women in your life that watch that. Just for anyone watching, if anyone ever did any of this to a woman in my life, I would fuck them up on the spot. Crazy. Women will not be here defending women in this book. This is Stockholm Syndrome, y'all. This is what God does to you. Stockholm Syndrome is what's happening right now. Oh, well. Hey, Bobby, thanks for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, it drives me insane when someone says you can't do it because you're not God. We hold humans to a higher standard than an all-powerful, all-knowing deity. Unfucking believably true. It's crazy that when humans do it, it's the worst thing ever. But when God does it, no, it's okay. What the fuck are you talking about? If God's not the standard, then there is no standard, y'all. If God gets to do it, then everyone gets to do it. Chodicus, thank you for the super chat, says Jeff and Jesus start with the same letter. Proof Jesus reincarnated as Epstein. Yes. I didn't put that together, but now that you mention it, it seems obvious. And Gates of Delirium, good to see you tonight, says, don't worry, meat sauce. There's plenty of Justin to go around. There is, until my voice gives out tonight. I don't know how long I've got before my voice gives out tonight, but I suspect it'll happen at some point. Holy fuck. And Chodicus with the follow-up says, Alice sounds like a neurosurgeon astronaut. Very lucid, intelligent, and reasonable. I know, right? It perfectly describes something, but since it didn't use that exact word, it just can't be that something. Get the fuck out of here. Adele, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, the adult woman arguing that these sons and daughters in Exodus are not children is making my stomach hurt. Also, I don't want to sell my child daughter or my adult daughter, so not such a flex. Could you fucking imagine thinking that it's better to sell your adult daughter than a child daughter? It's crazy the excuses they have to make. Jodicus, thank you for the additional super chat. Who cares if she chose to be purchased and owned? She still got it whether she wanted it or not at times. Yeah. I mean, once you become somebody's property, they're going to do what they want with you. What it means to be property. Genji says, Alice, I hope you know that you suck. You really, really suck. And listen, it hurts me to see people defending the essay of others through semantic pettifogging. It's painful. J Master, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. This first time donating to any creators. I was raised as a JW and deconstructed around 14 or 15. Recently discovered your YouTube and Discord. Been studying the cheat sheet. Hell yeah. Thanks for spreading knowledge. Listen, I'm doing everything I can to make sure people will know that this is a vile, despicable God concept that needs to be wiped off the face of the earth. And Design says, the religious parse wagged CC binds from the Bible like AG doubts the victims from the Epstein files. I don't know what wage CC binds means, but you're right. What we just witnessed was Alice's performance 1-to-1 for Pam Bondi. And House 70 says, when you have to say that children being sold as concubines is not great, there's something wrong with you. Lowest of the copes, implying that is somewhat good or justifiable. Shake my damn head. It's crazy. I will never understand grown-ass people that will read this book and defend this type of atrocity. Why do Christians say a marriage is between one man and one woman when the Bible, men have many wives? Make it make sense. Well, Susie, you know it doesn't make sense. That's why you're not a believer in this nonsense. You know. All right, guys, I got a ton of super chats. I'm going to save them for after the next conversation. We've got people waiting to get in. So I wanted to prioritize the conversations. I will read all the super chats, even if some of them get saved to the end of the stream. But we've got a good queue of guests. I want to work through as many as I can because I think this is kind of a fun topic, and we're having a blast here. All right, let's get Toad. Not a suspicious name at all. How you doing, Toad?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now. How you doing?
Okay, great.
How old are you?
Just wanted
at least
to ask
18?
you if... Yes, sir.
Awesome. And do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
I guess I'm in the process of deconstruction, but I'm still somewhat believe it, or am trying to believe it, I guess.
Fair enough. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
God should be in the Epstein files from what I'm hearing.
I mean, he is. Yeah.
He's not, but he should be. Damn,
I mean,
dude, you really opened my eyes on that last conversation. I kind of walked in, I was flipping through the lives, and man, I was like, God, what the hell is going on? And I just had to sit here and listen to it, and it was like sticking my hand in a blender, man.
Imagine what happened the first time I read this. I was a young man in Bible college when I ran across these verses for the first time. They're fucking horrific, man.
Were you on the Atheist Experience?
Yeah.
Sweet. I'm talking to a superstar. I just had to relish in that real quick.
I'm not a superstar. Well, listen, tell you what, I'll be on this weekend on Sunday. It sounds like you probably have some questions. I don't know if you came to actually debate me. Call back Sunday with some of your questions and we'll go over them on the Atheist Experience.
Yeah, I don't know the Bible enough about, especially all that. If I know anything about the Bible, it would just be what my preacher told me. I don't read it a whole lot. I got out of it when I was 15, and when I bought a motorcycle, a buddy of mine was like, "Hey, come join my church group," and he's been trying to ring me in,
Right. Well, we can fix that for you. Ring us up on Sunday. We'll walk through all your questions, man.
On here or the Atheist Experience channel?
On Atheist Experience. I won't be alive here on Sunday.
All right, man. I just appreciate your time and everything. I like what you're doing here, getting everybody educated.
Hey, man, stick around. If you got questions too, join the Discord. We got a lot of really smart people in our Discord.
All right, I'll look into it. Thanks for having me up.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Night.
Love to hear when people see the verses for the first time and it hits them and they're being honest with them. Yeah, it should rattle your cage. It should feel like somebody's putting your hand in a blender. That's what it should feel like if you're honest, right? If you're dishonest, you make excuses. You know what I mean? All right, let's grab next in line. I think it might be Kush from the YouTube queue. Welcome in, Kush.
Hi, am I audible to you?
You are audible, a little bit quiet, but I can hear you.
I think I don't really have a good question. I'm not here to debate. I am here to actually make a plea. So let me know if you're down to hear it.
Well, we're just doing debates tonight, my man.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
All right. Cheers.
Okay. But again,
Okay. All right, and we'll move on to the next one. This looks like it's going to be D Black is the name. How you doing, D Black?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just speaking through my phone. What's your name? I didn't catch it. Sorry,
I'm
I came
Justin.
across. Justin. Well, nice to meet you, Justin.
Good to meet you as well. D Black, are you
yeah.
at least 18? Because
Yes.
we don't talk to kids here. Also, do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yes, I believe in the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, now known as Yesharel, if we're being specific, but yes.
Yesharel?
We're getting in language play. I don't want to talk to you about language play. But J's, I'm not honoring the J's. We're going to the Y's. But anyways, we're not talking about that. How are you doing tonight?
Not too bad. All right. So, do you agree or disagree with the claim?
What claim? That God is in the Epstein files and condemns SA. What are you defining as SA?
Condones SA.
Oh, sexual assault. That's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, God is definitely. Well, I guess I'll try and use God. God in the Epstein file. Okay. I don't think he condemns or condones sexual assault. Why are you thinking that?
For a couple reasons. One, because he allows it, which is the same as condoning it. Do you want me to show you some passages where he does so?
Well, I first want to understand more of like how you are defining condoning, just before we go down the rabbit hole.
Condone means to allow.
Okay, but in an allow, would you, if you're gonna describe it that way, would you say allow as in he is the cause of it, or like the direct cause or indirect cause? How would
Both.
you
In
specify?
God's case, it's both.
Okay, so I'm just understanding your argument or where you are. Sure, let's jump into some passages.
Yeah, I can show you where he just says he's the cause of it. We were just talking with the last guest about 2 Samuel 12, where the punishment for David is that God says, "I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your eyes and give them to your neighbor. He shall lie with your wives in broad daylight. For you did it secretly, but I will do this thing before all Israel in broad daylight." So God says, as punishment for what David did, I'm going to have David's wives sexually assaulted.
Okay, so in this sense, I just want to first understand how you're perceiving the context of this passage, because we could talk all day if we have different contexts. So would you agree that David has transgressed the universal law? I'm just speaking in general terms here.
Well,
and we can go.
I mean, I would say it's a universal law. I don't know if you would, if you're a Christian. If you're a Christian, you don't believe these laws are universal.
Whoa, I'm backing up. I'm not even talking about the sexual assault right now. That is the cause, right? We're talking about what is the root cause of the scenario, the scripture that we're talking about. So David had done something that resulted in this consequence. Would you agree with that?
David did something that warranted him being punished.
Yes. And what was that something that he did? That would be a transgression against the universal law. Do you agree with that?
It's in the passage. He committed adultery with Bathsheba, and then he had Uriah the Hittite killed to cover up the pregnancy.
Okay, so yes, that would be a transgression of the universal law from our Creator, which would be would you agree with that? He both killed a person and committed adultery.
Oh, we agree that's against God's law.
Yep. So David did transgress the universal law, and transgress, I'm using that term specifically because when we're talking about this, we need to look at it from a legal courtroom perspective. So a transgression from a legal courtroom perspective would be you now are owing something. Now, what is that owing? We're owing in the eternal sense because of that transgression. So David here has transgressed and now he is owing of something. Would you agree? I think this is just basic context of this story.
No, I wouldn't use the word owe. No.
You wouldn't say he owed anything.
No.
Okay, what do you think is owed when someone breaks the universal law?
Nothing is owed. They just need to be punished.
Whoa, who? Okay, why? That's a big jump. Why do you think they need to be punished?
Because that's what the book says.
Well,
so
okay, I think
if you go to
punish
Deuteronomy
versus owed,
22,
there's a
if you
different
go to
breadth
Deuteronomy
and depth.
22, God says, if you commit adultery, you don't owe anything, you get murdered. Deuteronomy 22 says if you commit adultery and you're found out, that you and the person you committed adultery with are going to be murdered. And in Deuteronomy 22, if this law was universal and it was actually going to be applied by God, God would have had David and Bathsheba, or at a minimum, David murdered.
Well, yeah, I would agree totally.
But he
this
didn't
is where
do
we
that.
see the law.
So it's not a universal law because God breaks his own law.
Hold on. We were just describing, like, when I describe a universal law, maybe we should also describe this, is what game we are playing. The game that we are playing is that
I'm not playing a
we're all
game.
eternal souls. Can I just, for a second, just get this out here? Because I'm happy to learn and grow here. But that's only going to happen if you have if we're on the same page and we're talking the same thing. Apples to apples. Is that fair?
Buddy, say what you got today. Get it all out.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, so here we have a situation where David has transgressed the universal law here. Okay, now you're saying that it's not a universal law because God is showing grace and mercy, but we do see him always execute, let's say, the debt is always paid. Okay, the debt is always paid. Why are you saying that the debt is not paid here?
Because David paid no debt here.
Yeah, what do you mean he paid no debt? He definitely did pay debt.
Was David raped?
Well, that question just shows that you're only thinking in the physical realm. Here's a reference, Matthew 22:36-40.
And no one cares about Matthew. We're talking specifically about what happened to David. No, listen, Matthew ceased to have been written for another 1,000 years. Matthew has nothing to do with David. Just try to focus. So who actually takes the punishment in 2 Samuel 12? Is it David or is it David's wives?
You are describing a portion. What you're actually describing is a curse due to transgressing the law, which is described in Deuteronomy 28. I'm sure you're familiar with it.
Who decided who was going to get raped?
The debt is being paid.
It's crazy that he can't concentrate on this passage. In the passage, somebody's going to get raped as a punishment, aren't they?
It would be David's wives, yes.
Okay, and did they commit the sin or did David commit the sin?
David, so when you're thinking about a sin, right?
It's crazy that they can't answer it. The sin that's being punished.
The sin is David's sin.
Did David commit the sin or did David's wives commit the sin?
No, his wives did not commit the sin.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so do you believe that wives should be punished for the crimes of their husband?
I do. Okay, so hold on.
Would you be okay? Would you be okay? Like, if you committed a sin, you'd be okay with your wife getting raped in response?
Your question shows that you don't understand sin. Sin is in a spiritual, mental realm,
understand
and you're
sin.
talking about.
I love it when they come up here and they pretend like I've never read the Bible as I'm reading passages they've never heard of before. My favorite thing.
Do you think that sin in the spiritual Bible is referring to a spiritual thing? Yes or no?
Sin is something that is both spiritual and physical in the Bible. That's why in Leviticus chapter 4, if a priest sins, they can contaminate the entire household. But that's irrelevant to whether or not the punishment needs to go towards everybody else. So, for example, if the woman didn't commit the sin, she shouldn't be punished for it.
So in your last, I agree they shouldn't be, but when in terms of punishment,
God
right,
disagrees
from a spiritual,
then.
can you let me finish? from a spiritual context,
No, I'm not gonna let you
punishment
finish
always comes
because
from the
what you're
head of
doing
the
is
house. It comes
rambling.
from
I
the
want you
covering.
to actually address what I said. So what you want to do is preach. And that's adorable that you think this is a place for you to preach. It's not. I want you to address what actually left my mouth. Is it just, is it righteous to punish the women for a crime they didn't commit?
Righteous is walking in alignment with the word of God.
Well,
So
try it
your
again.
question
I'm
doesn't
looking
make
for
sense.
a yes or no. Is it righteous
Yes, it
to
is
punish?
righteous for that
Okay.
judgment to take place.
So then you would be okay then if you committed adultery, you'd be okay with God punishing you by having your wife raped.
That's the end game that's like the worst type of
It's
punishment.
crazy that
That's if I've
he's not asking.
rejected.
Just and yes or no,
You're
you'd be
not
okay
even
with
letting
it.
me answer the question,
Yeah,
bro.
I asked you a yes or no.
Calm
I need a
down
yes
and
or
let me
I need a
answer.
yes or no. No, you're gonna say yes or no. Would you be okay with your wife being raped if you committed adultery? Yes or no?
Of course, I would not be okay with it. But
But
does that mean I
but would it be
still owe
right?
the debt
Would it be right?
spiritually?
Would it be right?
Would it be right in what, human terms or in
Would it be
biblical terms?
righteous? There's only one righteous. There's not two different righteousness. Would it be righteous if God said to D Black, you committed a sin, now your wife is going to be raped for it? Would that be righteous for God to do?
Well, God's not doing it. He's allowing it. But you're conflating
No,
the
he's
terms
causing
and you're
it.
just looking at the physical domain.
No,
So
he actually
if we want to just talk in
he
the
actually
physical
says that
domain
he's
here,
causing it, and you didn't answer the question. I'm still waiting for a yes or no.
I told you no, I would not want that to happen.
I didn't
But
ask
it's
you if
in a
you
spirit.
wanted it. I said, would it be righteous if God said it was going to happen?
If God said it's going to happen, then it's righteous.
There
Yep.
you go. That's all you had to say. Now, in the verse we're looking at, God says he's causing it, doesn't he?
Well, here, this is again where
Yes or
you're
no?
doing a
Yes
play.
or
You would need
no?
to go
Does
down to the
God
Hebrew.
does
If
God
you,
say he's
this is
causing
what,
it? Does God
if
say
you
he's
want to
causing it? Yes
do
or
a yes
no?
or no, if you want to do a yes or no, then
The reason why I'm holding you to yes or no is because you like to yap, and nobody gives a shit about your yapping. Also, you're muted right now. No one can hear you. So I'm asking specifically you yes or no questions because you can't control your mouth. You think that people are here to hear you preach, and nobody's here to hear you preach. I asked you yes or no. Does God take credit for causing this to happen? Yes or no?
whoa, what do you define as taking credit?
Causing.
Causing. Well, I define God. I understand God as a like he is
Yes
in control of the whole
or
universe.
no,
We have to
Black?
describe. If I say
Is
yes,
God
you're
causing
just
this? Yes or no?
is God is causing. Well, we can by your definition, he would be causing everything. Let me follow your logic for a second.
That wasn't
Let's
my
see where it goes.
definition. I said according to
Well,
this
you don't let me say
passage.
my definition.
I said according to this passage, is God causing it to happen?
Let me read. I'm just zooming in on the screen. Let me see the passage again.
Yeah, maybe if we read it 3 more times, you'll read it for the first time.
Dude, your pride is showing.
My pride is not showing. I'm waiting for you to catch up.
So he is saying, I will raise up trouble.
Yeah,
So
is he
yes,
doing it?
Sounds like, pardon me?
Is he causing it?
So is he, okay, he is, yes, he is indirectly causing it.
No, he's directly causing it. He says, I will raise up trouble, which means he's causing it to happen. Also, since you want to pettifog in the Hebrew language, you'd be interested to find out that I will raise up is in the causative stem in Hebrew, but I bet you already knew that.
Actually, I was going to define a few other terms for you because you're misusing them, but whatever. You don't want to talk about it. It's okay.
I suspect that you'd be wrong on that too.
You can suspect a lot of things. You're suspecting a lot.
What's the causative stem in Hebrew?
I'm not going to sit here and say that I understand Hebrew. What I actually do is I have a few Hebrew teachers, and I also have Hebrew tools that allow me to go down to the concordance where I need to. And yeah,
Wait,
so
I have a suspicion you don't have a Hebrew teacher. In fact, I have a suspicion you don't know any Hebrew, if I was going to guess. Again, this is just a guess. In fact, we can test it. I'll give you the same test. I'll give you the same. I'll give you the same test I'll give everybody. Can you name even one Hebrew verbal stem?
Okay, so where you're trying to come from is
Answer's
actually
no.
a very no,
Got
because
him.
my relationship is not. That's not my relationship. Emotional damage. You're coming very at it from a very let's say by the ideology, but you're attacking. You're
Yeah.
not
Words
using spiritual things to interpret
words
spiritual
mean
things.
words. So what I'm asking you is, when God says, I will raise up trouble against you, he's literally saying, I'm causing the trouble to be raised up against you. So is God causing this to happen? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah.
Okay, so then what that means is that the rape of the women was caused by God. And we know that it's caused by God because God's using it as a punishment. So what that means is that God condones the raping of these women as punishment to David.
Okay, so what I don't know, like, where are you going with all of this? Are you just trying to pinpoint where you're like, yo, God wasn't just here, and with my human peon brain that understands 1% of reality with its biological limitations, I'm making the judgment call? Is that where we're going with this conversation?
No,
I
I'm
don't know what you're
going exactly with what my prompt says, which you should have read when you came in, which says God is in the Epstein files and condones SA. And I just showed you where God condones SA.
You're okay.
You got it.
Condones is a much
Yay.
different
You
word.
figured it out. Yeah, he condones it and he causes it. You finally figured it out. It took so long. All right. Hey, go cook somewhere else. All right. We got more guests waiting to get in. Imagine being that slow. Please explain the Bible to me. That's what I need. I've never read it. Space Viking, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Alice is 100% a trad wife. That's unfortunately the case. Who values her husband's every need and want over her own well-being, which is sad, but probably the case. So indoctrinated, she can't say women and daughters being sold as slaves leads to SA. It's unfucking real that people can't be honest with what the book literally just fucking says. It just says it. Just read it for once and be honest with yourself. Don't lie to me. You can lie to yourself. Don't fucking lie to me. Rock hard for Doug. Good to see you, my friend. Says, is this Christian Alice justifying the scale of slave girls because some could be made primary wives for the sons, and she's okay with this? That I think that's kind of what was happening, actually. Wow, just wow. Sharon would not let this stand. Never. Doug and Sharon would never. Absolutely would never happen. Not in a million years. And Lynn, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, why would you break Mezzo? I'm sorry. Mezzo knows I love him too. I loved the team up, but behind Mezzo's back, it wasn't. We can all play. I didn't expect you to endorse the whores by whoring yourselves, but here we are. Rock hard for Mezzo. Shit. Mezzo, if you're watching, I love you too. Don't worry. Joel and I were just a fling. And Chodika says Alice doesn't know that Jesus and Steve. Yeah, Alice certainly doesn't know that, actually. I wonder what Alice would do with the finding a mate among the animals. Chodika says God doesn't approve. He just gave rules for how to do it. Could you fucking imagine? God doesn't actually approve of it. He doesn't really condone it. He just says, here's how you can fucking do it. Crazy. Am I all powerful? Can I tell him not to? Oh, I guess not. Mandy says, Christian apologists who come to debate you remind me of one of the Three Stooges episodes clip, and here it goes. Curly says, Mo, I hear nothing. Mo, why not? Curly, because I'm not listening. That's an amazing line. I gotta find that. Hold on. I'm gonna take a screenshot of that because that's unfucking real. I've never heard that before. How do I take a screenshot? There we go. Screenshot taken. I gotta find that clip and add it to my soundboard. That's a phenomenal clip. RW says, you're amazing to put up with these crazies. Listen, I'm a little impatient today, probably because I got a sore throat and I'm a little bit tired, but we're gonna get through it, y'all. We're gonna get through it. Jodica with additional super chat, thank you so much. Says, I wish prosecutors were more like this chud. I'd win 100% of my trials. Yes. I like to think in another life I would have fun as a lawyer, but that's some cutthroat shit. Like that's really that's some tough stuff. You know what I mean? Oliver, thank you for the super chat. Says God may have condoned SA, but what was the state of the stock market back then? That's the important question. Yeah, the Dow's over 50,000, guys. I know that God endorses SA, but the Dow is over 50. So I'm just saying, do we really want to carry on with this? And Chode says Kush mixed up court with Justin. Not time to plead guilty, homie. Not at all. Not at all. Okay. I got one more super chat. Well, actually, I got a shit ton, but I'm going to read just one more before I get to the next guest. 1 Million Ant says Christian sleep paralysis, but it's Justin floating above you, cloaking out anti-prophecy verses, stroking out anti-prophecy verses, and owning you for not understanding consent. That's a real nightmare right there, actually. Thank you, Ant. All right, let's get our next guest in here. How you doing, Christians?
What's up, bro?
How you doing, Christians?
I'm good.
Awesome. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in the biblical God?
Yeah.
Awesome. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
I'm just having a hard time with the prompt because, like,
how?
Specifically, it's like, well, firstly, I'm just curious because I'm not sure which belief, like, I'm specifically like in the. How could you say something is like? How could you say something is wrong?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't said that, so we'll try this again. Do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, that's what we're talking about right now. Do you want to discuss why I disagree with you disagreeing?
Why you disagree with me disagreeing?
Yeah.
What the fuck? What does that even mean?
It's the reason why I believe my claim is true and your opposition is not.
Oh, hold up. Okay, it's probably better now. Yeah, sure. I mean, why? How could you say something? How could you say something's right or wrong if you're an atheist? Well, clearly you think that
you're
God
really
being in the Epstein files is
so
wrong.
the topic that we're debating right now is whether or not God condones SA.
You can't even make a truth claim or a value judgment as an atheist.
At least I know you're stuck with the precept script. That's all you have, but it's not going to work here because the claim on the board is that God condones SA. That's the claim. Either you came to debate the claim or not.
You can't even hold an argument.
Precept clowns will never cease to amaze me and bore the fuck out of me. Don't come back. You're annoying. No one cares for precept here. We're not going to allow it. We're not going to let you deviate from the actual topic just so you can run precept. All right, let's grab next in line. It's like Blackwell. Welcome in, Blackwell. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yep, and yep.
Awesome. And do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
Disagree. I guess I would want to jump in and just say, I sent this in the chat. I don't know who sees this, but I would say he withdrew his protection, allowing the rebellion to take place.
What verse are you even talking about?
Oh, I was jumping off your 2 Samuel one that you were doing with D Black before.
Well, unfortunately, that's not what the text says. The text doesn't say I'm allowing it. He says that I'm causing it.
So it comes down to how you define God.
Hard.
God is a universal being. So when everything is under his control, he's causing everything.
I'm not defining God here. I'm defining what God said he's going to do. God says, I will cause the trouble, which means God is causing the trouble. And we know that God's causing the trouble because it's specifically a punishment. So if I punish somebody by causing something, that means I cause the punishment. This is basic words. It's not difficult. You're not going to like go into like a semantic pettifog trying to define these words differently than what they are.
Okay, can I have a question?
We all know what words mean. We all know what it means when he says, I will do something. It just means you will do it.
So Do you have like I have kids, so I'll tell my kid not to put his hand on the stove.
Oh, here we go
And
again.
if my kid doesn't listen to me and puts his hand on the stove, he is going to experience consequences here. So verse 11 says,
is the
"Thus
consequence that
said."
is the consequence that you rape him?
No, the
Because
consequence
then
is
it would be analogous. If the consequence was he touched the stove and then I raped him, then it would be analogous. So try to follow
I'm
along
gonna
here.
connect it right now so it'll make sense. So thus says the Lord, which is the creator,
Yeah.
which is the universe. Let's just say out control of
The
the whole universe.
universe?
He's in
The
control of the whole universe.
Oh, I
If we're
didn't
defining a God.
realize that. Oh my goodness.
Well, how do you define a God? He must be outside time,
Buddy, I'm
matter,
being
and
fucking
space.
facetious. Obviously, God is in charge of the universe. Track.
Okay, great. I'm just trying to connect my analogy here. So thus says this God of the universe, I will raise trouble against you. How would a God of the universe raise trouble against you? It's
The same
withdraw his
the
protection.
same way he does elsewhere. He sends evil spirits. He sends an evil spirit to lie in people's ears. In fact, he hardens their heart in Judges chapter 11. He hardens the hearts of the Canaanites to go out to war against the Israelites. In Exodus, he hardens the heart of the Pharaoh to prevent him from committing war. In Genesis, he doesn't even tell you how, but he physically prevents Abimelech from sinning against him by touching Sarah. He's got infinite ways of preventing people from doing things. This whole nonsense of, well, God doing something just means he pulls back. That's not in the text.
Well, we got to use spiritual things to interpret spiritual things, right?
I did.
If we're going to use the Bible, like that's where I'm coming up with where we're talking about God, right?
I did
How
just
is he
use the
punishing?
Bible. Did you hear a single passage I just told you?
Yeah,
Judges
yes, I did.
11.
Judges 11.
He hardens the heart of the Canaanites. What does that mean?
Sorry, ask your question again. I couldn't hear you. There's a lag.
Judges 11. He hardens the heart of the Canaanites so they would go out to war. What does that mean?
Why don't we just go to Blue Letter Bible and you can go right down to the concordance and you can see what harden
I'm
means.
asking
and you get the full depth
well,
there.
I already know what it means. It doesn't mean allow. It doesn't mean pull back. It literally means hazach in Hebrew, to make firm or strong. That's what it means, to harden the heart.
What was already there. Yeah.
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say what was already there.
To make you just
I
said
know
to make
you
firm
have to
the
add to
strong.
it. I know you have to add to it to make it work. I'm
No,
not adding.
right, is
I'm
that
not.
where
I'm not adding to the book. I'm saying it says whatever it says.
So what do you think in the other passages in the Torah where he clearly condemns sexual assault and he says that one, you're not supposed to worship me this way, never do any sort
It's
of
a crazy
sexual assault.
pivot.
Pardon me?
It's a crazy pivot.
Well,
It
I
has
think
nothing
that
to do.
this right now,
He only
if you-
condemns adultery. He doesn't condemn sexual assault. Deuteronomy 22 explicitly allows it.
Verse?
Deuteronomy 22, 28 through 29, he explicitly allows it if she's not betrothed. If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. So, listen, if she's married, then it's adultery, but she's not married.
Well, I agree with what you're going here, but the situation is this has already transpired. People are naturally animalistic and going to do this crap. So the creator is giving information about, hey, when this does happen, here's a just and loving way to operate.
The just and loving way to operate when you sexually assault a woman is to marry her for life? That's fucking crazy.
This is actually what you're supposed to do if you're...
Could you fucking imagine? Oh, God, Christians never cease to surprise me.
I'm actually not... I wouldn't identify as a Christian.
Do you think that Epstein's victims should marry Epstein if he was still alive? Do you think that's what should we do? That's what should we do with Epstein if he was still alive, is have him marry his victims?
Oh, no. I'm sure that the parents would be like, no, and then they would do like, what is it, the 30 silver coins?
Well, that's what Deuteronomy says.
Yeah, the dowry. Yeah.
I think and you're not permitted to divorce her as long as she lives. The punishment is that you got to pay for her, and you can't divorce her. That's the punishment, because you defiled her. So if
I think it's actually to protect the girl here, because in this
protect her
time,
from
like if that,
who?
can you hear? Can I just say something? Imagine that had transpired, because that was happening all over the world, dude. People were doing these things. So in that situation, what, you disagree with me? You don't think people were doing that?
I don't think anybody in the world was doing it any more or less than what was happening in ancient Israel.
Sure, I'm not arguing that. People are all fleshly and have that animalistic instinct in them. So when that does transpire, wouldn't you say that, hey, here's a good way to protect the woman so that she's not out there on her own with no man? And under what we'll say this creator's rule is saying, hey, if this is happening, which he's not condoning.
So before she was raped, she didn't need protection. But the minute she becomes
there was
raped,
already protection.
now she needs protection
25.
when she's been raped. Are you listening to the words leaving your mouth right now?
I am. I think you're not listening to what I'm saying.
One day before she's raped, does she need protection?
Sorry, what's your question?
One day before she's raped, does she need protection?
I think, yeah, a woman should always be, and she should have her father as that protection.
Okay, so then this having to marry the rapist has nothing to do with protection. Her father could protect her.
No, what? Okay, so we have to understand the culture at the time if we're going to talk about this, right?
Turns out I do.
Okay, great. Then we'll fast track through it, right? So they're initially on, the girl would be under her father's house, and the covering of the house was everything to do with sin. So sin is spiritual and physical, so it goes up to the father always. So when a sin like that transpires, that's actually joining of two people, right? Spiritually, what we're talking about, or if we're talking about the Bible. So the woman is supposed to join with the man. And now that man has a choice.
Unless it's a slave.
Pardon me?
Well, unless it's a slave. If a slave girl is the one that's raped, like according to Leviticus, then that he doesn't have to marry her.
I'm going to quickly stay on point here, and we can loop back to that too, if we want. So the thing is, when imagine a woman who has left her father's, because she's a disgrace now to her father. I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that's what people were like that. We can talk about that too. But the thing is, it's like, here's the disgrace. And the thing is, it's like that woman would be left alone now. No, she would be an outcast. So that
you'd be
rule
wrong.
to say, look, you either have to pay.
You literally forgot the entire book of Ruth.
Like a wife. Pardon me?
You literally forgot the entire fucking book of Ruth. Are you under the impression that women who aren't virgins can't get married?
What? That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Women who were raped and or weren't virgins got married all the time. They don't have to marry their rapist. That's ridiculous.
Well, you were talking about the scenario about the rapist, so I was addressing that specific scenario, which is like how it's like a corner case on a corner case. And I was showing you how it's still legally just under, the Torah.
What's legally just? Raping her?
No, no one's saying that's
okay. So
it say
to be clear, what is the punishment for sexually assaulting an unbetrothed woman?
I'll put in layman's terms is that man who did that or is now responsible for protecting and looking after that woman.
Oh, oh my gosh, what a terrible thing that if I rape this woman, I have to take her into my house now.
Well, it was also, and
then what protection, golly gee.
Well, I'm not saying it's a good scenario, dude. That's a sucky scenario. And the father can also reject and take the money, okay? But the thing is, the reason for those two scenarios is so that the woman is covered. Either she's with the rapist, which, yeah, that sucks, or she's with her father, and she's still under the protection.
Why doesn't he get murdered?
Oh, he would. Actually, there is a punishment. He would be punished.
He's not murdered here.
Can you bring up the exact passage? Let's talk about it, because every single one is addressed.
The man does not get murdered in this passage. The only punishment he receives is paying the shekels and marrying the woman.
If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, okay, so this is they're discovered, okay?
Keep reading.
Is when they are together, right?
Keep reading before you start talking.
No, I'm clarifying 28
you're,
and 29.
You're going to want to read the whole thing before you start talking.
Okay.
Read the whole thing.
Okay, yeah. It's still the same. This is a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her. I guess there's a Caesar. Sorry, I skimmed over that. Okay. And what is your question here? You're saying
My
that
question was, why doesn't he get murdered as punishment? Because if you do this to a married woman, you commit adultery and then you both get murdered. But when you do it to an unmarried woman,
yes. Such a good question.
You don't get murdered. It's actually not a smart. It's not a smart question. It's an obvious question. Any fifth grader would know this question. Why is it that this man isn't murdered?
Well, he's not murdered here until he has sex with another woman, and as soon as he has sex with another woman, he has now transgressed the law, and he's committed adultery.
That doesn't answer my question. I'm not asking about adultery. Try again.
Well,
I'm asking why is the punishment for adultery more severe than sexually assaulting an unbetrothed woman?
So just so we're on the same page, the charge for sexual assaulting a woman is 50 or 30 gold shekels, plus he can't have sex with another woman or it's adultery.
Doesn't say that.
Adultery is you're just dead. So what do you mean?
He can take on another wife. So if you commit adultery, you die.
Oh, he can't take another
wife. You're done. He can take another wife. Now, in Deuteronomy,
where does it say he can
Exodus 21 says you can take a second wife. So in
Let's
Deuteronomy,
go with Exodus 21.
We're almost there. If you just finally pay attention, we'll get through this one first.
No, because you just disregarded the whole thing.
I didn't just disregard it. There's no provision in here that you can't take a second wife. You're allowed to take a second wife according to Deuteronomy and Exodus. There's no reason to believe that this man is not allowed to take a second wife. Does it say he can't take a second wife?
What, this man? Oh,
yeah.
Not in this verse, but if I can show you another verse where
find me another verse where it says if you rape an unbetrothed woman, you're no longer allowed to have a second wife.
You
find it. I'll wait.
Remember,
I'll wait. I got time.
Okay, fine. Here, okay, so what is it exactly? You want a verse? Let me.
You said that there's a verse that says if you rape a woman and marry her, you're not allowed to take another wife.
We don't have to attach all those conditions to it.
Those are the conditions. I'm asking, does this man have permission to take another wife later if he wants?
And my answer to that, and I can go and give you the verse, but I'm just, well, for your viewers here, is that God never permitted it, never designed it for a man to have two wives. That is an unwise move.
Then you'd be wrong.
Where does God say it is permitted to have those wives?
Both Exodus 21 and 2 Samuel chapter 12. Want me to show you?
I'm looking it up now. Exodus 21.
Yep, verse like 9-ish, 9 or 10.
Okay, let me just. 9.
When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. He shall have no right to sell her to foreign people, since he has dealt unfairly with her. If he designates her for his son, he shall deal with her as a daughter. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, or marital rights of the first wife.
Yeah.
You're allowed to have more than one wife.
Language there's, or I'll just say this. I noticed the language right away. If he shall take it, God is giving everyone free will. With your free will, you can choose mentally, emotionally, and physically to align with him. If you don't,
and
that's
his
fine.
law says if you take a second wife, this is what you do about it. Which means he's obviously okay with you taking a second wife. If he didn't want you to take a second wife, he should have said, "Hey, don't take a second wife."
Well, if you're using that argument, then we can talk about divorce, right? Because he didn't want divorce, but he gave that law.
It's not how that works. Jesus was smarter than you.
Actually, if you're gonna use a principle, we got to be able to leverage that.
I'm going to show you the principle. I'm going to show you why it fails. It fails because Jesus was smarter than you, and he knew that in Malachi there's a contradiction. Malachi contradicts the law of Moses in Deuteronomy 24, and so Jesus played on the contradiction and said, "No, God actually didn't intend for divorce to actually be allowed, but he allowed it because of the hardness of your heart, because in Malachi, God said, I hate divorce." That's the only law in the Hebrew Bible where God directly contradicts himself on, and Jesus was smart enough to notice it, and you didn't, which means Jesus is smarter than you. God says to follow this law code in Deuteronomy literally forever, even after the Messianic age comes.
I don't know what you were saying there. I don't know what you're.
You blank out when other people talk. Yeah, the argument was easy. The God who gave these law codes said to follow it forever.
Yeah, I agree. We should be.
There you go. Okay, so then God said you can take a second wife, and this law code applies literally forever.
No, he did not say a second wife. He just understands
Yeah,
that
he
men.
did.
Okay,
He said,
just
if you take another wife,
you
could
want
he
to
say
hear or
don't?
not?
Could he just say don't take a second wife?
Oh, sure. That's a big constraint that the
Did
creators.
he ever say it once?
Well, I didn't. You didn't let me get to the. I could give you.
Did he ever
probably
say
a
it once?
combination of
Yes or
verses.
no? Did he ever say it?
Did he ever say to have two wives? No. Did he ever
Yes.
say not to have two wives? No. He didn't
Wrong.
say any.
Again, in 2 Samuel 12, he specifically says, I gave Saul's wives to you.
You're missing. The wives were already there. The man already made
Doesn't
the
matter.
choice to have multiple wives.
No,
God
wrong
is
again. We'll try this again. In 2 Samuel 12, God says, I gave somebody else's wives to be your wives. God gave David multiple wives in 2 Samuel 12. When Nathan confronts David, he says, you are the man, thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel. I anointed you king over Israel. I rescued you from the hand of Saul. I gave your master's house and your master's wives into your bosom, which means God was okay with David taking on more wives.
Couple of things, right? God's universal thing. So he's retracting out of the covenant protection, and David is being disciplined because of that.
It's not discipline.
Yes, it is. Deuteronomy chapter
Well,
28.
try
talks about
again.
this
We're not
and
at the
one of
discipline yet. So God is saying through Nathaniel that I gave Saul's wives to you. I gave the kingship and the wives to you, which means God is okay with David having extra wives.
I think that God is understanding of each man's role in their authentic life, and David is a king, and so he knows that David is going to be under pressure to have more than one wife for political fleshly reasons. And
So
God,
there's exceptions. The
No,
law
they are.
doesn't.
I'm
The
saying,
law doesn't
how would
apply
you
to
define-
David. The law doesn't
God
apply
is
to
very
David. Then
constrained.
okay, just check it. The universal law does not apply to David. David's outside of the law somehow.
No, the Torah. Sorry, the universal law is the Torah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that.
The amount of lies you have to tell yourself to get the notion that God's not okay with polygamy is fucking wild.
I don't get what you didn't even let me say anything. You tried to cut me off in every corner, man. Like
I tried to get you
here.
to actually respond to the text without yapping.
I'm telling you the response to the text, and you're not having eyes to see or ears to hear, man.
Did God give wives to David? Yes or no?
Did he give? You don't understand the character of God, but yes,
it's a yes or no. Did God do it?
God pulled back the protection, and that was the outcome.
There was no protection.
Universe.
Saul wasn't being protected. Saul died.
Yeah, he wasn't being protected. He was
okay. So the wives, did they have to go to David after Saul died, or could they have gone somewhere else?
They could. Yes, they could have gone anywhere.
They could. Could God said, "Hey, put them in a house and take care of them," since they're your master's wives now that he's dead? Could he have said that?
Well, you realize that David would not go into those
Could he
women
have said that?
Adultery. So he was just looking.
That's not actually true. Once the husband's dead, it's not adultery.
Oh, that is a good call there. Okay, but I think there's when we use other texts, you can kind of see what we're getting.
Which
at
text?
Here.
Show me.
Well, we're going off about talking about
it's
whether
crazy.
or not
You keep talking about texts that don't exist. Show me the text.
Okay, here, let's go. You want to see text that justifies what? Yeah. Oh yeah, here, let's do this.
Show me one text that says once a man dies, you can't marry the wife, because Deuteronomy 25 specifically instructs you to do that. If your brother,
Yeah,
if your brother dies without producing a son, that woman must marry the nearest of kin, the next brother that's still alive.
Yeah. So Deuteronomy chapter 22 to 25 to 27. And I just wanted, what was your name?
That's again? Not going to say it at all.
I just wanted to say, oh yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm just showing that this is condemning sexual violence. So there you go.
Only against married women. We literally started out with
Okay.
this. This is condemning adultery and sexual violence against married women. And it's even worse because if it happens in the city and no one hears her, it's presumed that she's actually guilty in the adultery, which is a crazy fucking law. That any woman that can't be heard shouting out in the city must be guilty of adultery and murdered. You're making it worse, not better.
That's a pretty high standard. I agree. Like they
That's
must
a
have
crazy
that
fucking
community
standard.
was that community was held to a crazy standard.
But not the
You ever quote
rapist.
that part?
In verse 27 and 28, or 28 and 29, that rapist wasn't held to a higher standard.
There were lots of consequences beyond, you know, having, like, again, I mentioned they would have to pay the dowry. They would have to respect.
Oh, golly gee. Okay.
I'm not saying.
Let me ask you a question. If this man wanted to marry the young woman without raping her, what would he do?
Oh, if he probably many different ways, probably talked to the father. He probably knew the family. There's probably, yeah. Where are you going with this though?
Would he pay the bride price?
Oh, he'd probably still pay the dowry.
Okay,
yes.
so then paying the dowry is not a punishment. What would he do next?
Okay, I'll agree on that. Yeah. Well, you're saying the punishment is for the man.
What would he do next?
You realize that this whole command
pay
is not about punishment.
Pay attention. We're almost there. We're going to get there. What does he do next?
Who's doing next?
What does a man do after he pays the dowry?
Well, if he didn't rape her, then yeah, they're probably go into her.
Okay, so
and marriage and going into
whether you marry a woman or whether you rape a woman, you're going to pay the dowry and you're going to marry her. That's the case.
Yeah.
The only punishment this man actually receives is the stipulation that you can't divorce her. Oh, how merciful. What a higher standard.
No, the punishment's actually in Deuteronomy chapter 28 with the curses, right? Because he had broken the Torah, right? And okay, what is the curse?
We all know about the curse. There's like 4 chapters of curses in Deuteronomy. Which one you want to go over? You want to go over the one where God says, I'll make you eat your sons and daughters? You want to go over that one?
Oh man, did you hear about the, just total side note, the conspiracy about Epstein and how there was actually them talking about the children in the McDonald's meat? Ugh, creepy.
Yeah, that's actually pretty bad. But it's not as creepy, being that you know that God says he's going to cause it as well. In Leviticus 26 and Jeremiah 19:9, he says that I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters.
So again, this is the concept. God is universal, so he's pulling back the protection, and that's what's happening.
He says, I will cause it. I will cause it. Okay, you keep trying to lie to me. You keep trying to lie to me and say that God doesn't mean what he says. When God says, I will cause them to do something, it just means I'm causing it to happen. You can lie to your friends. You can't lie to me.
I'm just trying that verse. I'm not trying to lie to you, man. We're having a conversation here. I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to highlight them. Like, I'm not arguing with you on that. Actually, when I understand and go and have, like, when I meditate and hear him and all that stuff, it's more about the relationship and what you're just going through on all of these things. You don't want to hear the preaching. Sorry.
He says, I'm causing it to happen in Jeremiah 19:9. He says, I'm causing it to happen. It's in the causative verbal stem. The verb akal in Hebrew means to eat. When you put it in the verbal stem, the hefil verbal stem, it means I'm causing them to eat. He says, I am causing them to eat their children. God's causing it. Words just mean words, bro.
I don't know what to, like, I understand where you're coming from, dude. Logically, totally, like, but the thing is, it's like, I can't reason with you when I meditate and I'm aligned mentally, emotionally, physically, and you come into a relationship. So it's like, I can't define my relationship. So I'm not going to argue
I can't figure out how words work when I'm in a relationship. Yeah.
What I was trying to say, do you believe in, okay, so I have a background about me. I'm a principal software engineer. I do work at these big tech companies. We do some coding and all this stuff. What we look for is patterns, okay? We see patterns over time. And over the human cycle, have you heard of the fourth turning? Basically, it's described as when we see at global scales, at community scales, country scales, we see where the patterns start to have an intersection point. Okay, so you have all these global patterns, country patterns, social patterns, and there's like an intersecting. It's called the fourth turning. You can look it up.
But what are you yapping about? Just get to it.
Okay, what I'm getting to is when time goes to infinity, based on just how our human minds are, because let's just assume there is no God, we're animals, time to infinity, we're going to achieve a certain state of, let's say, corruption, which we're describing. Epstein files, what you're just mentioning, eating people, the sexual assaults, all these things. These are the outcome of the withdrawal of light.
But that's adorable. You believe that God says he's causing it. Just try to track. I'm not asking you what human beings are causing. I'm asking, what does God take credit for causing? And God takes credit for causing the same shit that Epstein did. He takes credit for causing SA. He takes credit for children being eaten alive. He causes that.
What do you think the verse when God gave man dominion over the earth, right?
It just means that man has autonomy to do what he wills with the earth and the animals, but that has nothing to do with God not having autonomy to do what God wills. God still has a will. He still has power. He can still act and do things. Sometimes he acts and does things in contravention of our own will. Sometimes he intervenes in our own lives. In the book of Kings, he specifically searches for a lying spirit to send to the mouth of the prophets to fool people. He specifically intervenes on people's free wills, identical to what I told you, where God says, I will prevent them from doing this, or I will cause them to do that. It just means that he's causing it to happen. You're the one that has to get up on a live stream and lie to the entire audience and say, no, it doesn't mean what it actually says. When God says he's causing it, he's just saying, I'm going to sit back and let things happen. That's not in the text. That's a lie that you have to tell yourself.
But didn't we just define that men have dominion over the earth and God, you just said God comes in and intervenes.
Does God have dominion over men?
Yeah.
Oh, so does God's will act through a series of causation sometimes?
Yeah, he does. So man,
does God have causative power to bring about his will?
Yes, he does. But
okay, so can God cause events to happen? Can God cause events to happen?
God is in control of everything, but he has given man.
There you go. It's irrelevant. I'm not asking you what mankind is capable of doing. I'm asking you, what does God directly cause to happen?
Can I say one sentence of why I'm bringing this up so it's apparent?
I think we all know why you're bringing it up. You want to do some bullshit about God's passive will versus causative will. You want to bring in some nonsense conversation.
Oh, okay. You just said to yourself, you yourself started to transition to say God is intervening. I agree. God is intervening. Intervening is the key word.
Causing.
Causing is your do you agree that words have different depth and scope? So when we choose, even just switching from cause,
what's the word cause mean?
It's slightly different.
What's the word cause mean?
Sorry again?
What's the word cause mean?
Well, you're implying.
What's the word cause mean, Blackwell? What's it mean?
Directly, I would.
There you go. And so when God says I'm causing something, does he say he's directly responsible?
Let me ask this question and I'll answer it with yes or no.
No, okay? I want you to answer my question. When God says I'm causing it, does it mean that he's...
The Bible was translated into English.
When God says he's causing something, does it mean
we understand today?
Yeah, I know. And Blackwell, unlike you, I went to school and I actually studied the Bible and learned Greek and Hebrew, so I know what it says. So just pay attention. So when God says he's causing it, and causing means you're directly responsible, does that not mean that God is directly responsible for something?
Yes, he's responsible for everything based on your definitions that you described.
There you go. Based on the definition of words.
Man has dominion.
Based on the definition of words, dominion doesn't do anything for your argument. Okay, also, I'd give your seminary degree back. I hope you didn't pay money for it.
My degree is actually in engineering, and I
thought you said you had a seminary degree.
I did both, man. I'm very.
Then why do you just say? Then why do you say actually my degree is in engineering? See, this is the funny thing. My first degree was in engineering too. Look at
because
this.
seminary, I didn't go to
Look
seminary.
at this.
You want to know my truth about seminary?
Both of us
Seminary
went to
is
school
not-
for roughly the same thing, and even at least I know what words are.
Why are you attacking my character, dude? I'm very intellectual. This is not a dick measuring.
You are very intellectual. I'm aware of this. Yeah.
I think more. I don't think seminary was too
put a
useful
1 in
for
the comments if this
me.
guy's very intellectual.
Because seminary is they're teaching you actually how to be religious.
No,
the scriptures.
I mean, they
are not,
can.
like, who wants to be religious?
Your
I
third
wanna have
year,
a religion.
your third year in seminary is typically how to be a pastor. Obviously, they're going to try to foster your religious life. Your first 2 years is almost exclusively academic.
Yeah, man, dude, they don't even. They basically take everyone who goes to seminary is being brainwashed like in a total wrong
No, I
direction.
think you're
I don't
confused.
wanna
What
say
kind of
brainwashed,
what
okay,
seminary
not
did
that hard.
what fucking seminary you go to? I went to a good one, by the way.
What I mean by
That's
brainwashed
crazy.
is
Nobody in
don't
my
preach
seminary
the
ever
word of
told me
God.
what to believe. Not a single one of them.
What? Sorry, you're making assumptions about seminary.
Not
my
a single
seminary.
professor in my entire seminary ever told us what to believe. If your seminary told you what to believe, you went to an indoctrination camp, not a seminary.
Well, I actually, when you go through these things, you don't really, I'm not going to address that, but what I'll say is when you come out of it, hindsight, you look back, you really do see a lot of the false doctrine. You see the man-made traditions, all of this stuff. And
It's crazy that you can't see the
essay.
essay then.
Well, the thing is, you're missing context, right? There's first the covering of the man.
What
the second that
context?
men have
What
dominion
context do
over
I
the earth, and
need to know that it's not okay to have women raped for the crimes of their husband?
no one's saying that it's okay.
What God condoned it, didn't he?
God is saying if this situation has occurred.
No, he didn't say that.
Do this.
No, he specifically didn't say that. Show me in the book where he said
you're
that.
referring to the David
No,
scenario.
show me
That
where he
is a
said it.
judgment.
Show me where he said it.
Said what?
Exactly
Sure,
what you just said. The phrase that just left your mouth has never been uttered in the Bible.
Okay. All right. I don't even remember
So
or refer to what phrase.
This is why when I go live, I've been doing this now for almost 3 years. This is why my arguments virtually never fail, because I can just go to the Bible and tell you it says exactly what I told you it said. You have to go to the Bible and say, well, it said this, but it means this. See, the strength of my argument is that words just mean what words mean. You haven't shown one scriptural passage that would allow the reinterpretation of any of these things. You keep saying that the scripture exists, but you can't find it for me.
Well, we have it. I got it right here.
What is it?
So we're talking about what is the curse that happens when you break the covenant, right?
There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. And like, if we're going to be real here, sorry, I can't see what your face is saying or anything like that. But if we're being real, there's a clause where it's like, if you break one of them, you're breaking them all, right? Are you familiar
Paul
with that?
said that.
Well,
he said if you break one, you're guilty
said,
of breaking them all.
Yeah, and Yeshua also, and there's also the passage, love thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind, and love thy neighbor as thyself. And on this, all the commandments hang.
But
right?
that's a categorization. That's not being guilty of all of them.
I'm just saying if one, okay, sure, if you want to go that way. So specific curses related to the sin, sexual sin, is Leviticus 26:25. I will bring a sword upon you that shall avenge the quarrel of my covenant. Notice how it's saying covenant, right? Because this is all talking in a spiritual.
Wait, who's bringing the sword?
Well, again, in a spiritual sense, God would.
No, it doesn't say in a spiritual sense. Who is bringing the sword? Name who's doing it. It's crazy that I ask every time I ask him a question, he can't answer it. Every time I ask a question, you go off to something that doesn't answer my question. This is why I keep cutting you off. I'm not cutting you off because I hate your voice. I'm cutting you off because you refuse to answer questions. When God says, I will bring the sword against you, and I ask who's bringing the sword, the only word that needs to leave your mouth is God.
Oh, yes. God is doing
easy. There we go. See how easy that was. Okay, so the answer to the question, who's bringing the sword, is God. Let's move on now.
No, because how do you define God? You're defining God as you're putting him as a person
Is
rather
God an
than
agent?
someone
Wait,
outside of
isn't God
matter.
3
You're not
persons in
doing
one?
your audience.
Wait,
You're not
is
doing your
God not a
audience.
person? God's not a person anymore, guys. You heard it here. He is not a fucking person. The Trinity is gone. No Trinity. There's no 3 persons in one. There's no persons at all. It's fucking unbelievable. That's wild. What seminary did you go to? I really want to know.
Well, dude, I don't want to do it, man. You probably would like be the guy to like try and curse or something like that. I don't think it's.
I would never tell your
But
seminary that you were
I'm
on
in
this live
Canada.
stream.
Like the seminary was in Canada. I was in like Saskatchewan. It was good, but what I'm bringing up is actually, man, how do I even say it? No,
That's a shame because I know a lot of people that went to good seminaries and like they would just begrudgingly agree with me on all this nonsense. Like it's only people that go to these really weird indoctrination camps that argue on the plain facts of the book.
I think what I brought you, I don't want to put words in my mouth here. The words I spoke were that
You don't want to put words in your mouth?
No, I don't want you putting words in my mouth. So
I'm
just saying
you just misspoke.
Maybe I did. It's late here. Basically what I was saying is the seminaries are teaching religion, not relationship. Throw religion out the door. It's a relationship with
That's
the
not what my
creator.
seminary did. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
I get the feeling that you
really didn't have a relationship with the Father, buddy.
You came to
You didn't have a
preach.
relationship because you're an atheist.
I had a relationship with truth. Unlike you, apparently.
Okay, well, we could all right.
I had a relationship with wanting to be honest with facts. That's what I had.
Okay, real quick, do you believe in a God or no? You don't believe in a God?
I don't, but it's also irrelevant. The question on the board tonight is whether or not God condones SA. If you want to talk about whether or not God exists, you had to come on another night.
Okay, sure. I was just curious where your stance is. So yeah, clearly your seminary experience did not teach you a relationship. So
no, clearly it did, just like every seminary does. I just rejected it because the Bible is bullshit.
No,
also,
they teach hermeneutics.
Hermeneutics? Is that when you swim while doing biblical studies? Hermeneutics.
No, I think you understand what I'm saying. You probably got
that's
taught
fucking crazy tonight
as well. And
that's crazy.
that
Yeah.
right there
If only my intro to my 101 class, I took a better hermeneutics. If only. Oh, Daniel Hawk, I apologize. I wasn't paying attention in hermeneutics 101. That's fucking crazy. Actually, he's retired. I can call his name out loud. Anyways, listen, Blackwell, it sounds like you're at the end of the rope. You just got to that part where you want to preach. And I cut you off a lot. I get it. I cut you off. I do that sometimes. So here's what I'm going to do. I know there's stuff that you need to get out, that you're frustrated I didn't let you get out. So I'll give you 2 minutes. Get all of it out. Say everything you need to say. I won't cut you off. You got an entire 2 minutes. And I won't even respond to it. You get the last word.
Okay, well, thanks for that opportunity, man. I appreciate it. I know this.
All right, and we are moving on to hopefully someone that can be honest with words. Rick, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Friend says, riffing on the Three Stooges comment, another short that applies to Christians. Larry tells Mo, I can't see. Mo, concerned, says, what's wrong? Larry says, I have my eyes closed. That is exactly... That's exactly what we are experiencing tonight, friends. It's just willful blindness tonight. Oh shit! It's a crazy night tonight. It's gonna be a wild one. I knew it was gonna be a crazy live stream today. 4X, thank you for the super chat. Says, did Jesus lie when he said he came to fulfill the law when he broke the law by breaking the Sabbath? Okay, this is a fair question, but he didn't break the Sabbath law. So he broke the tradition of the elders. So the tradition of the elders was this oral law, and they had a more rigid law concerning Sabbath violations. He broke that. He didn't actually break any biblical laws about the Sabbath. If you really want to get nitpicky, you could say that at one part during the Sabbath laws in Exodus says that you shouldn't even leave your house, but that seems to be situational for that time period. It doesn't seem to be forever how that was supposed to be practiced. But if that was the case, then fucking everybody broke it. But I don't think that's the best reading of it. But did Jesus break the law? I think there were instances where he probably broke the law. I just don't think he broke the Sabbath. We need a Jesus breaking the law segment in the cheat sheet. Oh, sorry, Forex. You're not going to get it from me, my man. I don't think Jesus actually broke the law. I think Jesus was a Judaizer. I think Jesus tried to follow the law the best that he could, which is why in Matthew, was it Matthew 15 and Mark chapter 7, he chastises the Pharisees for not following the law and not executing the children. Got to execute the children that curse mother and father. You're not following the law if you don't kill the kids. Canbest, thank you for the $50 Canadian super chat. I've never agreed more with a super chat than this. Words do mean words in my world every time. I will rest my entire career on this fact, and that fact is that words mean words, just not to Christians. Never to Christians. Dan's ability says these Christians are contortionists. This is Cirque du Soleil. Very intellectual. Oh my God. You know what? Hold on. I didn't put a note in this for that. What was that guy's name? I have to put him into the... Is it Blackwell? Blackwell. And for the notes on Blackwell, I need to write down a very intellectual Christian that thinks words don't mean words. Fair enough. Yes, I feel like we need to make that a hashtag for now on. Can we please make very intellectual a hashtag? I think this is a necessary component of the live stream now. Demonzel, thank you for the super chat, says, did Blackwell really say my seminary is in Canada? You wouldn't know her. That's exactly the fuck what he just said. Somewhere in Canada, you've never heard of her. His seminary is a Canadian girlfriend. I love it. Great for picking up on that, by the way. I didn't pick up on it, Demonzel. And Woolite says, hi, Justin. Thank you for giving me 2 minutes to write out this super chat. Sorry, I wasn't cutting off you, Woolite. Thank you so much. And Archibald, thank you for the super chat, says, you never hear the following. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Justin, now who created the heavens and the earth, Blackwell? Well, it depends on what you mean by God. Yes! Listen, every time you ask them about God, and it's something they agree with, they'll just tell you. When it's something that they don't like, then they immediately become contortionists and be like, well, you have to understand God and the transcendent natures and like the divine will and the permissive will. And say, oh, fuck, get out of here. Atlas, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Sorry I missed this when Alice was recently up. Says, Alice, but I don't see that in the text. Words don't make sense to her. It's crazy. It's crazy how it could literally spell out what happened. And she's like, well, the specific word I'm looking for didn't show up, so it must not be the thing. Alice has got to be pretending to be this ignorant. That's why I was so frustrated with Alice, because either one of two things was true. One, she was specifically lying and weaponizing ignorance. Or two, she really was that stupid. I don't think she was that stupid. I refuse to believe somebody could be that stupid. However, we've seen a lot of people weaponize ignorance. And Reverend Nate says, I'm the amount of men who proudly display that they don't understand the first thing about consent terrifying. Check all religious people's browser histories. In fucking deed. Also, I could be wrong. I thought I saw some people pop in here from a Dean raid. Hey, thanks everyone who popped over from the Dean raid. Appreciate that. We're going to grab the next in line, which I believe is going to be Chantel. And then Students of Knowledge, perhaps after that. Well, actually, Pope Boniface was here next. So he's been here for 32 minutes. Chantel, how you doing?
I'm alright, and you?
No, I can't complain. Chantel, are you at least 18? And do you have a belief in the Abrahamic deity?
I'm 47, and do I believe in what?
The Abrahamic God.
I believe in God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, the one and only Almighty God, and no other God. So I'm a Christian, undeniably. So,
okay.
So it seems like you do know there is a God, and I also believe you believe then in Satan. So
Actually,
why are
the God
everybody
that I believe
questioning
in
God's word, and
is
why don't you speak
the
about
God that I
Satan is
believe
actually
in
doing the
is
evil?
Doug. Doug is the grounding of all knowledge and transcendentals. I don't believe in the biblical God. I am specifically referring to the Abrahamic God when I say God is in the Epstein files. So, do you agree or disagree with the prompt? Also, it sounds like you're playing that in the
No,
background.
definitely disagree.
Can you turn that down because it's going to
Because
echo back
God
into
is
your
not in the
microphone?
Epstein files. The
Oh,
people
he's not?
ruling this world, like the politicians on top, are in the Epstein files.
Oh, no, nobody told her. Oh shit. Okay, look, when you go to the Epstein files, what you'll see is that God shows
So
up
stop twisting the
22,000
Christian
times.
Bible.
Actually, to be
And if
fair,
you
it's
want to speak about the Bible, make
22,092
sure you're
times.
using the.
So what that means is that God is in the Epstein files. Now, this is a two-part claim. The first part is that God is in the Epstein files, knocked it out of the park, boom, he's in there. The second claim is that God condones sexual assault. Now, that's an unrelated claim from the
Okay,
files.
sorry, where did you get that from? Where did you get that information from? From the Bible? No, that is where did you get that information from? Do that say God is in the Epstein files?
The Epstein files. It's crazy. I just showed.
Sorry,
Listen,
where?
maybe you're struggling to put this together. Look at your screen
No,
right
no, no, no.
now.
I want to
On
know
your
why
screen,
or
what you're
where
going
did
to
you get that
see.
information from?
I just told you the Epstein files. So look at the screen right now. On the screen is the Epstein
That's
files,
search. That's
and
Google search. That's not
it's not Google search. It's the Epstein
the
library.
Bible that says God
It's
is part
the
of the Epstein
Epstein
files.
library
Because it seems you like to
from
preach out of the Christian
justice
Bible.
from
So stop being a
justice.gov.
manipulator and a
So
narcissist or uneducated.
let me
You're
just
false
show you.
prophecy.
Let me just show
You rather
you.
go and then
Let me just show you in the toolbar where it tells you. Look right here. It
because
shows
the
you.
Christians believe in the one and only God, and I feel sorry
So it
in
shows
false.
you
What's
in
not
the toolbar of the web browser that I'm at justice.gov/Epstein. So if you go to justice.gov/Epstein, what you'll discover is that if you put the word God into the search bar, it'll come up 22,092 times, which validates my claim that God is in the Epstein files. Although it occurred to me that you can't see the horizontal. I need to give me a second to also do it on the vertical live. 1 second. Let me unlock that. You also need, there we go. Now you can see the browser URL. It says justice.gov/Epstein. So when you search the Epstein library, what you'll discover is in fact that that God is, in the Epstein files, is what I said. I didn't think that was very difficult to understand. Oh, you're fucking gone. Oh, I'd leave too. Okay. Well, that was a fast crash. That didn't take long at all. Holy shit. I thought she was going to stick around and actually argue with me for a while, but it turned out that, Shoebone says there's only one solution, a Justin, Mezzo, and Joel three-way. Listen, let's make it happen, y'all. Let's get a Justin and Joel and Mezzo threesome. I'm all for it. I feel like this is a thing that's going to happen. Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says you'd be a great third star-crossed buddy, Justin. Wait, what's a third star-crossed buddy? I don't know what that means. Is this in reference to Joel and Mezzo? I think I've lost the plot now. I don't know what this is reference to, Gretchen. Hey, by the way, guys, Gretchen is going live, or soon is going to be going live. So make sure you're following Gretchen on YouTube and on TikTok so you can catch Gretchen's live streams. It's gonna be pretty wild, actually. I'm excited for it. And Archibald says, when I was a young lad in Catholic school, I was told by Sister Madeleine Mary that God was everywhere. I raised my hand and asked if he was everywhere. Is he in the toilet? My knuckles still hurt. Listen, if you went to Catholic school, that's exactly what the fuck just happened. The Catholic nuns could be pretty harsh, actually. We had one named Sister Mary Gale, and I must admit we were meaner to her than she was to us. We used to call her Sister Harry Whale. Oh, we were horrible teenagers. I feel bad for that, actually. And Claps, thank you for the super chat, says this prompt was either going to be a dud or a cookout. When you come to Cali, you're invited to a real cookout. Insane. They come online and say this. I know, Collapse. Next time I'm in Cali, I'll be hitting you up. But yeah, it's insane. Grown ass adults will come up here and try to debate that words don't mean words. Chodicus says Blackwell did not do well. He did not. He did get his 2 minutes of fame at the end, though. Hey, thank you, Chodicus, for the super chat. All right, let's grab next in line. Is going to be Pope Boniface.
Hello.
How you doing, Pope?
Hi. Yes, this is Pope Boniface X, the true Pope in the Great Apostasy since 1965.
Is that the case?
Yes, it is. You're a heretic, and were you originally a Protestant, or what were you?
I'm a heretic.
Right, a Protestant heretic, or what kind of Protestant?
I'm a vessel of wrath.
You definitely are right now. Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm a heretic and a vessel of wrath. So, do you agree or disagree with the prompt?
The word God is in the Epstein files, but not God himself.
Okay, so we agree that God is in the Epstein files. And do you agree or disagree that God condones SA?
No, God does not condone sexual abuse. It's incorrect.
Have you been paying attention at all to anything that's transpired with the people that came up before you?
Yes, but what you think is sexual abuse, God probably doesn't think is sexual abuse. And your opinion doesn't matter because you're an atheist.
So when God does it, it's
you
not
just make up
sexual
whatever
abuse.
morality.
So just to be clear, when God causes a woman to be raped, it's not actually sexual assault then. It's only sexual assault if a
woman is made by God to be married to a man.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, if God causes a woman to be assaulted, you're saying it's just not sexual assault then?
Well, you're calling it assault, but it's actually marital intercourse.
I'm asking you, if God causes a woman to be sexually assaulted, would that still be sexual assault?
What is your definition of sexual assault?
Having sexual contact without consent.
No, that's not sexual assault.
Oh, well then I'm
not
afraid
in
you're
certain
confused.
contexts.
So
not in certain contexts.
Yeah,
no.
let's make sure we're clear on this. I'm going to mute you for a second. Everyone put a 1 in the comments if you think sexual assault is having sexual contact without consent. Let's see if we get some 1s in here. Am I crazy here? I'm sorry. I was unaware that you can sexually touch somebody without their consent and then it not be assault. I thought 100% of the time that was always sexual assault. I'm seeing here that the chat seems to agree with me. It seems here that you don't agree with me because maybe you're just as disgusting as your God is. So we can try this again. It's going to be a really difficult conversation, though, if we can't actually agree that non-consensual sexual contact is called sexual assault. I mean, we can look up the definition if you really need.
Again, this isn't a democracy. I don't care how many people say 1. If God says that marital intercourse, sex within marital intercourse, even if the woman doesn't want it, isn't sexual assault, then it's not sexual assault. It's God's marriage.
Wait. Are you saying that if you're married to a woman and you force yourself on her and she doesn't want to have sex with you, that's not sexual assault?
There is something in the natural law called marital obligation.
I'm asking you a yes or no question.
If you don't want to have sex and your husband does, you have to have sex because God wants us to be fruitful.
Okay, so you are pro-sexual assault.
Not with.
I think we've had enough of you, Boniface. You told us everything we need to know. Let's see. Boniface. Sorry, it was Pope. Boniface. Thinks raping your wife is okay. Not shocked. I've heard it before. But yeah. I mean, these are the people we're dealing with, y'all. It's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. These are the people we're dealing with. All right, here's what's going to happen, guys. It's 10 o'clock. I'm going to take another guest. I don't know how long we'll be on. After that, I have to read these super chats. Y'all been off the absolute fucking charts tonight with this topic. I've got so many super chats. If I don't start reading them early, I promise you I'll be up till 3 o'clock in the morning. Let's get JSEC in here from the TikTok queue. I don't think we've talked to JSEC before. How you doing, JSEC?
Hey. I'm going to be quick. First of all, I absolutely love your show. You're doing an excellent job. I not too many people impress me on TikTok or YouTube. You really do. Your knowledge and skills are off the chart. The reason why I wanted to connect very quickly is, well, I used to be a super Christian. I used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and I used to go door to door and preach all this stuff. But you mentioned something that I think I want your thoughts on it. You said, I don't know if Jesus broke any law. There was something that he did that we discussed a while back.
JSEC, this is a really fun topic, but we're just doing debates. We're not doing powwow tonight, my friend.
Oh, okay. But
sorry,
one word.
We've got like 4,000 people here, and they all want to see a debate. No one wants to see a circle jerk, you know.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then I'm gonna finish, but just with one sentence. When Satan tempted Jesus and he took him into the.
I have no idea why you thought I was going to allow you to do that. Okay. Almost 4,000. I think we're at about 3.7 right now. Although I don't know who's watching on Twitch. But Twitch is always dead, so I just always assume nobody's watching on Twitch. You know. Hey, Naza, thanks so much for the galaxy. I appreciate that. All right, let's bring in then. It sounds like Muhammad was next in line. We'll get a guest here. How you doing, Muhammad?
What's going on, man? How are you?
Not too bad. How you doing?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Muhammad, are you at least 18, and do you believe in the Abrahamic God?
Yes, I'm 27, and I do believe in the Abrahamic God, the Quranic God specifically.
Well, the Quranic God is also the God of the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament according to the Quran, right?
Yes and no. So according to us, we say that the scriptures are corrupted. So in a sense, we don't believe in the Trinity, of course, and it kind of towards like a.
Well, I know you don't believe in the Trinity, but the Quran does say that that the Jews are the people of the book, and that they should follow the book.
The Jews and Christians, yeah, are the people of the book. Yeah.
Right, and Muhammad does say that God's law was revealed to the Jews.
Yes, but then they corrupted it, so they changed it.
Well, it's interesting because the Quran kind of says otherwise. It says that they should follow the thing.
They should follow the criteria that was given to them initially, and then in later verses it clarifies that since they don't have that anymore, that the Quran is the ultimate criteria now. Therefore, like they technically shouldn't be Jews and Christians; they should be Muslims. That's what the Quran says.
It's interesting. Can you show me that verse? You might be right. I've never seen that one yet. I'm only on like chapter 5 of the Quran.
Yo.
Yep.
Check. Can you still hear me? Oh,
yeah.
Yep. It's just because I'm on my phone right now, and like I just need to load up my laptop and then just to do it because I can't like go off screen and still hear you. So.
Because in chapter 5 it says, "Let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed therein."
Yeah. You know what? Just to save time, why don't I just give you the argument that it's the same God.
Fair enough.
Let's play it. Let's run on that.
I think it's the same God. Also, I don't know if the Quran fixes a whole lot. In the Quran, it does say at one point that you can approach your wife like farm implementation, as you please.
Can you show me the verse, the source on that?
Yeah. Hey, give me a second. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Dun, 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 dun.
No worries.
Yeah.
And when you say God is in the Epstein file, yeah. Sorry, go on.
I would say it's chapter 2, verse 223.
Chapter 2, verse 223. 2 to 23 or 223, yeah.
Yeah, 223. Hold on, let me make sure I read it right. Yeah, 223.
So it says, your wives are a place of sowing of seed for you, so come to your place of cultivation, however you wish, and put forth for yourselves. It says, well, the context here says, it emphasizes that sexual relations should be consensual, respectful, and focused on building a righteous family while reminding believers to fear Allah and avoid forbidden acts.
Well, yeah, but the word consensual is not in the text.
Your wives. So your wives are a tilth. The metaphor highlights the roles of wives. Come to your cultivation however you wish. It permits various intercourse provided in the. Yeah, but then there's other verses that'll condemn rape, for example.
Well, I don't think that he's considering this to be rape. If you can approach your wife as though it's a farm, that just means it's your property.
Well, it doesn't say like your property.
Well, is your farm your property?
But where does it say farm? Where does it say specifically farm?
A place for sowing seed.
Oh, your wife. Okay, it says your wives are like farmland for you, so approach them consensually as you please. So approach them consensually.
It doesn't say consensually. That's why it's in brackets. The translator added that for you.
And send forth something good. Yep.
Yeah, so he's saying your wives are like farmland for you. Approach them as you please. Now, it might be true that later in Islamic thinking, they're like, well, we should make that consensual, so they wanted to add that into the translation, but the original didn't say consensually.
Right. Well, I could just look up right now. Quranic verses that condemn rape.
Well, this isn't rape. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, if it's unconsensual, it is true.
Well, no, it's your wife. You can approach them as you please.
But you can technically rape your wife.
Is that in the Quran?
Sorry if I'm using a word that's not good for you too.
No, it's okay. I actually don't think it matters all that much, to be fair. I've been using it for like a year just to see what would happen, and I've never got taken down yet.
Yeah. So, for example, who you believe there is unlawful. So it says in another verse, 4:19, O you who have believed, it is not lawful for you to inherit women by compulsion, and do not make difficulties for them in order to take part of what you gave them.
Inherit. It have nothing to do with having sex with your wife.
But then once they become your wife, couldn't that like be conclusive? Or like can come from that? Because you can't have sex without, in Islam, you can't have sex like without marrying someone. Essentially,
right, that's what I'm saying.
Someone.
This is your wife. Right. You have consent. In these ancient cultures, when somebody became your wife, typically you can approach them as they are farm implementation, and whether or not they want you to or not is irrelevant at that point. You've already married them.
Okay. So your take on that is...
Well, what I'm saying is I don't know of a single verse in the Quran that says that you need to get your wife's consent to go into her. Now, again, I'm not an expert in the Quran. I'm literally just reading it for the first time now. And I'm only in chapter 5, which means I'm at the beginning.
Yeah. But I think it's safe to assume that like if they're your wife, like I think especially back then in that time, like it's safe to assume that if they're your wife, like it is consensual in that sense. Like she is going to consent. Safe to assume that, you know what I mean? Because we also have another rule where if she wants a divorce, all she has to say is divorce 3 times, and then you can't have any sexual contact with her.
After the divorce. I mean, after the period, yeah. But what I'm saying is that if you're married, I don't think there is an expectation of consent anymore.
But then that's still you still can't R-word her because she could just go to the council or the sheikh or the local religious advisor and say that he is R-wording me. And then that's a problem.
I actually don't think so. In Sahih Al-Bukhari 32:37, it says if a husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses, and he spends the night very angry with her, the angels curse her until morning. So
yeah, that's if
you refuse your husband, the angels will literally curse you.
Yeah, but that's context. If you're refusing him out of like your own volition and like in terms of like spitefulness, not because of...
It doesn't say that.
Yep. Well, there has to be greater context here.
Well, there's no context. He just says if it happens.
What is it, 32:37?
Yeah. It also shows up in Sahih Muslim 1436.
Sahih Muslim, we'll go Bukhari first, 32:37. If husband calls his wife to bed and she refuses and causes him to sleep in anger, the angels will curse her till morning. Let's go 32:38.
So if you're a woman in the Islamic world and you're told that the angels will curse you till morning if you don't go to bed with your husband when he demands, and now you're being coerced. You no longer have actual consent.
Okay. According to that verse alone.
Well, yeah, according to the one passage in the Quran with the accompanying hadith, but it's my understanding that not all Muslims follow the hadiths, right?
Yeah, like the Sunnis do and the Shias don't.
Right. So, I mean, the hadith will only matter to people who care about the hadith, apparently.
Yeah, I'm a Shia, so I don't technically follow it, but still, like in terms of like Quranically and the life of the Prophet and his traditions, like it's not you can't like R-word any woman or wife, essentially. Like it's.
Well, I think the question is, what do we consider rape? Like, I'm not suggesting that the Quran or Muhammad openly said that you could rape somebody, but they did do things that today we would consider rape. So, for example, Muhammad married a 9-year-old. So, for example, that would be, I would consider that sexual assault because I don't think that there's a 9-year-old on the planet that has ever or should ever be able to consent.
Would you agree? Would you at least see that in your argumentation there that you've used the fallacy of presentism?
No, it's not a presentism. It's not a fallacy.
Why?
It's because I'm not saying that it's wrong. So what I'm saying is that according to the definitions that we have, sexual assault is when you have non-consensual sexual contact with somebody, and based on what we know consent to mean, 9-year-olds cannot consent.
Yeah, but the thing is, in Islam, we don't look at the age. We don't look at the age at all. We have 3 criteria.
I know.
We have mental criteria. Yeah, but that's why your system is wrong, because you look at the age. So, for example, if a girl is 17 years old and 11 months, oh, no. But as soon as she turns 18, go for it. So that's the difference there. Whereas in our criteria,
what we're saying is 9-year-olds are never developed enough to have consent. I don't care when she hit puberty. I don't care how smart you think she is. 9-year-olds can't consent.
Right. Well, that's. I don't say you can look at it holistically in that way. You say there's no exceptions at all?
Yeah.
No exceptions?
0.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, no exceptions for quite a few reasons. One, because the brain, we know physically isn't developed. Also, you don't have nearly enough life experiences to have any clue about what's actually happening. Number 3, it's actually dangerous to have sex with children that young. You run a great risk of causing them permanent bodily injury, something that they wouldn't even have any business understanding, whereas an adult would understand. Children of 9-year-olds simply cannot consent.
The thing is, I'm stuck now defending the Sunni side when I'm a Shia, because we claim that she was like at least 16 or 17, whereas the Sunnis are the ones claiming through the Hadith that she was 9. But even if I do take up their argument, wouldn't you say that classic liberalism leading into like the 20th century had marriage laws where girls were 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in some states of America, for example?
So in most of the world, typically, like the age of consent was like implied as to like when they were ready maturely, like physically and mentally. And this notion of consent wasn't really an issue. What I'm saying is we understand that in the past consent wasn't that big of a deal. I'm saying today it is a big deal. My definition of SA includes consent.
Yeah, I agree.
Right.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Now, and again, I'm not even saying that like I am in a position to judge what people were doing 200 years ago. All I'm saying is the simple fact that based on the basic definitions of words that we have in the English language, it appears that the Abrahamic God condones SA. Also, please don't. You can't smoke on the stream. I apologize. I should have told you that.
Sorry. I'll
Yeah,
turn off my
it's
camera.
crazy. You can say all kinds of crazy words, but you certainly can't smoke. I have no idea why they drew the line with that, but that is the line.
That's funny. That's funny. You know what? I'll leave my camera on, but I'll go somewhere else and still talk to you.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
That's right. Also,
Yeah,
well, here's kind of where we're at though. I'm bumping up on my time limit and my internet connection is starting to fuck up right now. So if you get dropped, I didn't drop you.
No,
but
can I just mention one thing? According to your...
Well, before you say anything, I say I will definitely give you credit. Like the version of God that the Islam believes in is definitely got a lot of different characteristics of the God of the Bible, but I think it's difficult to escape all the nonsense that the Bible God did, considering it's still kind of the same God.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense. By the time you get to the third book, you'd hope that a lot of things are corrected.
Right,
You know
like
what I mean?
like some of it,
Kind of thing.
some of it in the Torah must be true, right? So like even if you think it's been corrupted, you have to ask yourself, well, what's been corrupted? Is it possible that the parts where God's causing the SA, is it possible that those parts are actually true?
No, because we believe so. The Quran corrects it. So if you look at verses in the Quran, it corrects it and says that like prophets of God, like Moses, for example, in the Old Testament, he was commanded to our word goes according to 1 Samuel 15:3 and all this nonsense. But the Quran corrects it and says, no, prophets of God are not ordered to do immoral acts as such. So that essay by the Israelites commanded by Moses never happened according to us. All these immoral things that, for example, David did or Moses did.
Well, in 1 Samuel 15:3, there's no SA. It's just a genocide.
They're killing. Sorry. I'm thinking. What's the other one? Numbers 31, 17, 18.
Is Numbers 31 addressed in the Quran?
Not specifically in the way it's not like referencing it specifically in the way you think, but it's saying that it makes a general statement in the Quran to say like essay carried out by prophets according to the Old and New Testament didn't happen by the prophets.
But that's what I'm saying is I'm not sure that they're going to consider this an essay.
Of course it is. To take. Have you seen Numbers 31, 17, 18?
I'm very familiar with Numbers 31. Yeah, but what I'm saying is I don't know if the people in Muhammad's time would have considered that essay. They might have considered that standard fare for what to do when you went to war.
But then why does it disagree with it? Why does it disagree with the Old and New Testament in that regard?
Well, I'm not sure it does. That's what I'm saying. If you show me the verse, I can catch up. Is there a verse that says that taking war brides is bad?
I'm smoking on cam. I can't really look it up because I'll let up smoking on the camera. But I'm trying to think of a specific verse. I mean, you could try Google it.
So, like,
see what comes up.
In Quran chapter 4, it looks like you're not supposed to take married women, but I don't see a passage that says you can't take war brides. In fact, as long as the war bride's not married, I would imagine that you could take them, right?
Yeah, but you can't award the war brides. Remember what I read to you earlier? I said you can't force yourselves onto them.
Right. No, I'm not suggesting that they would force themselves upon them, but what I am suggesting is that if you take a war bride, I don't think women captured in war have consent.
The thing I read to you earlier.
It's coercion, right? Like if somebody kidnaps you and you're a prisoner, and then they say, "Well, I want you to be my war bride." Well, you don't really have true consent. You've got kind of an ultimatum a little bit.
But then in the Quran it says you're not allowed to mistreat your captives. You're meant to feed them and clothe them and everything with the same things that you have.
I know. And you would do that with a war bride. You would give them food and clothing. What I'm saying is that a war bride is somebody who is not really giving real consent.
War bride is somebody not giving real consent. In terms of getting captured, yes, but in terms of the things that happen later on, actually, when they're under your captivity, yeah, of course they have rights, and of course you can't do those stuff to them.
No, I think you can. It says this is in the Quran. It says also forbidden are married women except female captives in your possession, so you're not forbidden to take the female captives.
Yeah, to take them, but not to do whatever you want with them.
Well, you could marry them, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you can marry them.
This is Allah's command to you. Lawful to you are all beyond these, as long as you seek them with your wealth in legal marriage, not in fornication. Give those you have consummated marriage with their due dowry. So what I'm saying is, just like the Bible, the Quran does allow for taking war brides, and I don't think that war brides actually have consent.
But then how does it make a general order to not have extramarital sex?
That's adultery. That's different.
Or even premarital sex. So let's say you don't have a wife.
That's fornication. That's still different.
Exactly. And fornication you can't.
But this isn't fornication.
What, to have sex with your war brides?
Yeah. It's not fornication if you marry them. No, if you marry them, it's not fornication.
Yeah, if you marry them.
That's what I'm saying. This passage is allowing you to marry war brides. War brides don't have consent.
Yeah. Yes, they do. If you marry them, they have to consent. Marriage is definitely a consensual thing.
Okay, we'll try this again.
They have to consent in marriage.
If you're a captive, you no longer have consent under the basic definition of consent. If you have consent, it means you're agreeing to something without any outside threat or coercion. But when you've become a captive, you've been taken in war, you have outside threat and coercion, which means you don't really have true consent.
So what happens? Okay, so what happens if you're a female of a army that's being defeated? You're being captured, and then basically, you don't agree to be married. What's gonna happen? What do you think's gonna happen to the woman?
Well,
Stay alive or killed or what?
They could kill you, just like they probably did others. They could treat you poorly. There's all kinds of things that could happen to you. It doesn't spell out what happens, but the reality is, if you're a woman in the ancient world and somebody kidnaps you after they murdered your entire family, and then they come to you and say, hey, you're attractive, I want to marry you. The reality is you simply just don't have real consent in the way that we define it today. Captured women don't have consent.
Does it say that in the Quran?
It says you can take them as your wives.
Yeah, but that's my point. So if you're taking them as your wives, you're marrying them, that entails consent. They have to consent to being married.
It doesn't.
So then what's the difference between so the difference between a war bride and just marrying a normal woman is there's literally no difference in terms of that the marriage concept. Because the general
it's quite different. Let me give you an example. Okay. So you know the story of probably, even if you don't read the Bible, you probably know the story of King David and Bathsheba, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So King David saw this hot woman and he sent his servant to go get her and brought her to the palace and then went into her. In that situation, do you think that girl really had consent?
No, of course not.
No, because the king sent for her. There was somebody with a much higher level of authority that said, you come here. If you're captured in war, you're in the exact same situation. There's somebody with a much higher position of authority who has captured you and is possibly a threat to your life and is saying, I'm going to make you my wife. You don't have real consent there. You don't have true freedom of choice.
But the difference in the Bible and the Quranic laws is that the Bible doesn't really have laws and regulations for how to handle slaves and what after marrying them and so on and so forth. For example, so we deny that King David did that. We deny because
I'm not saying he did it. What I'm saying is this in the story you can understand that it's analogous. The woman who is being taken captive by the king doesn't truly have consent in the same way that a woman captured in war doesn't truly have consent.
Yeah, but it's not analogous. It's not a one-to-one because the Quranic laws are different to the biblical laws.
I'm not saying they're comparable. What I'm saying is that the definition of consent entails that your decision is free from fear and coercion.
Yeah, but I explained to you a hypothetical where the slaved woman can say no, and nothing would happen to her.
Again, they don't know that. They're prisoners.
Well, it doesn't matter if they don't know that.
If a bunch of raiding marauders come into your land and murder your family and take you captive, you don't know what they're going to do to you. You have no idea what they're going to do to you. You don't have consent. It doesn't matter what's in the Quran.
Yeah, but what they know, what the people know that are observant of the Quran, they know that it's illegal, it's forbidden to do that. So it doesn't matter what I know as the
No, it doesn't matter. The woman who's kidnapped doesn't know anything about these people. She doesn't know their laws. She doesn't know what they allow or disallow. All she knows is that she's been taken captive.
Okay.
So what that means is if you're taken captive and you're scared for your life because you just saw your family get murdered, it means when someone comes to you and says, you're going to be my wife now, you don't really have consent. You've got an outside force that is compelling you.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean in that regard, yeah. But in terms of the laws and regulations that govern that force that, for example, comes in and takes the slaves, they still have to uphold the laws and regulations. So they can't do all the...
I'm not saying that they don't. All I'm saying is that based on our definitions, the woman who is a war bride doesn't really have consent. Maybe an illusion of consent, but no real consent.
Yeah, but you're looking at it through only her lens rather than
I am. Yeah.
The other guy's lens.
That's the only lens you need. When you're going into a woman, the question of is this sexual assault is only from her lens.
I agree to the extent that if the action does happen, that like a R or SA happens, yes, of course, you look at it solely through the woman's lens. But if it's a justice and she comes, so let me ask you this: is there any way that she can consent and not be coerced?
Not if you're a captive. That's what makes the difference. So if somebody comes and destroys your village, and then out of her own volition goes out and seeks somebody from the other side to marry, maybe she practiced consent there. But when you're kidnapped, you're someone's prisoner, you've been taken, you don't have consent anymore.
And then what would you say if the Quran or the Hadith say that if they want to be freed, you have to free them?
That has nothing to do with consent because that's slavery, not sexual relationship.
Yeah, but if you're freeing them, then you can't do the SA. There's no potentiality for the SA.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're referring to. What I'm saying is that the woman who is a war bride doesn't have consent because of the situation that she's in.
The woman is a war bride doesn't have consent in the situation. Okay, yeah, I'll agree with that. Consent in the modern way
yes, that's what
way that we think of.
That's exactly what I'm saying. In the modern notion of consent, she doesn't have it. I'm not saying anything about in the ancient world. I'm just saying in the modern way.
But that's still presentism because you're applying today's standards and the subjective metrics of it to say, oh, back then they would have ought to act in this way.
I didn't say anything about how they should act. Again, I'm not telling you how they should have acted. I'm just saying, based on the definition of these words, the God is condoning sexual assault. I didn't say that he's evil for doing it. I'm not saying that they're wrong for doing it. Like I'm more than happy to do that some other time. All I'm saying is based on the prompt, this is a true claim.
Oh, fair enough. And when you say God is in the Epstein files, it kind of trips me out because are you saying by name or like God like condones the Epstein files?
No, just by my name. It's a joke. If you go to the Epstein files and search for God, he shows up 22,000 times. It's just pretty high, actually.
That's pretty good.
I didn't expect it, to be honest. But to be fair, I'm sure most of the mentions of God are not actually about what was happening. I'm sure it's just there's so much stuff in the Epstein files that has nothing to do with Epstein at all that it's hard to know what's connected without actually reading through all of it.
Pretty crazy stuff, man.
pretty wild, actually. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
My fear, I don't know what country you're in, but my fear is that our current
Mm.
leadership is going to try to push it under the rug for the next 3 years, and we're not going to actually
Oh, yeah.
prosecute anybody. I want to fucking prosecute every one of them.
They should all be in jail, man. All the,
Agreed.
like Bill Gates. I don't care how rich or
Yep.
powerful they are, how old they're getting. They're just gonna
Yep.
wait till they die, bro. They're gonna wait till they die, and they'll be like, "Oh, well, we couldn't do anything about it because they're dead now."
You fucking nailed it. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're gonna putz around and say, "Well, it's inconclusive, and it's in process," and then all these horrible human beings are going to die without ever getting served justice. I want to see these people imprisoned.
Right, 100%, 100%, man.
All right, hey Mohammed,
Well,
you're
good on
actually
you.
you're pretty chill to talk to. I appreciate you coming in and being chill. You know, the guests that came before you were pretty unbearable, and like
Nah, I saw that.
sometimes you need a palate cleanser before the end of the live stream. You're going to be my last guest, so you're my palate cleanser.
Nah, for sure. It's good talking to you too, man. Like, you know, it's good to have disagreements and like talk about it in a healthy fashion rather than just going crazy.
I actually agree. You know, tonight's a spicy night because of the topic, obviously, but I actually have ran into a lot of people that that we have good conversations with. It's just hard when you're talking about somebody's God because people get really kind of bent out of shape when you're talking about God, you know?
But you could imagine, as a Muslim, I'm kind of used to it with the crazy anti-Islamic, you know, rhetoric that goes around and all that. Now I'm desensitized to it. So at the end of the day, if I can have a middleman approach and talk to someone normal, like I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, yeah. Well, listen, thanks for chatting with us. Hope you have a good rest of the day wherever you're at, and maybe I'll see you again in the future, bud.
For sure. Take care, man. Have a good day.
Cheers.
Peace.
For anyone watching, I know that the feed is getting choppy. I apologize. For some reason, my internet is starting to slow down tonight. I don't know what's happened. I have no idea why it's slowing down. It did that last Sunday too, when I was on. It is what it is, but it's fine. We're towards the end of the stream. I'm gonna read what's left of our super chats, and when I say what's left, I mean an hour and a half of super chats. I'm so sorry that there's this many to read, but I really wanted to get as many debates in as I could while the getting was good. I didn't want to have any dead airtime. So I didn't read as many super chats between the guests as sometimes I normally would. I saved a bunch for at the end. But thank you so much for everyone being here, and especially for everyone who's supporting the stream via super chat. I really do appreciate it. It's one of the reasons why I always aim to read as many of them as possible, which is typically 100% of them, because like I love interacting with the audience, but I also really appreciate you guys supporting the stream. It really does help out the channel quite a bit. That and memberships, you know. Evil Banana says this caller is giving off big incel vibes, and you know what? I know which one you're talking about. This was from the first guest, but to be fair, most of the guests tonight, I think, would be classified as giving off incel vibes. So don't disagree. And Jennifer, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says sexual immorality. If only good poker face. I mean, perhaps. Rock hard for Doug too, by the way. And Game says the cope is strong with STR. I know. Did I even write down STR? Let me make sure I did. I did. Yeah, I did. We got a bunch of clips from tonight, actually. It's going to be fucking wild. I got to get some shorts. Yeah, the cope was really thick here tonight. Godwin, hey, good to see you tonight, friend. Says, I love it when you cook overconfident callers. They are my favorite. My favorite is when they really come in confident. Like, they just know the Bible doesn't say what I said it said. Oops. Shishi says, STR, how are you not embarrassed? Should be embarrassed. In fact, your whole family should be embarrassed for some of these callers. And Jennifer says, none of us are okay, friend. We are carrying on. I'm sorry. We're in dire times right now, Jennifer. It's tough right now. It's hard out there. It really is. But I'm here for you, Jennifer. And Godwin as well says, drink when they ask if you read Hebrew or bingo. I do love it. It's not that you guys. It's not that like I'm a Hebrew expert. Like I'm still like I got like a grade school level. Like I understand the grammar. I did all the grammar. I got like a couple hundred words in my vocabulary. I know how to conjugate verbs and all this stuff. So it's not like I'm an expert, but it's like I still get tickled every time someone comes in. It's like, well, you have to understand in like the original language. And you just know they have no fucking idea what the original language says. It just tickles me every time, even if you're not an expert. Or Kuma says that Lion Kid would have been an easy baby paste. Oh, but cheers for not going for the easy takedown. You know what? Fuck. I had all night to do baby paste and I forgot to do it. I failed. I failed you guys for not doing baby paste. That's on me. My deepest apologies. I won't do it again. I won't do it again. I'll make sure to take advantage of the baby paste opportunities. Tonight was a ripe opportunity. Gentleman Viking says, in response to Raven Gate, didn't Noah have 7 of each bird? The clean birds, the unclean birds, not 7 pairs. So, but the Raven Gate it's a real thing. But the raven went out and came back, and then the dove after that. So the raven only went out once. So even if there was only 2, it should be okay. Numerically, there's no Raven Gate unless we're talking about the football team. Fuck the Ravens. Gargoyle says Trinity, schizophrenia or multiple personalities. True. Although last time I said the Trinity was like a form of schizophrenia, I got canceled, so I can't say that anymore. I'm not apparently that. I have to find a better way to word that, so I just haven't said it again ever since, and I don't have anything to replace it with. But yeah, the Trinity concept is ridiculous. Simeon says, I've been considering breaking into the atheist debate space. Are there any free niches you've seen? I don't want to compete with big names initially. That's a good question. I don't know. So that's the hardest thing. So when I first started streaming, I thought to myself, I need a niche. I don't want to do what everyone else is doing. And I already had friends of mine like Skits and Bits was already doing like just doing the slavery topic over and over again. That's back in where there's only a couple streamers on TikTok doing this kind of stuff. You might be surprised, but back when I started on TikTok, there weren't that many people doing this kind of thing. Now there's droves of them, but all that being said, it's really cramped right now. I don't know what you could take as a niche. My niche was always the prophecies. That was my favorite thing, but that was my favorite thing even before I started streaming. That just happened to be like, so here's what I would say, Simeon. Pick a topic that you are desperately in love with. Pick a topic you are passionate about. Pick a topic that you feel like you know everything about it and nobody could ever one-up you. Take that topic, whether it's used or not, and use that in a debate. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was just talk about what you know. I had to give a speech, and my mentor just said, don't be nervous, just only talk about the things that you know about, and you'll be fine. And that's always been good advice. If you get off the beaten path and start talking about things you don't know about, eventually you'll stumble and fuck up. But it's even happened to me a few times. I got a little too far off what my real knowledge base is, and I fucked up. I try to make that a minimum, but Jordan says, welding all night long. That's what I'm fucking here for. Strike an arc for me, buddy. Gonna listen to the stream and run some beads. Lay some dimes for me, baby. Shout out to Sexual Immorality, my favorite new band. I will definitely go watch that band. That's for sure. And Flibberty Giblet says callers are super loud tonight, FYI. On TikTok or YouTube, shit. If they're, well, to be fair, they were loud tonight. I could have turned them down, but if they come on TikTok, if they come on TikTok, I don't have a great mechanism for turning them down. Like I can turn them down on the YouTube side, but I can't really turn them down on the TikTok side. So just one of those situations. The way, if I was only streaming to YouTube, I would have an easier setup. But since I'm streaming to TikTok as well, and I'm taking guests from TikTok, it's kind of messy getting the audio routing. Shishi says, I meant to ask in my first super chat, haven't heard or asked a while, how's your son? Hope he had a great Christmas. Thank you, Shishi. He's doing well. We had a blast. He doesn't. So my son doesn't really understand Christmas. It's not a thing that he gets. He's on the severe level of autism, so like he doesn't talk at all. So Christmas is, to be honest, for him, Christmas is kind of like a wasted season. So we did fun stuff. We went sledding. We played outside. We did all the cool stuff that all little boys enjoy, whether they're autistic or not. So we had a blast. I took him for the first time tubing at like an actual ski resort where we had like a big hill to tube down, and we had an escalator taking us back up. He liked that a lot, so it was a good time. Thanks for asking. Space Lord says, "Is it just me, or are the guests calling their god a liar?" Yeah, you fucking nailed it. Everyone, they're calling their god a liar when they say words don't mean words. They're saying God did not do what their book says he did. The book clearly says he did it, and they're like, no, God didn't do it. He just allowed it to happen. Where does that say that in the book? Well, it doesn't say it in the book. You just have to add it to it, right? Jade says, Gen Z Christians are my new favorite. You know what? To do the apologetic work, like on the internet, you have to be young, right? You when you get older and get maturity, and you actually read the book for yourself finally, it's much more difficult to come in with this level of confidence. Juju says, STR made me feel like I needed to be screened for STDs. I don't blame you. It was icky. It was really icky. And Game Guy says, what happened when two warriors liked the same girl? Did the first one call dibs to get the keeper? This is actually a really fair question, because in the end of Numbers 21 or Numbers 31, it doesn't say how they divided up the girls. Were they allowed to call dibs? Like, what was the process for dividing up the girls? If I had to wager a guess, my guess is that the process involved something akin to Deuteronomy 21, where they had all the captives, and they're like, okay, you go to the warriors, you go to the priests, you go to the warriors, you go to the priests. And then when they finally collected all the ones that go to the warriors, then the warriors just had their pick. Because you got to remember, like, not all of these young virgin girls would have been war brides. Only a portion of them. Some of them actually would have been slaves. If they were ugly, somebody would have just taken them as slaves. So, like, not all of them were war brides. So my guess is that really what happened was they lined them all up, and they picked the hot ones. The hot ones became war brides, and the ugly ones became slaves. That seems to be the most likely turn of events. And Adam, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, I'm convinced that most evangelicals see Epstein as a role model, and they search the files for explicit pictures. You know what? You're probably not fucking wrong. The God of the Bible thinks Epstein did great. And Bobby Ellis says, if Ancient Aliens is a guilty pleasure, check out David Wilcock. Dude is insane, but also hilarious. I actually don't know the name. But yeah, Ancient Aliens is kind of a guilty pleasure. Let me check out David Ancient Aliens is one of those shows where, like, I know it's bullshit. I have a real education. I know that Ancient Aliens is nonsense. I know that Zachariah Stitchins is a maniac, but I just can't look away. Like, every time they make up something new, I'm like, what the fuck did he just say? Like, the aliens did what? It's crazy every time. DJ says Mezzo went into Joel's live and did the same guilt trip. Great. Please, somebody. Hold on. Cat, you can't touch the keyboard. I think you just changed a bunch of settings. Like my cat's trying to take down the live stream, y'all. If somebody has a clip of that, if they streamed that to YouTube, please somebody clip the clip of Mezzo on Joel's live. Poor Mezzo's brokenhearted. Tragically, Shap says pop culture reference. Oh no. I'm not going to get this. Your voice sounds like Noah Willies, the Pit character, Dr. Robbie, the debate of death, 6:50 p.m. I don't nothing in Tragically, Shap. I apologize. I really appreciate you sending the super chat, but none of those words made sense to me. You have to remember, I'm a million fucking years old. I'm basically a boomer at this point. I don't know who Noah Willies is, or Dr. Robbie, or the time of death debate, but there are some people here who does know what all that means, and I'm sure they find it hilarious. So thank you for sending the joke, even though it's obviously like it's way past my head, you know. My pop culture reference is like ended in 1995. Karen, thank you for the super. It says Mezzo is mad because Joel got 100 new subs. I mean, maybe, you know, I would love to have Mezzo on as well. We just happened to be Joel first. You know what I mean? We'll get around to it. Poor Mezzo. I hope Joel got more than 100 new subs though. Jamnick, hey, good to see you, friend. Says, and instead of being the all holy Trinity, they'll be the all holes are filled Trinity. Holy fuck! Gay for Justin and wait, what's J and M? Wait, gay for Justin, Joel, and Mezzo. Gay for Justin, Joel, and Mezzo. Big W. Everyone should be gay for Joel and Mezzo for sure. They're amazing. And Marin says, love the topic today. Keep cooking. Well, Marin, I knew this would be a kind of a hot topic the first time I ran it. All bets are off, like the second or the third time that you run the topic. You know, sometimes it kind of wears off. You know what I mean? But yeah, I thought that this might be a hot one. 1 million Ant says, holy smokes, STR, that young kid calling from the car park got slapped silly during the call. Fucking immensely rock hard for Doug right now. But thank you, 1 million Ants. Yeah, STR did not have a good time. Did not. And CH to CI hairless cats. That's a mouthful. If a parent knows that a child is being SA'd by someone and allows it to happen, that parent gets their kid taken away, guilty in the eyes of the court. Fucking right. Fucking right. What's the word for that? It's called It's not just a form of neglect, it's a form of fuck. There's a real judicial word for it. I'm sorry, friends, I don't know what it is, but you guys know what's going on. You know what's up. Sons of the Clippy says, should have asked Alice what size kanji she wears. They were fucking huge. I know that much. Dr. Pizza, good to see you, is clinging to any word that she can be offended by. I know they try so hard to bend the words of the Bible, and when all those fails, they just accuse me of being bad faith. You know, what are you gonna do? Chris Wyndham, thank you for the super chat. Says, the more I listen to these callers, cultural context goes over their head. What resource would you recommend to ground the Bible in cultural context? Well, so here's what I would get. I would get the 4-volume series called The Context of Scripture. And I know some of you already know what I'm talking about and you're groaning because it's like $500. But the reality is, if you really want to know the cultural context of the Bible, you have to read the primary sources. There's some cheaper ones you can get, like the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament. You can get that one for free in some places. You can also get Cuneiform Parallels to the Old Testament by Samuel Driver. That's in the open domain now. You can get that one for free. Those are small. But if you really want to get the full context, just break down, get some money, save all you can, and buy the 4-volume set called The Context of Scripture. I promise you won't regret it. Also, if you like a commentary, you can get one of these. They've got the Zondervan Illustrated Bible Backgrounds Commentary set. This one is for Genesis. Wait, more than just Genesis. What's in this one? Genesis through Deuteronomy. So these are really good for backgrounds, but not as good as just reading the primary context. You guys should know, if you're watching me for any length of time, that I'm a big fan of reading the primary text. Don't read what somebody says about it. Read the actual text yourself. Then you'll know. Never trust what somebody tells you the text says. Read it for yourself. Dr. Fudge, thank you so much for the super chat. It says women are basically property anyways. Yes, so maybe we shouldn't think that these people had great moral development and that their God was BS. Yes, if you can admit that God basically treated women like property, then it shouldn't be hard for you to also admit that the God allowed them to SA them because they didn't consider them to be anything better than property. So it's not really SA. Property can't be SA'd. Rocky says, Alice Maxwell over here. So gross. Yes. Yes. Alex fucking Maxwell is correct. I hope nobody that knows her saw that. Epic Jared says, did people in the ancient world intentionally have children just to sell them as slaves as a means of income? Rock hard for Doug. Actually, yes. Now, it was frowned upon, but it sure as fuck did happen. It absolutely fucking happened. And it was very common, too, to happen to the children born to prostitutes. So that was a real thing. And sacred prostitutes, too. Even if you were a temple prostitute, if you got knocked up and had a child, quite often, not only would your child be sold, but a lot of times in the culture, they would be prized. Like people would pay a premium to get one of those children. So yeah, it's an unfortunate thing. If you look at the slave and adoption contracts from the ancient Nutsi and Mari tablets, what you'll find in there is that there's a ton of them. Just like 50% of the adoptions and slave purchases for young women were just, I need to buy somebody to marry my son. There's tons of them. Look them up. Look up the Mari slave tablets. I think you'll be shocked by what you'll find. Germ says Alice is a good reminder that 21% of U.S. adults are functionally illiterate. That means they can read but can't understand things like context. Oof. Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the truth. There are a percentage of adults that when they read something, they can't put it together. They can't figure it out. They need it to explicitly say whatever you want it to say, right? Or else it just doesn't mean anything to them. It's unfortunate that is the case. Jeff Rowe says, I've never heard someone with so little knowledge be so confident and arrogant as Alice. That was some disgusting slavery essay apologizing. It's hard to listen to. It really is. It's really funny when they accuse me of not knowing as well. Like I was the one that failed to read the book, even though I know they're reading this for the first time. Do Christians really think replacing current law with biblical law would be making progress in society? Very good, Wizard. That's a good question. They don't believe that. I mean, the ones who haven't read the book believe it. So, like, there certainly is a percentage of Christians who are of the opinion that you should use the biblical laws in America, but they haven't read it. They actually don't know what those laws are, right? So it's one of those things where if they actually did read the laws, they would probably disagree with that notion, but since they haven't read it. I remember any ex-Christians here, I'm dating myself now. Are there any ex-Christians here who used to listen to Sonic Flood? Put a 1 in the comments if you ever listened to the worship band Sonic Flood. They were widely popular in the late 90s, early 2000s. Crazy popular. But, yeah, these one's pouring in. So, Sonic Flood had one album. I forget the name of it. But in between tracks on the album, sometimes they would do, like, commentary. And in one of their little commentary between tracks, they talked about how the U.S. laws are based on biblical laws. Like they just said it like everyone knows it's a fact. They just said it publicly on a CD, assuming everyone agrees with them. And even as a young Christian, I was like, I don't know if that's the case. I don't think that's really the case. That's not really. I don't know about that Sonic Flood, but a lot of Christians believe that because they've never actually read the book. Like it's just one of the things that they accept as true. It's ubiquitous. Everybody believes it. But it's not really the case. Zoidberg says, is this woman the dumbest caller ever on here? She certainly did pretend to be one of the dumbest. I don't remember anyone else with these low numbers of neurons in their head. I had secondhand embarrassment. It was hard. That's why I got frustrated with her. Because either one of two things was true. Either she was the dumbest person that we've ever talked to, or she's pretending to be dumb. And if you're up here pretending to be dumb, that's just pettifogging. I'm not going to stand for it. Pettifogging is a great word, by the way. This is my new favorite word because it matches so well with what we witness during these debates. It perfectly explains what my interlocutors do like 70% of the time. Juju Penguin says, this woman has Christy Noam levels of brain cells. I know. Maybe less. It's hard to tell. Reverend Nate says, is Monday room temperature IQ callers day, for fuck's sake? It's not, but I think you do have to be a low IQ to engage in this particular topic, this one specifically. And Very Good Wizard says, most women in the church syndicate in which I was raised thought and talked similarly. The misinformation and lack of education is pretty alarming. It is true, and depending on which sect of Christianity came from, you will find quite a few of them doubling down on the idea that a man or a woman can always go to their spouse. It's never marital rape. There's a lot of Christians that will double down on that. I don't even believe that the Bible teaches that, like in the New Testament. You get that from 1 Corinthians chapter 7, where it says that you shouldn't withhold yourself to your spouse because your body is your spouse's body and your spouse's body is your body, so on and so forth. So you shouldn't withhold each other. But it doesn't say that you can force yourself on her. It just says, hey, you shouldn't, you shouldn't be keeping yourself. But that's not quite the same as saying that you're allowed to go SA your spouse. How somebody says, God could have said, don't fucking do it. Yes. God could have said, don't you fucking dare. And make it a deadly sin to do anything horrific. Alice's cope is the most disgusting. It's disgusting that they'll get up here and lie to my face and to the audience face. And we had a hell of an audience today. I think our horizontal YouTube was at like 23,000 and our vertical was at like 700 to 800, somewhere in there. So there are a lot of people heard Alice say some bullshit. We had like 700 or 800 people on TikTok. Daniel De La Noche says, it's not just that slave girls don't consent. It's that their consent was literally never even considered in the damn first place. Horrible. It never was. It's not just that they don't have consent. It's that consent is a silly notion. It's not even something they're concerned about, which is why you can have passages like Deuteronomy 25, where if your husband dies, you have to marry his brother. Why? Just so a child can be born to carry on the lineage? That's some crazy bullshit. Peace, love, and cake. I'm down with all of that. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says, just started to GoFundMe to help Alice pay to get her tubes tied and help prevent the spread of this ignorant sickness. It's funny, I'm not a fan of eugenics, but I do know this. There are some people where if they got forcefully castrated, or what do they call it? Chemically castrated back in the day. Or also radiation castrated. I could definitely see that there are some cases where you're like, it seems like it would improve the place if we did. You know what I mean? Like, there's definitely some people that seems like that might be a benefit to. But anyways, I still hold strong. We should never be forcing people into castration. Ben, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, where does it say that the cat is a hat? Alice reading Dr. Seuss. Unfucking believable. That's true. That's exactly what it says. That's exactly her argument. Where does it say though? And Game Guy says, imagine having the reading comprehension of a cigarette butt and trying to debate the Bible. That is Alice. That is 100%. Literally was having the IQ of a donut up in here, which is sad. I do love donuts. Andy Pate, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says you shouldn't read this. Oh, it'll just stress your voice more. Rock hard for Doug's. Well, too late, Andy. Thank you for supporting the stream. And I suspect tomorrow I'm not going to be able to speak. Right now I'm drinking a lot of caffeine-free Coke Zero. So it's helping like lubricate my throat, but I suspect tomorrow it's gonna be pretty shitty. Atlas says, I'm so embarrassed that Alice's name is too similar to mine. Atlas, we will never confuse you for Alice, that's for sure. I've been called by that name Accidentally? Oh no. I get called Jason accidentally a lot. I don't know if I look like a Jason, but it happens a lot. Oh, my dear Lisa, the rainbow giraffe. I've got to get a rainbow giraffe for the shelf, y'all. I really do. I haven't done it yet. I will get Lisa the rainbow giraffe for the shelf. Very good wizard coming again says Alice heard God is good all the time, one too many times. You know what? I'm shocked that she didn't repeat it in stream even, because she seems like the type of person that would say that. And Hank says Alice is really catches the heat tonight. Alice is a war bride of Yahweh, except she's giving full consent to the violation of her mind. Yes. Yes, 100%. She is full on a war bride with Stockholm syndrome. That's it. Alice might rival Carolyn Levitt when it comes to being dishonest as gaslighting. Jeffro, I'm with you. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, this is definitely like Trump admin level gymnastics. The lies are just outright crazy. And P Swim says Paul might have been onto something. Ah! Shit. Yeah, when he told the women to shut up and sit down. Fair. I disavow, though, women shouldn't have to shut up and sit down. But I understand why you think that was funny because of Alice. I connect all the dots. But I fucking love women that are kicking ass. It was one of my favorite things. You guys know I had 4 badass sisters. They're all fucking badasses. That's one of the reasons. Like it's hard. I feel like it's hard unless you're indoctrinated. If you had sisters growing up, it's hard to not be a feminist sometimes, because if you didn't have sisters, I can understand why you grow up and think like these are like different creatures. But if you grew up with sisters, like it's just like having, for me, it was just like any other member of the family. How could you possibly treat them any differently than you would your brother or your father, right? It's just another family member. Like I'll never understand men who grew up with sisters that think that they should be treated any differently than men. It's preposterous to me. If somebody treated my sisters that way, we'd be having some words. Anyways, Warehouse says for cough drops. I'm gonna need it tonight. Actually, I got some halls in the other room. I'm gonna have to pop them in. Gargo says Alice equals Pam Bondi. Gross. Stoned again. Hell, Doug. I'm glad that you're getting high, but Alice is getting low. But yes, Alice is basically doing the Pam Bondi tonight. That's the thing. River Track Runner says praise them. Eric Cartman voice. Oh, you know that's what we need on the soundboard. We need some Eric Cartman sounds. Oh, fuck. Let me put that. I gotta open up my notes. Hold on before I forget. Let's see. Things to remember. Eric Cartman sound clips for soundboard. Hey, that's a good note. Noah's Lions 8 dead babies on the ark. Great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says water with vinegar, gargle, makes in your voice. Oh, I didn't know that. You know what? When I was younger, my mom used to tell us to gargle with salt water. I'm curious if it does the same thing, gargling with vinegar versus salt water. I could do both. I could do salt water and vinegar. I don't know. Maybe I just mix them all into one and do at the same time. I know you're a nurse, which means your information is probably the information I need to follow, but I appreciate the help. I do have vinegar, by the way. Eric says, these callers, well, I've got white vinegar. Does it matter what kind of vinegar it is? Huh. I'll check. These callers would think Charles Manson to be innocent with their thought process because he only commanded the family's actions against others. True. So if this Manson didn't murder anyone, by the way, although he went to prison. Manson incited the murder through his quote unquote family members, but he was on the hook for it, even though he didn't technically do it. But based on what we're hearing from these believers, Manson would go free if you ask them. And Goat Dirt says, show idea, only your religion is real, prove me wrong. Wait, my religion? Wait, what? Help me understand. Only your religion is real. So Dougism, are you saying only Dougism is real? I could do that. I've done it before. That's how Doug came to be. Was I did Pet Rock versus Jesus, and it just kind of took off. We haven't done it ever since. I needed to bring it back. River Track Runner says, does God have ligma? God does have ligma. Indeed. Reverend Nate, my friend, thank you for the Canadian super chat. Says D Black is exactly as pedantic and dishonest as a Phil bro. They just don't use the terminology. Prove me wrong. Yeah. I'm Reverend Nate. I'm in vociferous agreement. I'm in violent agreement with you on this. It's amazing how quickly people don't know how words work. You know what I mean? Katie, thank you for the super chat. Says apparently it's insufferable night tonight. It really was. We did have a string. I'm glad though the last guest was not insufferable. The last guest I thought was nice to talk to and was being somewhat reasonable. He fought for his position, which you would expect, but he was being kind and reasonable about it. And so I respect him for that. Basketball G says this was unfortunately needed. Thank you, Justin. Basketball G, that's the hard part. It's not just that it's fun to watch. It's that the Bible can't prevent what Epstein did. There's nothing in the Bible, really, that would prevent what Epstein did. If all of Epstein's co-conspirators were Christians, they could still come to the conclusion that doing this was somehow acceptable. Or they would just pray for forgiveness, because that's what it means to be a Christian. You can do whatever you want, then pray for forgiveness. It says, if the household is called Beelzebub, Matthew, I may not know exactly what that is in reference to, but it is true that the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit wouldn't be against the household. It's blasphemy against the Holy Spirit is when you see the Holy Spirit doing something and then you accuse the Holy Spirit of being demonic. That's the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. And Chodicus, artist formerly known as Lockfury, says objection, non-responsive, sustained. True. I didn't know you can do an objective for non-responsiveness, though. I'm curious if you actually can. I bet there is. Hold on. I bet you can. Let's see. Can you object for non-response? Yeah. You can. Oh, it's really interesting. Well, I'm gonna pull that out in debate. Call the non-response card. It's kind of the same as like delay of game, or trying to think how else to word it. There's a lot of different ways to word it, but yeah. Or stalling, like in a wrestling match. Heathen Reason, thank you for the super chat, says you should damn near change your channel name to 1,000,001 Ways Not to Say Yes or No, for fuck's sake. So true. I will never in a million years understand why Christians are absolutely incapable of answering yes or no questions. I'll never not understand it. And Konami says, go to Wags CVS. Is that Wegman? And get some Fisherman's Friend. Actually, I do know about Fisherman's Friend. It's pretty good. I think the, not the CVS, but the Walgreens. I think the Walgreens will have some, and they'll still be open. I Am Andy says, I got a Handmaidens vibe from Alice. Yes. She would be one of the villains in the Handmaidens Tale for sure. And PJ says 26 out of 27 on my stats exam. Doug be praised. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. PJ, I am happy and proud of you. That is impressive. Math is super important. I wish I remembered even a quarter of the math that I took when I was in school. It is what it is. Insidious Gorilla says, glad my god, Doug, is a rock. Unlike the others, he doesn't take you for granted. Praise Doug. Yes, Doug will never take you for granted. He'll always be rock hard for you and never flaccid. Werewolf says, word of the day, Petty Fog. Yes, it's a good one. It's a really good one. It's too fitting for what we experience here to not use. Am I wrong here? Am I crazy for thinking that? K Brawley says words are rock hard. Indeed. Words are rock hard, which is why I can open a book and just tell you what words mean, but Christians can't. They're looking at words through spiritual eyes. Gargoyle says Kitty SA is a real moral boost after Genie gave her Justin. Genji? But I don't know who Genie is. Hold on, give me a second. I'm kind of lost me here. Who's Jenny? I may not fully understand what you mean by who Genny is, but listen, Child SA, big no. Big. That's what we're doing this live stream. And Adam says forced marriage is fine. The dowry is at 50,000. Could you imagine trying to think that it's okay to force somebody into marriage as long as you pay the bride price, as if that makes consent happen? It doesn't. Luke Crawford said, if atheists, you have no morals, do you agree with Hitler? No? If so how can you hate SA? Then LOL, besides thinking we can from apes is R word. I can only assume you're a believer because what you said is completely incoherent and you're using the R slur. So, Luke, you're disgusting. So, just heads up. You didn't impress anybody with your super chat. You just paid $5 to clown yourself in front of my audience. And Sportwolf says, having face cam while saying women should marry her SAer is bold. I know. I was shocked that he turned on his camera partially through that. That was pretty crazy. And Mike says, grape apologetics, just when you think you heard the worst, there's always another Christian in the wings saying, hold my beer. Every time. Every damn time. There's always another Christian that say, no, I can make it worse. Just let me try. I'll show you how to do it. And Reverend Nate says, Blackwell demonstrates my hypothesis that anyone with a soul patch cannot be trusted around general population. Make better choices, dude. Listen, I've been saying this for a long time, and I'll apologize to people that I'm going to offend. If you walk around with a flavor saver, I'm going to assume that you're a youth pastor and that you're touching one of the girls in the youth group. I'm just saying, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that when I was a youngster, that seemed to be an unwritten rule. It may not be an unwritten rule anymore. Maybe they're just doing it openly. Who knows? Neriu says Mr. Beast won't stop lying. That is the case. That certainly. Oh wait, did you think he looked like Mr. Beast a little bit? No. Interesting. You don't think I look like Mr. Beast, do you? I don't fucking look like Mr. Beast. Don't insult me with that nonsense. I'd love to have his wallet, but I don't think I look like him. And the CDR says, you don't understand God's character. Dude commands grape. Do you really want to question? Yeah, isn't that fucking crazy? The guy who literally is reading the book to you about God saying you can grape somebody, and then I'm the one that doesn't understand God's character. No, I think I fucking understand his character. That's why I'm over here saying that he condones grape. And Herman Nudix, oh, I love that you change your name to this. I love that you change your name to Herman Nudix. Sounds like Dorkwell needs more than Yahweh. I know. I was curious to know what school he went to because, there are some seminaries in Canada that are actually really good. Like McMaster is a really good school. Toronto, fucking amazing university. If you went to Toronto, you got a really good education. I suspect he didn't go to anything like that. I think it might be one of those like basement church seminaries. You know what I mean? Reverend Nate says Blackwell is reading from the book of Gooberonomy. Yeah, he was a goober for sure. And I don't believe for a second that smile is real. Also, Chris, thank you for the $5 super chat, says, I can't believe there was a time in my life that I actually attempted to twist these passages into something noble. It's really embarrassing. I'll tell you what, I don't think I ever did, except with one exception. There was a time when it came to the slavery that was allowed in the Bible, that I literally said to myself, well, these people were evil. And then like a year later, I was like, what the fuck did you just say, you idiot? It took me a full year to come back around and realize I was an idiot on that topic. It's embarrassing that it took me that long too, to be honest. I'm a little ashamed that it took me that long. But it happened to all of us. We were brainwashed, y'all. Wachawanje, thank you for the super chat. Says, ask this theist, why doesn't God issue rules to regulate, say, stealing or other sins if this polygamy argument holds? So that's the crazy thing is I'll never understand people who think that the Bible is against polygamy. There's not a single word of the Bible that's against polygamy. There's only one passage talking about kings where it says that kings should not multiply wives, which is a Hebrew idiom for having a large number of them. You can have multiple wives, you just don't need a large number of them because they'll come from foreign countries and they will lead you away from your God. And Reagan Maheke says, hi, Justin. Quick edit suggestion for the prompt. Epstein's actions were biblically justified. Oh, fuck. That would be a crazy prompt. Okay, I'm going to write it down. Write it down. Prompt. Epstein's actions were biblically justified. That's going to be fucking crazy. That might be a hard one to tease out. I'll think on that one, but that'd be a fucking crazy prompt. Christians would lose their fucking minds. Can't wait. Eriduin says, so happy to catch alive. Oh, I'm happy you caught it too. I'm very intellectual. Is something that intellectual people have to say. LOL. Do these people hear themselves? They don't. I hope they watch it back and hear themselves. Keep on holding their butts to the fire. Love from Australia. Rock hard for Doug. Big W. Appreciate it. All the way from Australia. And Miss Meg, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, imagine the excuses when you point out where God says to divide the young girls taken among the soldiers. Could you fucking imagine? What do you think they're doing? You think these young 20-year-old, 22-year-old soldiers are adopting these little virgin girls? Nah, get fucking real. They're war brides. They're slaves. And Sad Tech Geek says, did Jacob wrestle with God in Genesis 22:22? No one really knows, but the text seems to suggest it. The problem is the book of Hosea says that it was an angel. So it's kind of one of those things. Do you trust Genesis or do you trust Hosea? Now, it's also true that Elohim could be translated to a divine entity that's not actually God. It's just one of those things. The text isn't entirely clear. I'm going to say that the original story originally was about Jacob wrestling a god. If not the god, at least a god. I don't think the concept of angels would have been the same in Jacob's time period that it would have been in Hosea's time period. Flanker says, my school is in Canada, and you don't know her. That's exactly what he said, Flanker. He literally said, oh, my girlfriend's in Canada. You don't know her. Here's a picture of her, though. I know she's real. I just can't let you talk to her on her phone because I'm out of nights and weekends. Reverend 8 says, hermeneutics is when you're drowning in bullshit. Yes. Hermeneutics is when you don't like what it says. It's actually interesting. That's apologetics. You know, to be fair, I shit on hermeneutics a lot, but like hermeneutics are kind of super important. Like how you're approaching the text, what hermeneutic you're using can definitely change the meaning of it. But almost everybody agrees that like typically in today's day and age, you're using like a historical hermeneutic. And you're typically going for something akin to like a grammatical hermeneutic as well. Like the grammar of the passage helps you to interpret what the passage means. You know, yeah. But there are some people that want to employ like spiritual hermeneutics, but those are usually secondary nowadays. Dr. Fudge says the 2-minute preach psych out is my favorite. I know it's a good time. I've seen some people copy it from time to time, and that's fine. They can copy it if they want to. But I like it. It's one of my favorites. Chris says Pee-wee hermeneutics. Actually, Pee-wee was touching his nudix, which is why he got arrested, right? Isn't that what he got in trouble for? He did some things. And Jacob the Tiger had laughed out loud when you said, I'll give you the next 2 minutes to talk. And then he starts and you go, Okay. Yeah, if you've never seen me do that, that's kind of that's a Deconstruction Zone classic. We've done quite a few of those. Atheist Swallow, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that. And Erdogan, I actually don't know how to pronounce that. Erdogan says, P.S. Seeing your adorable kitties makes me miss my own two kitties kitten stage. I know. The kitten stage is delightful. They'll fuck up everything in your house, but it is delightful. I love kittens, puppies, and babies. Both are now very dignified middle-aged gentlemen. Enjoying it. It goes so quick. I know. It does go fast. Although I do love, like, cats now, like, a lot of cats can live between 14 and 20 years. Which is not bad. It's not bad. I think my dog was 12 when she was ready to go. So we'll see. We'll see. I got the cats young. Move the Stars. Good to see you tonight. It says 2 Samuel 12:10. Speaking of David's house, was that just for his current household or for his lineage? How would that play out with the Messiah with peace? I guess I don't fully know exactly what you're talking about. In verse 10 is where Nathan confronts him and says, I gave you all that Saul had, and I would have given you even more, right? So I guess I don't know what the implication is for the lineage. He says, now therefore the sword will never depart from your house. Oh, I was reading verse 10. Okay, okay. My brain remembered verse 10 as verse 7 and 8. I apologize. Verse 10 says, now therefore the sword shall never depart from your house, for you have despised me and have taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be your wife. Yeah, I mean, that's why David was constantly at war. As one of the reasons, right? It's ironic because it's also one of the reasons why God wouldn't allow him to build a temple, because his leadership was full of blood, it says in Kings. So it's funny that the reason why David couldn't build a temple is also rooted in this, because God destined him to do nothing but war the rest of his life. Pretty crazy. Pat says, dropping that guest was stuff of legend. Epic mic drop. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that. It's been a minute since I've done one of them, but I feel like he had it coming. He really wanted to preach. Mandy says, Marge, Homer the Lord only asked for an hour a week. Homer, well, in that case, he should have made the week an hour longer. Lousy God. Yes, indeed. If he really wanted the hour, he could have carved out an hour ahead of time just for him. But didn't do that. Not in the book. Dr. Fudge says, insane crash out. Just add Jeff. Wait, Jeff who? Fuck. Was this a recent crash out? Did we have a Jeff crash out not that long ago? There's so many of them that I've lost track. Obviously, we remember the Minar crash out, stuff of legends. The Hadassah crash out, absolutely legendary. I don't remember a Jeff crash out. I'll have to think on that one. Move the Star says, if God is omnipresent, he is in fact in the files. That's just logic. Sorry, Move the Stars fucking nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. If God is omnipresent, then just definitionally speaking, he's absolutely in the fucking files. That's crazy to think about too. Oh, BMF. Yeah, BMF was good. There's another one though. Who's the other one? Shit. Can't think of it. I'll think of it later. Reagan Maheke says, Blackwell, he isn't black and he isn't well. Rock hard for Doug. That was good. And it seems truthful. J Danger, thank you for the super chat, says, my religious mom taught me about consent. It's sacrosanct. No consent, no sex. She's okay with biblical grape, though, because Jesus Yahweh is a PLSFF. Yeah, 100%. And a lot of Christians are. A lot of Christians are down with biblical SA. They really think that's acceptable. Facing opposition to Jesus loved telling parables, maybe because he was one. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, this is a good mythicist reference. He certainly could be. And Adam says, it's only assault if it comes from the assaulté reason of France. Oh, no. Oh no. No. Thank you for the super chat, though. Codicus, thank you for the super chat, says, obviously, if you're married, she may say no. I mean, yeah. That certainly is the case. Especially if she's married. I mean, right? Certainly could be the case. Gary, thank you for the super chat, says, maybe this is the Pope covering up for SA for God. Oh, fuck. That could be the real Pope Boniface. So, I don't know if I've talked about this enough. One of the reasons why I refused to become a Catholic when I was a young person, even though I tended to agree a lot with the Catholic doctrines, was because of their cover-up of all the sexual assaults. I could not bring myself to be associated with the church because of it. I had two neighbors. It's a shame because I think they might be passed now. When I knew them, I was young, and they weren't exactly spring chickens anymore. Both of them kind of met each other through mutual commissary. So they both grew up in the Catholic orphanage, and they both told me their experience, because I asked them about this when I was in my first year or two of high school, maybe my last year of junior high. And the news was full of the Catholic priest scandals and whatnot. And I asked them, I was like, hey, both of you were in the Catholic orphanages. How bad was it really? I'm curious to know if it was how ubiquitous it was. And they were both in separate orphanages. They weren't in the same orphanage. But both of them gave me the same account. And I'll kind of give you a summary. The way the wife described to me was, she said, it doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl, nobody slept at night, because every night, once the light goes off, you didn't know if it was your night to get raped. And even if it wasn't your night to get raped, you can hear the other children getting raped. And she said that happened every single night for years and years and years, not just in my orphanage, but in other orphanages. That's how horrific the scandal was. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of children that were sexually assaulted by Catholic priests and other Catholic leaders in orphanages that will never get justice. They will never get justice. The people that did that to my neighbors never got brought to justice, and they did it to hundreds of kids. And I know it's not an isolated incident. That's why I could never bring myself to be affiliated with the Catholic Church, even though as a young man, I tended to like some of their methods of reading the Bible. It's a disgusting institution. Space Lord says, Pope Hilarious, 461 to 468, was my favorite. Much better than Maleface here. I didn't know there was a Pope Hilarious, by the way. I had no idea that was a thing. Now I have to look it up. Holy shit. Is it named after Hilaria, the Roman deity? Now I have to hold on. Pope Hilarious. Oh fuck, you're right. Yeah, Pope Hilarious from France. Of course, he's fucking French. Bob, thank you for the super chat. Says a Pope butt paste. Yes, you know what? And I apologize again. I didn't do any baby paste tonight. That's on me. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist. What a fucking name. Says keeping Justin up till 2 a.m. I know. That's why I told you, y'all. The super chats were so abundant tonight because the callers were so insane. I'm like, if I don't end like 30 minutes early, I'm not gonna have time to read them all. So I really love and appreciate everyone that sends supers. I love reading the super chats and engaging with everyone. But I saw them coming in like as I'm debating, just flying. I'm like, holy fuck! I gotta time this correctly, or I'm gonna be up till 2 a.m. But I love it, and thank you so much, friends, for supporting the channel. And Matthew says, I really hope that Pope isn't married for the sake of his wife. Fuck that guy. Yes. To be fair, I'm gonna make an assumption. I think that Pope Boniface guy, I don't think he was legit. I think he was a troll. To be fair, he could be a real person. He could be talking about his real beliefs. He kind of sounded like he was giving me troll vibes. I don't really know. It was tough to tell. Design says, 2:10 a.m. Design, is it 2 in the morning where you're at? Are you up at 2 in the morning right now? Holy shit. I applaud your perseverance, friend. And collapsalism, thank you for the super chat, says Kermit going dark. Dark woke atheist after tonight. You need a vacation. I'll buy your ticket. See you in Vegas next with me and Gretchen. Wait, are you out towards Vegas? Interesting. You know, as it turns out, next week I'm actually going to be in Vegas. I don't think I'm going to have time to go meet up with friends. We'll see. But I actually am going to be in Vegas next week, ironically. And Gabe, thank you so much for the super. Hey, Justin, I got my NRSV UE recently, and it's been a blast following along with the stream. Is there similar quality commentaries on the Talmud and Quran? Well, that's the thing. Not that I know of, because like the Talmud is so fucking big. I don't know how you would do a commentary on the Talmud. It's already so huge. Like it would be too much to do. But there are commentaries on the Talmud for sure. I mean, to be fair, the Talmud is like a running commentary on itself. So I would just read the Talmud. The Talmud is kind of its own commentary. Now, for the Quran, you can go to the Quran.com and you can read the tafsir. So there's lots of tafsir for each verse in the Quran. Can you buy a printed version where the commentary is in the printed version? I don't know. If there's one in English, I haven't found it. There might be one in Arabic, but I usually go to Quran.com and just read the tafsir. Jackson says, why did the Amish girl get excommunicated? 2 men a night. Oh, fucking A, that's good. As I was reading that, I was like, how are they gonna, I knew it was a joke, but I was like, how are they gonna make this into a joke? And then when I saw it, I was like, that's just fucking amazing. That was a good one. I apologize to any Mennonites that might be offended, though. Paloom says, handcuff on, but officer, this isn't fair. She told me she was 14. Oh, fuck. Police be upon him. And Chodicus says, ask him about age of consent law in Iraq and the penal code in Afghanistan. So that was the thing is I kind of got the feeling that if I talked about the age of consent in Iraq, that he might just disagree with it because he didn't seem like he was a hardline Islamic follower. Like he probably would bend a few things here or there. So I didn't perceive that he would go all in on it, so I didn't do it. But to be fair, 9 times out of 10, that's probably the right move. Show him like, look, the way it's being interpreted in these majority Muslim countries is that it's okay to marry 9-year-olds. And to be fair, we got off the beaten path. He probably at some point he basically did condone it himself at some point, basically saying that as long as they were mature enough. But you're not mature when you're 9. Evan says, show me the verse where it says a warrior proposed. Fucking never. Warriors who take war brides capture them. They take them. They don't ask for their hand in marriage. And Design says, I'm starting to think religious hang-ups over homosexuality is a ploy to keep them safe from their own laws against women. I mean, fair. That might be fair. That's crazy. It reminded me of something. I don't want to go into the Dowd tribe. It reminded me of something funny that maybe if we get on the Catholic topic again, we'll bring up. There actually, I don't know if people know this. There actually is a good I'm going to say it. There's a good logistical reason why there was so much pedophilia within the Catholic Church. Not just because the church covered up the abuses. It's because a lot of people in the church made it known to others that they could come and be safe there in the Catholic Church. Like you can come and be of a particular sexual deviation, and you can come to the church and be safe there. And you can even become a priest, because if you're already not going to get married, you just want to be a sexual deviant, you can do that and be a priest. But typically what happened was these priests decided that well, I want to be a sexual deviant, I just don't want to get married, therefore, give me the altar boys. Codicus says Quran 23, 5-6. I did read that. Let me grab it again. 23, 5-6. I read this while we were in the debate, and I didn't bring it up because I didn't fully understand it. So in Quran 23, 5-6, it just says, those who guard their chastity, except with their wives or those in their possession, for then they are free from blame. Oh, I see what you're saying. Now, you know what? I didn't capture that at first, but now that I read it a second time, it makes more sense. Give me a second. I'm going to add that to my list. I was keeping a list of some of these passages. Let me add that one to the list. I apologize. I didn't catch it. My brain didn't capture the full meaning of it when it came up, and I kind of fumbled there. Give me 1 second to add this. Those who guard their chastity, so on and so forth. Blah, 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 blah. And then except, there we go. Although I'll clip more of that later. Okay. Hey, thanks for that. Also, there's another one from Chodicus from Quran 70, 29-30. Let's see what that one says. This might be a good addition as well. It didn't come up. There it is. Those who guard their chastity. Oh, it's the same. It's just a repeat. I noticed that the Quran does that sometimes. It just repeats the exact same thing. Thanks for the information. I add that to my sheet. I'll bring it out next time we do this for sure. I really appreciate that. Actually, I'm going to put another note in here. Say, look for rest of passage. Okay. I really appreciate the help. Chodicus says women are equal and they deserve respect. Just kidding. They should SMYD John LaJoy quoting Momo. Wait, what's SMYD? Hold on. What is SMYD? Stall management yaw damper? Do you guys know what that means? What's SMYD, y'all? I feel like this is something I should know, but I have no idea what SMYD means. It is eluding me. Maybe if I looked up the person who did the quote, it would become more clear. I don't know. I'm sorry, friend. I don't follow the chat, but thank you for the follow up. Says dissociative identity disorder. Yes. That's probably the right thing to describe the Trinity as. That's the DID. Civil 15 says, can you imagine if God proved his existence to you right now just to explain why he pops up in the Epstein files? Like, it's not what you think, bro. That would be fucking amazing. God has to come here and justify why he's in the Epstein files. I'd pay money for that, actually. I'd grill him just like Pam Bondi. Gentleman Viking, thank you for the super chat. Says, every translation I've checked doesn't distinguish between clean and unclean birds, just 7 of each clean beast, 2 of the unclean, and 7 of each bird. Are we still on Birdgate? I'm so baffled at this point how we are still doing Birdgate. Chapter 8, when you talk to the birds. All right. Bring with you every living thing that is of all flesh, birds and animals, of every creeping thing that creeps on the earth, so that they may abound on the earth and be fruitful and multiply on the earth. So Noah went out with his sons and his wife and his sons and wives. Every animal, every creeping thing, and every bird, everything that moves on the earth, went out of the ark by family. So it didn't say how many, but he obviously had a pair. At least, right? He had a pair of them, or else they wouldn't be able to repopulate. See what I'm saying? Like, he didn't bring one of them on the ark. Of the clean animals, he did bring 7 of each, right? Verse 20, Noah built an altar to the Lord and took of every clean animal and of every blah, 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 blah. No, it must be the prior chapter, 6-7, where he tells you to take 7 pairs of the clean animals. Yeah. 7 says, go into the ark, you and your household, and I have seen that you alone are righteous before me in this generation. Take with you 7 pairs of all clean animals, male and female. So if it's a clean animal, it was 7 pairs. If it was not a clean animal, it would just be pairs. And we know that ravens are unclean animals because in Leviticus, it lists them as being unclean animals, which means the amount of ravens on the boat would be just the minimal amount that all of the unclean animals were a part of. It wouldn't be 7 pairs. But again, you only need 1 raven for the story. He sends out 1 raven, the raven comes back, then he sends out a dove. Ben Bloodworth says, has anyone done a deep dive on the companies that make Sunday school curriculum? They're the ones who steer congregants away from problematic messages. So this is true. I haven't done too big of a deep dive on them. I do know, once I did work for a big church, and we did have a curriculum for the Sunday schools. I forget who it was, but they weren't affiliated with anybody nasty, and the curriculum wasn't all that bad, to be honest. But I know there are some really bad curriculums out there, like anything from the ACE curriculum or the Bob Jones bullshit. Those curriculums are specifically hiding verses, for sure. Like they're just hoping you don't read the book. Eternal Adam says, I went from Catholic to Christian to Gnostic to agnostic to atheist to Dougism. Fuck yeah. Thanks for helping me deconstruct, Justin. I love that for you. Rock hard, Eternal. Praise Doug in Sharon Stone. Stay rock hard, friends. And Jeffro Bibby says, imagine arguing, intervening doesn't mean taking an action to cause a different outcome. Isn't that fucking crazy? The word intervene doesn't mean taking action to prevent an outcome. This semantic antic BS to defend might makes right. It's crazy. There's just no good way to defend it. And that's what we see over and over again in these live streams. There's not a good way to defend it. So what they have to do is cope and make shit up. Cognitive Dissonance, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, really appreciated your no-nonsense approach tonight. I needed it. I've had it with these sleazy apologists lately. Thanks. You know what? Typically, I try to be super, super patient. Tonight, I'm tired. My throat hurts. And they're just fucking liars. And I was like, sometimes you just got to pop off. Tonight was one of those nights. Had to pop off, y'all. Laura, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, longtime watcher, first time donating. Well, thank you, Laura. Just had to say, as an atheist, I appreciate learning the Bible without personal interpretation that always comes with it. That said, God can eat a bag of dicks. Fucking A, Laura, you nailed it. Listen, I've said it many times on my live stream. The thing that I'm going to do here on my live stream is I'm going to read the Bible and I'm going to tell you that it just means what it says. That's it. When God says he's doing something in the Bible, it just means he's fucking doing it. I'm not lying to you. Evan Rock says, imagine defending a parent by saying that they didn't cause their daughter's SA, they just watched. Shake my head, Christians. Wake the fuck up. Could you imagine? Listen, I didn't actually cause it to happen. I just moved back and allowed it to happen. Okay, lock them fucking up and throw away the keys for taking your kids. Atheist Swallower, Super Chat says, can you explain the virgin birth misconception? Sure. It's not really that big of a misconception. The problem is that, well, I guess it is a little bit. So Matthew can't read Hebrew. That's why he's quoting from the Greek all the time. Whoever translated the Hebrew text or the Greek text was an idiot. And they changed the verbs and the words to mean things that they didn't mean. At least not entirely. I'll explain more. So in Isaiah 7:14, it says that the pregnant young woman is about to give birth. In the Greek text, it basically says the virgin shall conceive. That's not really true. It didn't say that she will conceive. It doesn't even call her a virgin. It says the pregnant young woman. So Matthew is quoting from the Greek. He has no idea what the Hebrew actually says. But to make matters worse, it turns out even in classical Greek, you could refer to somebody as a Parthenos that wasn't a virgin. Being a virgin doesn't always, or being a Parthenos doesn't always involve being a virgin. Case in point, Genesis chapter 34 calls Dinah a virgin after she's already been raped. The writings of Homer, like in the Iliad and the Odyssey, refer to... Cat, what are you doing over there? You demon cat, stop knocking over everything in my room, please. The writings of the Homer also refer to women. Like there's a woman who has a child to was it Hecate? No, it wasn't Hecate. It was there's a woman who has a child to one of the Greek deities. And even after they talk about how she already has this child, they refer to her as a Parthenos. It didn't always demand that the woman was a virgin. Matthew read it as could only be applied to a virgin because he's an idiot. It's also true that even if, worst case scenario, it literally said the virgin will conceive, you still don't have to believe that a virgin gave birth. A virgin can conceive by fucking having sex. So nothing about Isaiah 7 could ever be interpreted as a virgin birth. This is New Testament cope. Heathen Reason says the amount of people that come in so insanely confident while simultaneously being completely ill-equipped for the conversation never ceases to amaze me. It's the craziest thing. I'll never understand. It can only be explained by Dunning-Kruger, right? But even if like you're ill-equipped for something, I don't understand how you get to the point where you think that you are equipped. That's what I can't get my head around. Because as a young Christian, I never would have came in with that kind of confidence. Collapsalism says, I'm going live after this. I need to rewatch and spiritually crash out on these clowns. I don't fucking blame you. I think Kermit Peterson is now an atheist because satire is dead. It might be. Just don't become meme. Like, what's his face? Elon Musk. Don't become meme. I'll watch, though. Danomite Poop says, if you gargle vinegar, don't forget to add baking soda before you finish. Dan, listen. I'm no scientist. But I know you don't want to mix a little baking soda and vinegar, especially not if you're going to gargle that, put that stuff in your mouth. Midlife Crisis Man says, it's been a hot minute since I've caught you live. Had to enjoy the braai, cold, but still delicious. Well, great to have you here. I'm glad you can join in on the barbecue, my friend. And Carnage, thank you so much for the additional super chat. Great to see you. It says, Nebraska Steve would never defend the taking of war brides. You know what? I couldn't agree more. Knowing what I know about Nebraska Steve, peace be upon him, he would say a lot of crazy stuff. He would never condone the taking of war brides. Nebraska Steve has some amount of maybe even courage, you might say. Maybe even principle. But he definitely, no matter what he would do, he wouldn't allow for war brides. I agree with you. 100% hands down. Evan Rock says, God forbids yeast 50 times but never child. I say, good fucking point. God over and over again says, don't you fucking get any yeast in your household during the days of unleavened bread. Don't fucking do it. Get that yeast away from me. But he couldn't say once, maybe don't sexually assault little girls. Seems like an oversight. Seems like he missed out on an opportunity for sure. Pain Pill says, after deconstructing, did you still have fear of hell that could somehow be real? I still deal with that feeling. It's strange because I don't believe in it at all. I didn't. And the reason why, because I deconstructed hell even as a Christian. I already bought into the Catholic version of the afterlife where you have like this middle ground. It's funny. I was such an annoying teenager too, because even before I accepted the purgatory, I argued with my Catholic teacher about it. We argued about it quite a few times before finally I was like, nah, she's probably fucking right. But nevertheless, yeah, like when I was a Christian, I already got this idea, like if God is really good, if he's really just, he's not just willy-nilly fucking throwing people into hell. That doesn't make any fucking sense. And then I was like, well, it's not even in the Hebrew Bible. So there's got to be something else going on here. So no, I never really worried that much with the fear of hell. I never thought that like, oh, if I just believe the wrong thing, God will light me on fire forever. It's true that doctrine is apparent in the Bible. You can definitely read the Bible and get to that conclusion. I just don't think you have to. So that's me. It depends on if you're willing to pick and choose. That's a good thing about the Catholics. The Catholics have tradition. They can say, well, listen, this Bible verse here, we can just kind of dispense with this and we can lean on tradition for this, right? If you're a Protestant, you can't do that. If you're a Protestant, it's typically Bible's all you got. And if the Bible's all you got, then you're kind of stuck with hell. Reverend Nate says Petty Fog sounds like an opening act at Woodstock. Oh, yeah. It sounds like the opening number from CCR, right? Am I wrong there? Anyone who knows who CCR is knows that their opening track should be Petty Fog. I'm just saying. And Genji, thank you for the $12 super chat. Says listening to all these people make me sad. It breaks my heart to do it. We are here primarily because of the KPG. Again, I do not know what that means. Guys, you gotta help me with these abbreviations. Even that wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs, and this is what we produced with that inheritance. Now I gotta look up KPG. Hold on. What does KPG mean? Cretaceous Paleogene extinction. I think that's what you're referring to. Okay. So the Cretaceous Paleogene extinction. Let me read it. We are primarily here because of the mass extinction that wiped out the non-avian dinosaurs, and this is what we produced with that inheritance. We're really not making our forefathers proud, are we? Out here defending sexual assault. Fucking wild. It's crazy. This is why Epstein can do what he does. Reverend Nate says hermeneutics. It was a pun. Read it again. Sorry about that. If you said nudics rather than if you said nautics rather than nudics, that's on me. I apologize for missing that one. That's my fault. I hate that I missed a pun. You know I love puns, Reverend Nate. In fact, I might have to give myself lashings after this because I missed such a good pun. Or at least a good play on words. Ariadwin. It says it's pronounced Ariadwin. Love ya. Oh, so it's actually pronounced exactly the way it's spelled. Ariadwin. Fuck, that was easy. Hey, thanks for letting me know. I won't fuck up your name again. Big apologies, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. And thanks for letting me know. Most of the time, y'all, if you correct me on your names, I'll typically remember them. Not always, but typically. I'm trying to do what I can here. You know, I do love and support everybody in the community. I certainly don't want to be mispronouncing people's names. And Brandon Paramore, thank you for the $20 super chat, friends. Says, what do you think about the argument for from motion? I think is what you meant to say. I asked a Christian YouTuber to debate you, but he said you'd probably kick because you wouldn't want to debate on philosophy and the argument for motion. No, I debate the argument of motion all the time. The argument for motion, I mean, he knows me well if he knows I don't like philosophy, but I wouldn't kick him for it. So I would put him on a timer maybe. The argument for motion has the same problem as all the other Aquinas five-way arguments, which is that it always requires you to believe that an infinite regress is not possible, but I don't. So until someone can prove to me that an infinite regress is not possible and that the universe once didn't exist and it came into existence at some point, then none of these arguments work. All of these arguments only work if you agree that infinite regresses aren't possible and you agree that there was a beginning of the universe, which I don't believe in. And there's no evidence for it. Not a single lick of evidence for it. So that's why these arguments always fail here. Brandon, with the follow-up, though, appreciate you, says the YouTuber was Elijah Johnson Apologetics. If anyone is familiar with him, I feel like it would be a good debate or call-in. I'm not. I apologize. I don't know many of these YouTube apologists. I'll look them up, though. Elijah Johnson? Okay. Looks like a small channel. Elijah Johnson Apologetics, 5,500. Let's say it looks like it's a new channel, but it can't be that new. It looks like it's been around for about 2 years, so it's still fairly new. No, I've never seen any videos here by Elijah Johnson, but y'all know I don't really watch any of these apologist channels. To me, it's a waste of time. Like, I'm not going to learn anything by watching these channels, so why would I? You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to say on their live stream that I haven't heard before? Eternal Adam says, Vegas, you say? Here you go. Put it on red. I don't know what it means to put it on. Oh, for betting. Yeah. Place bets on red. Actually, it won't be going to do any gambling. There will be no gambling on my watch. So, sorry about that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a little bit of gambling. Definitely some buffet eating. Definitely some buffet eating. Maybe a little bit of gambling and some other stuff. Reverend Nate, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Says, I bet those young war brides hated family reunions. Oof. Could you imagine? Could you imagine being a war bride and then one day going into a cultural setting and someone's like, so how did you guys get married? It's like, oh, he murdered my entire fucking family and then he got down on one knee and proposed. What a fucking gentleman. What a knight in shining armor after he murdered my fucking parents. I couldn't help myself. I was gushing. I had to say yes. It's fucking crazy, these people. Eternal says the snails are on the way to the ark. Oh, it's a good point. There weren't snails on the ark. Come on. We can't. I mean, I guess Noah could have went out and collected snails, but like, there are so many animals who are like, it's preposterous to think that they were on the ark. What about fucking fleas? If there were fleas on the ark, I refuse to believe that they didn't like mate and overtake all the other animals. This is one of the things where you basically have to say, well, the fleas were on the ark, but God put them all to sleep. You guys know that apologetic, right? Well, say, listen, everything on the ark was put to sleep for the duration of the thing. Okay, that's why. So they didn't eat. They didn't fucking eat anything for an entire year. God just did a miracle, put them to sleep for a whole year. They were on the ark for like 370 something days. Are you crazy? I think it was like 374. Is that right? Let's see. How many days were they on the ark? I think it was 374. I'm probably wrong. 372? 373? What is it? 370. I was close. There might be some deviation in the calculation, but apparently 370 is the number. Midlife Crisis, man. Thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, just heard about you doing podcasts. Praise Doug. I can now listen to the sound of sizzling Theus while on my walk. Yes. In fact, I'm almost caught up. I've got almost every live stream on YouTube now on podcasts. Go out to the podcast formats and try to find me. And you can listen there rather than on YouTube or whatever if you want to do it that way. And every live stream, I'm going to be going the next day to upload the audio from the live stream. So it should be live in a rather quick turnaround. Design A, thanks for $10 super. It says, so give it to us straight, Doc. Are there just two types of people? Those who can reason when something is wrong and those who wait till a God tells them, or is it done to them? To be fair, those probably are the two. It seems like a true dichotomy. There's a lot of people who don't know what is wrong without a God specifically telling them. That's why they'll get up here and say, well, you can't tell me what is good or wrong. Only God does that. You can't even have knowledge. Okay. Settle down there, guy. Glycon, thank you for the super chat. I'm curious, how do you deal with the tag pre-suppers? I have my own method that's been working as a repellent so far. If you're interested, I'd love to hear your tactic. So typically what I do with tag, the thing I do most is I will ask them to prove that transcendentals exist. So I don't believe in any transcendentals. So tag falls apart. The minute they realize that you don't believe in any transcendental categories, tag's done. Tag relies on your opponent believing in some kind of transcendental something. No matter what it is, they think that you think that it exists. And so they're going to leverage it. Say, well, if this transcendental thing exists, then there must be something else transcendental that is the source of that thing. And then they'll give you an argument for God. But the presup is, to me, the best way to deal with presuppers is just to stop letting them categorize descriptions as things. So they'll try to say, well, how do you ground knowledge? Well, first of all, knowledge isn't a thing. It's not a thing that you ground. It's something that we describe. When somebody has a belief that something is true, it's called knowledge. Now, sometimes your knowledge is wrong, but that's what we call knowledge. But knowledge isn't an entity that needs grounding. It's a thing that we engage in. It's what our brains do, right? Stop letting them define things that aren't actually things. You know, when they talk about the laws of logic aren't things. It's a description of how the universe behaves. The minute you reword it so that you're using these terms properly, then the precept argument has nothing to stand on. It's just, they're silly. Also, one thing you could do, which is what I used to do when I was a new streamer, I refuse to let them shift the burden. If somebody comes in wanting to do precept, what they're going to do is they're going to say, I'm not going to defend my worldview. I'm going to attack your worldview, and then my worldview is true by default. Say, nope, I'm not going to take the burden. But I'm agnostic on my worldview. Tell me why your worldview is true. I don't know. Maybe there's a God, right? So the precept apologetic, the goal of the precept is to never actually defend your actual worldview. Is to find a hole in your opponent's worldview and then declare victory that your worldview must be true if your opponent's worldview isn't true. That's all it is. They're trying to do a worldview comparison, but they refuse to actually use their worldview when they compare it. Space Lord says, speaking of CCR, Fogarty is a genius. I mean, I don't fucking disagree. Fogarty's awesome. Highly recommend seeing him live, though I know you don't like concerts. Space Lord, you know me well. I don't like crowds. I don't like concerts. It's one of the reasons why even going to Vegas, not my favorite destination. I'm not going to Vegas because Vegas is there. I'm going to fraternize. But nevertheless, yeah, not a big fan of crowds. Love Fogarty. Big fan of Fogarty. Big fan of CCR because I'm fucking old, y'all. Gina, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says for the kiddies. Look, the kiddies say thank you. They're both up here. I got Volta in my lap right now, and right behind me is Faraday getting ready to pounce on my shoulder. Yep, there he goes. Every time hitting my ear is so sore from the cats jumping and hitting this ear. I got to stop putting the earbud in that ear with these cats trying to attack me. How you doing, honey? Big W on the kitties. And Reverend Nate, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says snail farming goes back like 30,000 years. Are you serious? People were farming snails. Hey, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe my memory fails me. Wasn't there a point where people were extracting something from snails to act as a hallucinogen? Am I remembering something crazy here? Let me Google this. Okay. Can snails be used as a hallucinogen? I thought somebody was. Yes, some marine snails have been historically psychoactive. Interesting. So I wasn't crazy. I thought that was the case. Many of the snails are venomous and their toxin can. Okay, that's crazy. That's fucking crazy to think that you can like farm snails and use them to develop hallucinatory drugs. It's pretty actually crazy. And famous Amos, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm so embarrassed. I said Moses instead of Noah. Can I blame a lack of sleep? You know what? That happens a lot. Even I've done it. It happens across the board. It just was one of those things. It's going to happen to everybody eventually, almost. Don't worry, you don't need to be embarrassed. It happens to the best of us. More of the worst of us, but definitely the best of us too. And John Coleman says, praise Doug, spread the word. Indeed, bird is not the word, Doug is the word, and his consort is the other word, Sharon Stone, and their child, Rocky, and grandchildren Pebbles. Well, fuck. Listen, friends, I timed it up perfectly. It's 11:59. It'll be midnight in less than 1 minute. And we just finished our last super chat. I thought I timed it up okay. I'm getting pretty good at the timing at this point, I think. I think I kind of have an understanding or an idea of how long it takes to get through certain segments of the show, so I'm not up till 3 o'clock in the morning. So I'm happy. I'm happy to stay up to 3 in the morning if I have to, but I don't want to. So let me see who's live right now that we can go raid. Surely there's somebody live that we can go send people to. The only person live on YouTube right now seems to be Parker, who's live on TikTok. So this is what we'll do. We'll split the audience tonight because I don't think a whole lot of anyone's live on YouTube tonight. But my buddy Parker is live. So let's do this. Who's live on TikTok right now? Let me check TikTok. We're going to split the audience.
It is absolutely insane to me as a now atheist.
We got a bunch of people live on TikTok, actually. Mezzo's live. Fucking A. All right, guys. Everyone on TikTok, let's go raid Mezzo's live stream. Mezzo's live right now.
Welcome in.
On his live stream. So let's go raid Mezzo.
Listening to some
Let him know that
bluegrass.
it's okay.
How you doing?
Even if I am taking Joel from him. We love him anyways. And if you're watching on YouTube, let's get everybody over to Parker's live stream. Parker Get a Job. Parker Get a Job is he used to do religious debates back in the day, but now he just does the political stuff. And I don't blame him, that's where the money's at. But I don't want to get buried in politics. Let's go raid Parker's live stream. Tell him Justin, Deconstruction Zone sent you. Tell him I said hi. And thank you so much for being here, friends. I really appreciate everyone liking and sharing and commenting and super chatting and supporting and joining as members. It really does help the stream a lot. I really do appreciate the audience here. I feel like we've got literally the best audience on YouTube. It's such a vibrant audience. Very what's the word? It's very in tune with what's happening. Very supportive. Love and appreciate everyone here. We'll see you again two nights from now on Wednesday night.